It turns out these geniuses from the foreign civilizations are so strong, said Jin Huguo and Tian Dajuang, shocked as they listened to Li Yuan's stories. Even Jin Huguo, although a prime warrior, had never had such experiences before. Li Yuan, I'm really envious of you. Dan Taifeng's eyes shone brightly. If only my physical quality had been stronger back then, I might have been able to fight in the war and clash with the strong warriors from the foreign domain. Just thinking about it is exciting. Time passed. The spacecraft continued to pick up other martial path geniuses. Take Yinhe, for instance. He was very low-key, merely greeting everyone before sitting down. Then there was Bors, with his crew cut and quite a handsome face. However, it was obvious from his features that he was much more mature, and the intangible aura he emitted was much stronger. Hello, everyone, I am Bors. I believe you all must have heard of me. We're all from Blue Star, so if you need anything at the Martial Divine Hall, feel free to come to me, Bors said confidently with a smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone inside the cabin. A hush fell. A silence with no response. The atmosphere became unbearably awkward. Eventually, Li Yuan stood up to greet him, followed by Dan Taifeng, Jin Huguo, and the others, who also rose and casually greeted him. With no choice but to sit down awkwardly, Bors, mimicking Yin Man, closed his eyes to rest. Even though he was a top-grade origin martial artist, he did not dare to underestimate this group of young people. He also noticed that centered around Li Yuan, there seemed to be a small group. Too confident for his own good, Dan Taifeng muttered, he can put on an act better than I can. Bors is indeed powerful, said Jin Huguo solemnly, among us, except for Li Yuan and Yinhe, the rest are far inferior to him in strength. I don't know if he's the strongest, but he's certainly the oldest. If I trained for 10 more years, I'd probably have reached flying heaven, Dan Taifeng grumbled. Nobody contradicted him, because Dan Taifeng indeed had such talent. 11 people have arrived. Dan Taifeng scanned the room. We're only one short, Alicia. Li Yuan. You must be quite familiar with her, considering you both ventured through world within worlds together. Not really familiar, Li Yuan shook his head. At that time, it was a life and death struggle. Who had the time to socialize? We hardly communicated. That's true, Dan Taifeng nodded in agreement. Finally, the spacecraft reached Europa continent, and as the cabin door opened once more, 2 figures walked in. One was Alicia. The other was a man in black, Fang Hai, with an intimidating presence. Hello, everyone, I'm Alicia. Alicia, with her golden long hair, greeted everyone with a smile. In an instant, the eyes of Dan Taifeng, Jin Huguo, Bors, and the others lit up. Clad in a purple gown with golden hair and blue eyes, her clear gaze was like a pool, making her seem almost angelic. Beautiful. Alicia wasn't the type of super beauty, but she possessed a unique quality that made her appear pure and gentle. She's truly pretty, Dan Taifeng whispered. Didn't notice during the virtual battle, did we? Alicia, why do you seem so different from the last time we met? Harmon also lit up. This. Bors held his breath, even involuntarily feeling a trace of longing. Being the oldest, he was very experienced in matters of love. Looks like Alicia has had quite an encounter, Li Yuan likewise marveled inwardly. The last time they met, although her appearance was also good, the quality she radiated was nowhere near what it was now. Alicia, there's a seat available here. Sit next to me, Bors, considering himself quite the gentleman, spoke out loud, my name is Bors. He was moved. These martial path geniuses, with their broad horizons and experiences, wouldn't care for just any conventionally beautiful woman. But a martial path genius with a special and extraordinary quality was an entirely different matter. The stronger they were, the harder it was to find a partner. For these martial path geniuses, who would mostly become flying heaven warriors in the future, finding a suitable other half, extremely difficult. Therefore, like flying heaven warriors and demigods, many had descendants, but not necessarily a true wife. Harmon, Jin Huguo, and others, being young, even if moved, would often hesitate, but Bors, who had graduated several years ago and had ventured through many a star realm, did not hesitate at all. He knew that once this chance passed, it would not come again. At the Martial Divine Hall, given the quality Alicia had revealed, there would definitely be many competitors. It was crucial to get to know her earlier, as that would naturally increase his chances. Thank you. Alicia smiled politely, but under the watchful eyes of everyone, she went straight to where Li Yuan was sitting and asked with a smile, "Captain Li Yuan, we meet again. May I sit next to you?" What? What? Dan Taifeng, Harmon, Jin Huguo, and the others were stunned, and Bors, sitting far away, was baffled. This, Alicia, calling Li Yuan, Captain? In an instant, Bors felt extremely embarrassed, and even more bitter inside. Everyone present was no fool. Anyone could see that Li Yuan and Alicia had a special relationship. "Someone's sitting next to me already," Li Yuan said unconsciously. "Haha, I'll move. Miss Alicia, please take a seat," Jin Huguo immediately said, laughing as he moved to a seat further away. "Thank you," Alicia responded with a smile, not waiting for Li Yuan's approval, and sat down directly. Li Yuan shook his head, smiling helplessly. And so, the 12 geniuses of Blue Star had all come together. The cabin door closed, the spacecraft trembled lightly again, already on its way from Europa to the Lantis continent. "Let's quiet down," a deep voice sounded, an invisible oppressive force enveloping everyone. Everyone also emerged from the small disturbance Alicia had caused, their eyes turning to the man in black in the distance. "My name is Fang Hai, you might have heard of me," the man in black said indifferently. "Fang Hai. Senior Fang, it's him. Fang Hai, the greatest talent in the history of Blue Star." Aside from Li Yuan and Jin Huguo, even individuals like Dan Taifeng, Tian Dajuang, and Alicia's faces slightly changed. Fang Hai was a name they had all heard, even to the point of being thunderously familiar. The greatest talent in the history of Blue Star. For someone like Li Yuan, despite his immense fame, subconsciously, not many people thought he could compare to Fang Hai of the past. At 16, mastering 5th stage skills, Fang Hai's monstrous talent was beyond comprehension. "This time, I will be responsible for taking you to the Martial Divine Hall," Fang Hai said flatly. "We estimate arrival in 3 hours. Before we arrive, I have a few things to remind you of. You, in your respective schools or countries, are the top-tier geniuses, even capable of leaving your name in the history of your schools or nations as top-level talents. But once you get to the Martial Divine Hall, curb your pride, apart from Li Yuan. The rest of you, your talents are truly very ordinary there." Everyone stayed silent, with individuals like Harmon and Bors involuntarily glancing at Li Yuan. If it were anyone else speaking, they might not have been convinced. But the speaker was Fang Hai. "Don't be incredulous," Fang Hai's voice was cold. "Every year, Blue Star selects around 10 geniuses, each sounding like a top-tier genius. But what about looking across the whole civilization? Each year, around 100 geniuses are screened to enter the Martial Divine Hall. What about after decades of accumulation?" Fang Hai spoke softly. "In the Martial Divine Hall, there are now more than 1,000 geniuses like you. Among these people, those who have practiced for more than 5 years, the strongest can slay a flying heaven warrior with the body of a prime warrior. The weakest have skills that have reached 5th stage perfection, and are on the verge of achieving flying heaven at any moment. For the first 5 years, there is protection for newcomers. And you, who is confident that you can definitely achieve flying heaven within 5 years? Fang Hai's voice was cold. Who is confident that they can definitely kill a flying heaven warrior of an alien race in a higher rank battle in the future? Silence fell. Li Yuan muttered in his heart. 5 years? If he was willing, he could probably become a flying heaven warrior in less than 6 months. The Martial Divine Hall, gathering the top talents of humanity from the past decades, so I hope you all can put aside your pride. Fang Hai spoke calmly. Once inside, you will face the Battle of 7 Stars, a battle that serves as both an assessment and pure combat evaluation, regardless of your age. After all, during the 1st or 2nd rank, a year's difference in training might mean a lot. But compared to the long lifespans of the flying heaven warriors and demigods, not to mention a year, even an extra 10 years of training ultimately doesn't make much difference. Tian Dajuang, Dan Taifeng, you two are too weak to participate in the battle. The rest of you, Fang Hai's gaze swept over. Upon arrival at the Martial Divine Mountain, you will be given a month to familiarize yourselves with the environment and improve your strength. Do your best. Did everyone understand? Fang Hai's voice suddenly turned colder. Understood. A jolt went through everyone's hearts. Fang Hai entered another cabin, leaving Dan Tai Feng, Harmon, and the group looking at each other. Before boarding the aircraft, each one was filled with anticipation for the Martial Divine Hall. But Fang Hai's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, quickly sobering them up. Yes. Who among those admitted into the Martial Divine Hall wasn't once the pride of their own universities and nations?
I like it. Dan Tai Feng's eyes shone as he whispered, Li Yuan, I used to regret not being able to participate in one more Blue Star competition, but now I have no regrets.
What's up? Li Yuan was startled. Had he joined one more time, he could have captured the Virtual Combat Championship, become famous worldwide, and made a grand showing. Tian Dajuang, who was sitting next to him, added, so he was hesitating about whether or not to go to the Martial Divine Hall. Li Yuan was speechless. Dan Tai Feng's thoughts were indeed different from ordinary people. Now I'm not worried anymore. A flash of light passed through Dan Tai Feng's eyes, showing sanctity in front of ordinary people is nowhere near as exhilarating as doing so among a group of super geniuses. I must strive to be in the top 10 of the Martial Divine Hall, or even number 1. The group burst into laughter at once. Time slipped by. Li Yuan chatted with the people next to him while Alicia occasionally asked him questions. Captain, you sure ran fast in the world within worlds, not even saying goodbye to us. Alicia shook her head. Si Feng and the others haven't even had the chance to thank you. Didn't we agree to meet up again at the Martial Divine Hall? Li Yuan said with a smile. Li Yuan, you just said you weren't familiar with Alicia, Dan Tai Feng suddenly said, reveling in the schadenfreude. Li Yuan was about to speak. The captain indeed isn't familiar with us. His strength is so great that we're actually just a burden, Alicia said with a smile, but the captain saved my life and gave me a lot of help in cultivation, so naturally, I can't forget it. Wow. So it's a life-saving grace. Then you really should repay it well, Dan Tai Feng, Jin Huguo, and the others teased from the side. They might have had their hearts moved by Alicia just moments before. The love of beauty is common to all. But now, seeing Alicia's eyes full of Li Yuan, they dropped the idea and instead, made fun of the two. I'm team captain. Naturally, I should take up the responsibility, Li Yuan said, shaking his head. Alicia's eyes sparkled, and she smiled without speaking. Her feelings for Li Yuan were indeed not ordinary. Whether it was the time Li Yuan, like a heavenly divine descending, saved her, or the subsequent cultivation in the stone chamber that led to her transformation, both made her feelings for Li Yuan quite out of the ordinary. That was Alicia's nature. If she liked someone, she would strive to win him over. Alicia gazed unwaveringly at Li Yuan. This made Bors, who was in the distance, envious and jealous, but he did not show it. He knew that showing off or provoking now would be like acting the clown. Just wait. No matter how talented Li Yuan is, can he be stronger than me? I've cultivated for nearly 10 more years, Bors thought to himself. During the Battle of 7 Stars, I'll aim for first place to show her my strength, then find an opportunity to get in touch with Alicia. Perhaps, there's still a chance. A few hours later, the flying machine suddenly began to tremble violently, causing everyone's expression to change involuntarily. What's happening? We have entered the 3rd-level star realm where the Martial Divine Mountain is located, so there is no need to worry. The voice of Fang Hai resonated in everyone's minds. The flying machine will soon land. Rumble. Accompanied by a slight tremble in the flying vehicle, the cabin door immediately opens. We've arrived, come on down. Fang Hai's voice rang in the minds of Li Yuan, Alicia, and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! With Li Yuan taking the lead, the 12 geniuses streamed out like fish swimming through water, landing on the ground with a leap. It's huge. The legendary 7-Star Mountain. It truly is a levitating divine mountain. And there's Martial Divine Hall, one of the highest divine halls of our 7-star civilization. Everyone could not help but exclaim in awe. Before their arrival, most of them had inquired about the Martial Divine Hall and 7-Star Mountain, but due to access limitations, they could only find some simple descriptions. Not even images could be found on the virtual network. The secrecy level was extremely high. Very mysterious. Now, they finally saw the true Martial Divine Hall. This, Li Yuan was also quite shocked as he looked at everything within his view. In the sky, there was a fiery red sun, its light illuminating the land, but when it fell on the people, it felt warm and comfortable. Very comfortable. Where they stood was a vast plain, incredibly spacious, with many large flying vehicles coming and going, allowing them to clearly see a mountain range suspended 1,000 meters in the air not far away. A mountain range with exactly 7 peaks hovered between heaven and earth, its surface layer shrouded in a hazy glow, radiating endless might, making it unique in the whole world. With the naked eye, Li Yuan and the others could see that this mountain range seemed enveloped in mist, with many palaces and floating flying vehicles faintly visible. 7-Star Mountain. Li Yuan held his breath. Right. Li Yuan, my father and I have mentioned that 7-Star Mountain is the residence of the top geniuses of our 7-star civilization, protected by the highest security level. Dan Taifeng's eyes shone. Only by being able to reside on 7-Star Mountain can one truly be called a top genius of the civilization. Tian Dazhuang, Jin Huguo, Harmon, Yin Man, and the others listened earnestly. Among this group, no one could rival Dan Taifeng in terms of background and world experience, except for Li Yuan. After all, he comes from a demigod family. Reside on 7-Star Mountain? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. As far as he knew, people like Wu Menong and Yu Jing were members of 7-Star Mountain. Martial Divine Hall. Dan Taifeng then pointed to the distant, standing on the vast land below 7-Star Mountain, a towering ancient and massive palace that radiated a profound aura. Even though it was more than 10 kilometers away, the strong aura contained within the ancient palace still made Li Yuan, Dan Taifeng, and the others hold it in solemn regard. Only by seeing with their own eyes could they truly sense the vast mystery of 7-Star Mountain, Martial Divine Hall. Like that colossal floating mountain range, had already surpassed Li Yuan and the others' understanding of technology. Subconsciously, they felt that such a sight probably couldn't be achieved through technological means. Tisk tisk, it's said that Martial Divine Hall contains great secrets. Dan Taifeng said solemnly to the others. The so-called first-rank inheritance, second-class inheritance, and third-class inheritance, the differences all lie in this Martial Divine Hall. All right. Li Yuan patted his shoulder, pointed at a distant spot, and said with a smile, it's time to gather. Cough cough, Li Yuan. It's not easy for me to show off. Can I finish? Dan Taifeng's eyes flashed with a trace of melancholy. After all, in the upcoming Battle of 7 Stars in half a month, I don't even have the qualifications to participate. I can only watch you guys show off. How old are you? Next year or the year after, once your physical quality improves, just participate again, Li Yuan said with a smile. Li Yuan was quite clear. For the entire 7-star civilization, it's not difficult to elevate a person's physical quality to level 29, it's just a matter of time. The difficult part is the skill level, the star meridian. Therefore, although Tian Dazhuang's physical quality was only level 14, but because he achieved the 5th stage skill in his first year, coupled with his astonishing pace of skill progress over the past year, he was specially recruited. In at most 4 years, within the Martial Divine Star Realm, Tian Dazhuang's physical quality would soar to the top-grade origin martial artist level. This was a point mentioned in many documents. Let's go, Li Yuan said with a smile, and the crowd followed him toward the gathering point under the giant sign in the distance. Dozens of talented people had already converged there, their physical features slightly different, obviously coming from different planets within the 7-star civilization. It seems there's not a single member of the alien race. Li Yuan's Divine Palace inquiry swept over. There wasn't a single alert of kill to obtain spiritual nature. Going anywhere and seeing any stranger, making a Divine Palace inquiry had become Li Yuan's habit. But most of them are martial artists, and even a few are top-grade origin martial artists, it's just that I don't know about the skill levels, Li Yuan thought to himself. The nearly 100 gathered talents from various major planets were clearly of varying ages, and naturally, their true strengths differed. However, in the eyes of the Alliance's higher-ups, anyone below 30 made no difference, all considered young people. More people are coming. 12 people, that's a lot. Only fewer than Feixing and Tianhai Star, probably from Blue Star. Definitely from Blue Star. Haven't you seen the one in the lead? That's Li Yuan. He's actually quite handsome, better looking than he is in video images. Li Yuan? That's Li Yuan. Doesn't look too special. Before I came here, my teacher kept saying he was most likely going to become the numero uno of our Martial Divine Hall's generation. The talented individuals from planets like Ying'o Star, Feixing, and Tianhai Star all watched as Li Yuan and his team approached, discussing among themselves. Clearly, Li Yuan was the most well-known. Tisk, Li Yuan, you really are famous. Dan Taifeng whispered, his eyes full of envy. You've taken all the glory. Dantai, if you can make it through the 7th level of the Battle of 7 Stars, you will become famous too, Tian Dajuang teased. Get lost, you're mocking me for not being qualified to participate, aren't you? Dan Taifeng glared. The two of them were good friends and used to teasing each other. Li Yuan's fame is indeed much greater than ours, Jin Huguo said with a smile. That's normal. He is simply not on the same level as us, Nevsky said calmly, the towering young man from Ross country. Among this group, the one who was really annoyed was Bors. He originally thought that he would be the strongest member of the team, and if not adored, at least he should be taken seriously. However, he found that no one paid him any attention at all. Everyone's gaze was focused on Li Yuan. Alicia's gaze towards Li Yuan was unabashed. Wait and see. In the end, it's all about strength, Bors thought to himself. With my strength, I have every hope of making it through 6th Mountain. A long time in practice is my advantage. Next, I'll spend another 20 years in the Martial Divine Hall to solidify my foundation. In the future, I totally have the hope of becoming a Flying Heaven Peak warrior. Being selected at the age of 28, Bors was still quite exceptional in terms of strength and talent. Ladies and gentlemen, several prime warriors responsible for guiding were quite polite. Please wait here patiently. Once the talents from the 7 great planets gather, the Mountain Lord of 7 Star Mountain will come over. Everyone from Blue Star stood here, waiting patiently. Captain, Li Yuan, Captain, Alicia. Suddenly, 3 people emerged from the crowd, greeting Li Yuan excitedly. Si Feng, Cross, Shang Zi. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. They were comrades from world within worlds. They hadn't seen each other for several months, and each of them had improved to a certain degree in life level. Captain, we finally see you again. Si Feng, Cross, and Shang Zi were all very excited. It's human nature to instinctively band together with others from the same region in unfamiliar environments. But, quite obviously, in the eyes of Si Feng and the others, compared to other martial path talents from the same planet, Li Yuan was more worthy of their trust and respect. This scene also caused nearly 100 of the other planets' talents to mutter to themselves. As the top talents of their respective planets, most were proud. Being so publicly subservient as subordinates was rare and enough to attest to the terrifying aspect of Li Yuan. In a very short time, the talents from the 7 stars had all thoroughly committed Li Yuan to memory. The 7-star mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. After bringing Li Yuan and the others here, Fang Hai thought and twisted the surrounding light, quietly arriving at 7-star mountain. His eyes were casual, familiar with everything around him. Decades ago, he had also practiced here for many years. There were many halls on 7-star mountain, with flying saucer-shaped vessels parked in front of many halls. These halls were the residences of the members of 7-star mountain. Only the hall at the highest point was off-limits to mountain members. It was the abode of the Mountain Lord. Whoosh! Fang Hai leisurely arrived in front of the vast hall. At this moment, 6 figures were already gathered on the small plaza. Fang Hai Star Master. Blue Star's escort this time is actually Star Master Fang. The 6 figures, each with a strong and vigorous presence, were all formidable Flying Heaven warriors. Standing there casually, they seemed to blend into the world, clearly with a high level of skill and understanding. But they were all quite respectful in front of Fang Hai. Where's Duanmu? Fang Hai asked directly. Mountain Lord Duanmu hasn't come out yet, a white-clad flying heaven warrior replied respectfully. We are still waiting for him. Stop putting on airs. Fang Hai shook his head and then said in a deep voice, Duanmu. 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 His voice contained astonishing penetrative power, echoing within hundreds of meters of the void and subtly penetrating the distant palaces. But it did not spread any further. This terrifying control shocked the 6 powerful flying heaven warriors standing beside him. No wonder he was ranked among the top 3 super existences among the many flying heaven star lords. A few seconds later, boom, the sealed hall doors opened suddenly, and a white-clad figure flashed out. He appeared to be in his 30s, his white clothes quite dashing. He arrived in front of Fang Hai, and the white-clad young man said with a hint of helplessness, Old Fang, can you be a bit quieter? You woke me up. You certainly have a leisurely time as a mountain lord, letting us all accompany you in sleeping, Fang Hai said with a smirk. The two chatted quite casually, but the 6 surrounding flying heaven warriors became even more respectful. Clearly, the white-clad young man and Fang Hai were on the same level of stature. All right. Gentlemen, thank you for your hard work. I have confirmed receipt through the virtual network. You may go back, the white-clad young man said sternly, his gaze sweeping across the 6 individuals. Thank you, Duanmu Star Master. The 6 flying heaven warriors turned into streaks of light and quickly retreated. In a very short time, only Fang Hai and the white-clad young man were left. Old Fang, why did you personally come for this escort mission? Are you that idle? The white-clad young man smiled again. I am here by the command of the Alliance Hierarch, Fang Hai said with a smile. The Alliance Hierarch? The white-clad young man was surprised and faintly realized, Li Yuan? He, Duanmu Hong, as one of the few flying heaven star masters of the Alliance and serving as the Star Mountain Master, in charge of overseeing the cultivation of talents in the Martial Divine Hall. Naturally, he was aware of all the information about the newly arrived talents. And among the hundreds of talents who had arrived this year, the most dazzling and special was Li Yuan. Yes, Fang Hai nodded slightly. There are some things that are classified, and I can't talk to you about them. You just need to know he is very important, and you must protect him well. Classified? Duanmu Hong was shocked inside. Given his high status within the Alliance, which borders on that of a demigod, and the kind he is, extremely trusted, it's all still a secret. You can imagine how important it is. He realized that this Li Yuan must be quite special and have big secrets. Divine child-level genius? Duanmu Hong couldn't help but say. In many civilizations, any divine child-level genius is destined to become a demigod. The 7-star civilization has very few geniuses of the divine child level. Don't ask too much, nor should you pry into his secrets. This is the master's command. In the future, you will naturally understand, said Fang Hai with a smile. I'm just reminding you to protect him well. Some things will naturally be handled by others, Fang Hai continued. But also, don't be too deliberate in taking care of Li Yuan. It's not good for his growth. Understood. Duanmu Hong became serious, now clear about Fang Hai's intentions. All right, I'll be going now. I'll catch up with you again on my next visit to Blue Star, Fang Hai said and drifted away. Fang Hai was now quite relaxed. Because the hottest potato had finally been tossed out, he no longer needed to shoulder the responsibility. Big trouble. Even the Alliance Hierarch is treating it so seriously. Duanmu Hong muttered to himself. But the Martial Divine Star Realm is just an ultra-small 3rd-level star realm. Demigods can't kill their way in, and the likelihood of assassination by alien races is extremely small. The entire Martial Divine Hall and the 7-star mountain are built within a completely closed small 3rd-level star realm. Ensuring alien demigods cannot assassinate anyone. The only main entrance is guarded by a demigod, and there are numerous defense measures within the star realm. Even demigods would feel a chill at the prospect. Additionally, there are 36 levels of flying heaven warriors stationed in the realm, making it as secure as a fortress of metal. Everything is to ensure that the younger generation of the entire civilization can grow up safely. As long as he can be safely protected and grow up, that will be a meritorious deed, Duanmu Hong showed a smile. If he truly grows into a demigod in the future and sees me, he'll have to regard me as half his master. As the Star Mountain Master of the 7-Star Mountain, as long as one could serve for decades, the potential network of connections in the future would be quite formidable. Li Yuan, Si Feng, Alicia, and over 100 other geniuses from various planets have been patiently waiting.
Occasionally, they would see flying vessels launching from the super-large villas on the ground, shuttling through the clouds. The vessels carried members of the Martial Divine Hall.
Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over from the clouds, making even Li Yuan's heart tremble, not to mention the others. The weakest in strength, such as Tian Dajuang, Dantai Feng, turned pale in an instant. Then, everyone saw clearly that a young man in white had appeared in the sky in front of them at some unknown time. He stood on the void, his gaze sharp, and his invisible aura alone oppressed everyone present. Flying Heaven Warrior, and definitely a very terrifying Flying Heaven Warrior. Mountain Lord, more than 10 prime warriors on duty respectfully saluted. Mountain Lord, Li Yuan, Alicia, and the rest instantly understood the man's identity, the overseer of the entire Martial Divine Star Realm. And also their direct superior for the coming years of cultivation. First of all, welcome to Martial Divine Mountain. I am the current Star Mountain Master of the 7-Star Mountain, Duanmu Hong. Duanmu Hong's voice was ethereal yet clearly heard by everyone. You may address me as Mountain Lord, Duanmu Mountain Master. For the next 10, 20 years, or even longer, you will all be members of the Martial Divine Hall. So, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Duanmu Hong looked over each person. All was quiet. First, training in the Martial Divine Hall is divided into 2 parts, Martial God Inheritance and Points Rewards, Duanmu Hong said. Martial God Inheritance is determined by your level of inheritance. In your batch, for now, only Li Yuan, Chu Chen, and Bertman are 2nd-class inheritors. The rest of you are 3rd-class inheritors. SCH. The others couldn't help but turn their gaze towards the 3, most looking at Li Yuan. People like Chu Chen and Bertman, many did not even know who they were, but Li Yuan was recognizable to anyone. 7-Star Mountain members can also be 3rd-class inheritors. But the weakest amongst them might also be 2nd-class inheritors. As for the specific differences, enter the virtual network 7-Star Mountain Space to find out for yourselves, Duanmu Hong said indifferently. As for points rewards, that is, 7 stars points, it's determined by real strength. All Martial Divine Hall members are divided into 3 ranks based on strength: 7-Star Mountain members, elite members, and ordinary members. Those who overcome the 7 major checkpoints will become 7-Star Mountain members, receiving an annual reward of 407 stars points afterwards.
Those who overcome 5 checkpoints will be elite members, receiving an annual reward of 207 stars points.
The rest are ordinary members, with an annual reward of 107 stars points. Of course, the above are just the basic rewards. The Alliance will also issue many war missions. If you participate in battles and earn merits, you can obtain points rewards as well. Duanmu Hong spoke softly. For example, among you, Li Yuan, Alicia, Si Feng and others have recently made great contributions in the fierce Feather Star realm, and have all received quite a few 7 stars points. People looked again towards Li Yuan, Alicia and the others. Specific cultivation guidance on 7-Star Mountain will be detailed on the virtual network. In half a month's time, you will face your first battle of 7 stars, which will also decide the amount of 7 stars points rewards for the next year, Duanmu Hong stated calmly. Prepare well. Lastly, I hope you understand, for the Flying Heaven warriors in the civilization, earning even a single 7 stars point involves staking their lives, while you are all given a generous amount. This is because the entire civilization has high hopes for you, Duanmu Hong said softly. With your talents, becoming Flying Heaven warriors is not difficult, but the civilization's expectation for you is to become peak Flying Heaven powerhouses, and even demigods. Even divine beings. Foreign civilizations are constantly spying on us, and the war between civilizations has never ceased. Only by giving birth to divine beings can our 7-star civilization truly be stable. After a brief explanation, Duan Muhong left. Soon after, more than 10 prime warrior supervisors led many first-rank martial artists, taking Li Yuan and the others to villas and mansions that had been prepared in advance. There were thousands of members in the Martial Divine Hall, but only a few could reside in Seven Star Mountain. Elite members and ordinary members all lived in villas on the surface.
All the villas were constructed around the majestic Martial Divine Hall. If viewed from the sky, the dense cluster of buildings and streets resembled a giant Bagua diagram.
Everyone's just arrived at the Martial Divine Hall, so get familiar with the place first, Li Yuan said with a smile. Once everyone's settled down, we'll have time to gather. Okay. The Battle of 7 Stars is in half a month. Even if we can't get through the 5 stages, we should at least pass the first layer and not embarrass ourselves too much. Jin Huguo, Si Feng, and others all laughed. Everyone dispersed. Look, the entire villa isn't very large on the surface. It's just for daily rest, said the accompanying prime warrior, personally introducing it to Li Yuan. But outside the surface villa, there's a martial arts field with a radius of 500 meters. Beneath the villa, there's an underground martial arts room measuring 600 meters in length and width, with a height of over 50 meters, the prime warrior explained. Such a large underground martial arts room? Li Yuan was somewhat surprised. That's huge. It's not considered large, the prime warrior supervisor laughed. It was specifically built by Flying Heaven warriors. After all, talents like you, when researching true intent techniques or sparring with other strong opponents, have terrifying power. If the martial arts room isn't large enough or sturdy enough, it would be quickly destroyed. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, back at Kunlun Martial University, when he and Li Yong sparred in the martial arts room, they dared not unleash star techniques and origin power. If unleashed, the martial arts room would likely collapse. Also, your food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation will all be assisted by high-end intelligent robots, the prime warrior said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, we assistant warriors won't enter your mansion. Oh, Li Yuan was taken aback. Why is that? To prevent assassination. You never know who might have been secretly influenced, the prime warrior said with a laugh. Therefore, many tasks are handled by robots. When inviting companions over to your mansion in the future, you should also be cautious. Like your entire villa, it's protected by a high-level defense system. If it detects an enemy invasion, the intelligent system will instantly activate the defense mechanism, making it impossible for even ordinary Flying Heaven warriors to break through in a short time. Li Yuan nodded again. The entire 7-star civilization really went to great lengths to protect this group of elite talents within the civilization. After becoming acquainted with many aspects of the Martial Divine Hall, Li Yuan entered his villa. He glanced at the villa number 2,044,001, 2044, number 1. Li Yuan smiled, quickly binding his various biometric indicators and spiritual imprint to the villa's intelligent defense system. Xiao Yu. Activate closed-door training mode, Li Yuan said loudly, straight into the villa. Yes, master. In the vast and spacious living room. Martial God Inheritance. There was a glint of anticipation in Li Yuan's eyes. Whether or not I become a member of 7-Star Mountain doesn't make much difference to me, as I am not lacking 7 stars points in the short term. But what exactly is this Martial God Inheritance? Could it really be a divine legacy? Li Yuan logged into the virtual network and entered the Martial Divine Hall space. He began browsing the Martial Divine Hall member handbook. Duanmu Mountain Master was very brief, only giving the many new members of the Martial Divine Hall a concept. The actual cultivation details of the Martial Divine Hall were all in the manual. So, each member of the Martial Divine Hall can only cultivate here until they are 50 years old? Li Yuan thought. Must they leave the Martial Divine Hall if they have not broken through to the Flying Heaven level by the age of 50? If any of the following conditions are met, they must leave the Martial Divine Hall. First, break through to become a Flying Heaven level. Second, exceed the age of 50. It was also regulated to prevent certain members of 7-Star Mountain from deliberately staying at the Origin Martial Artist stage to receive 7 stars points. Each member of the Martial Divine Hall can receive up to 6,007 stars points for free in their lifetime. More 7 stars points? No more. After all, the resources of the entire 7-star civilization are limited. It is impossible to pour unlimited resources into one genius. Want more? Then rely on your own efforts to complete various war missions, or venture into the star realm to obtain them. No wonder the higher-ups don't care about the age of the Martial Divine Hall members, but let everyone compete together. Li Yuan thought. For the younger ones, like Tian Dazhuang, a few more years of tempering, and with improved physical quality, they can still grow. For the older ones, like Boers, who came in at an older age, will leave sooner. In any case, one can only receive up to 6,007 stars points in their lifetime, Li Yuan thought. Perhaps, in the eyes of the higher-ups, a flying heaven martial artist has a lifespan of 500 years, and a demigod has an even longer lifespan of 1,000 years. What's the difference between a year earlier or later? The so-called prime age for cultivation is more for first-rank martial artists and ordinary origin martial artists, because their chances of reaching the flying heaven warrior are very slim, so naturally they have to cultivate with all their might while young. Secondly, the reward limit of 6,000 points is not small either, enough to buy a semi-divine artifact in the 7 Stars treasure vault. The reward targets, after all, are just the origin martial artist youngsters. Looking at it this way, the visualization method bestowed to me by the Dean is indeed incredibly valuable, directly rewarding me with 30,000 points, and according to the Dean, it's only equivalent to a down payment? The true value is far beyond that? Li Yuan murmured. The 7 stars points rewards from the Martial Divine Hall indeed don't mean much to me. Even as a member of 7-Star Mountain, one could only get 407 stars points per year. How about Li Yuan? He still has more than 30,000 points now. Suddenly, Li Yuan thought of how he had recently spent a few thousand 7 stars points to purchase 2 4th-rank treasures, shaking his head. Aside from me, probably very few origin martial artists would do such a thing. Using 4th-rank treasures to enhance physical quality and the liveliness of one's body and bones? That's too extravagant. Even the geniuses of the Martial Divine Hall mostly purchase 3rd-rank treasures that enhance physical quality, combined with cultivation methods, striving to reach the level of a top-grade origin martial artist within a few years. They wouldn't be so extravagant as Li Yuan. It can't be helped, Li Yuan has a lot of 7 stars points. 7 stars points are distributed annually according to strength. Li Yuan read through the manual, thinking. But the levels of martial god inheritance are promoted based on a comprehensive assessment of potential. 3rd class, 2nd class, 1st rank, special rank, there are no very clear promotion rules. The manual only states that it will take into account many aspects, such as the current demonstrated strength, age, star meridian talent, and skill level of each member of the Martial Divine Hall. And Dean Hai has said, a normal 1st-rank martial god inheritor must achieve the feat of killing an alien race of flying heaven level across ranks to be promoted. Li Yuan silently recited, I have already revealed astonishing star meridian talent. If during the Battle of 7 Stars, I can demonstrate overwhelming strength again, perhaps I could be promoted to a 1st-rank martial god inheritor ahead of time, Li Yuan thought. The stronger the demonstrated strength, the more attention one naturally receives, and the more benefits one gets. The manual's content about martial god inheritors also made some clarifications about the benefits for 3rd class, 2nd class, and 1st rank. 3rd class martial god inheritors can accept martial god inheritance once every 5 years. 2nd class, once every 2 years, 1st rank, once a year. As for special rank, there is no clear explanation of what the benefits are, only that they will be far greater than those of a 1st-rank martial god inheritor. Moreover, the manual does not clearly state what martial god inheritance actually is. When I enter the Martial Divine Hall and receive the inheritance, I will naturally understand, Li Yuan thought. Suddenly, drip, the intelligent bracelet vibrated, and Li Yuan immediately looked down and clicked to agree.
A light screen projection condensed, and the projection showed a figure.
Big brother Yu. Li Yuan showed a smile. The one who made the V-call was none other than Yu Jing. Li Yuan, I know you arrived at the Martial Divine Star Realm today. Yu Jing smiled. Tavares even asked me if we should go welcome you, but I rejected him. I figured you must be under enough pressure already, so I didn't want to add to your troubles. Yu Jing smiled. After half a month, when your battle of 7 stars is over, Wu Menong, Tavares, and I will come to your residence to gather. All right. Li Yuan readily agreed, as all of these individuals were members of 7-Star Mountain. They are all top geniuses of human civilization. Making friends with them is a good thing. Big Brother Yu, are all of you currently in the martial divine star realm? Li Yuan asked curiously. A few of us are in concealed cultivation on 7-Star Mountain, but Anyangya is not here. He has gone to the Mingshu star realm on Blue Star. Yu Jing said. A terrible war has broken out there. Maybe in a while, we will have to go support. Mingshu star realm. Li Yuan's heart stirred. It wasn't long before Lu Jing sent him a message, and now a war had already erupted? However, Li Yuan didn't ask Yu Jing further. I contacted you to remind you of 2 things. Yu Jing said. First, give it your all in the Battle of 7 Stars, at least strive to break through the 5th barrier. Becoming an elite member isn't just about getting more 7 stars points every year, there are many invisible benefits that also increase significantly, Yu Jing said. Perhaps it's not much to you, but a mosquito's meat is still meat. Understood, Li Yuan said with a smile. The second matter is about the martial god inheritance, Yu Jing said with a smile. You haven't received it before, and the first contact has the best effect. I suggest you take it as soon as possible. Okay. Thank you for the reminder, Big Brother Yu. Before long, Li Yuan ended the communication with Yu Jing. Big Brother Yu is quite concerned about me, even going out of his way to contact me, Li Yuan thought to himself. Well, Big Brother Yu has spent over a decade in the martial divine star realm. He has much more experience than I do. I'll follow his advice. Apply for the martial god inheritance tomorrow. Just as Li Yuan tapped on the light screen and was about to apply, he realized he needed to queue. The earliest I can apply is in 3 days. Li Yuan shook his head in resignation and clicked to agree. 3 days it is. I can wait, there's still half a month left. Let's make an effort to cultivate the stellar mysterious body to the limit of the 2nd order level 5, Li Yuan said with a grin. The underground martial arts room was immensely vast, like daylight, and this super large underground space left Li Yuan quite impressed. It's enough for top-grade prime warriors to fight at full strength, Li Yuan marveled to himself. Though a top-grade prime warrior could traverse 200 to 300 meters in a flash. But merely for actual combat training, or for sparring among martial artists, such vast space isn't necessary. Just as an ordinary person can reach a speed of 10 meters per second at full power, when 2 people are sparring, the arena is usually just 10 meters in length. Sitting cross-legged on the cool ground. Star marks. With a thought from Li Yuan, surging origin power circulated as he continued trying to imprint more star marks on the numerous life stars of his 2nd star meridian. 2nd order star marks are much more complex than 1st order, naturally making them more difficult to imprint. In this past half-month, Li Yuan had been diligently cultivating the stellar mysterious body, but he had only managed to reach the 4th level of the 2nd order. He was still far from the final limit of the 2nd order level 5. This rate of cultivation, if it were to be known, could surely cause a sensation. After all, many 2nd order prime warriors take years to barely step into the 2nd order level while cultivating a 3rd layer or 4th layer star technique, let alone reach the 2nd order limit. Time passed by. As Li Yuan was still cultivating star techniques, preparing wholeheartedly for the upcoming battle of 7 stars. On the 2nd day after their arrival in the martial divine star realm. Martial god inheritance. What great secret does it contain? There are no explanations even in the manual. Alicia had already reached the entrance to the martial divine hall. After greeting the 2 guards and inquiring about some precautions regarding the martial divine hall, Alicia then entered the majestic hall. She was the first among hundreds of new members of this batch to apply for the martial god inheritance. Alicia always wanted to know what the martial god inheritance truly was. Boom. The great hall's doors shut closed. Half an hour later. Boom. The grand hall doors opened, and Alicia flew out with a shocked and satisfied expression on her face. Incredible. Alicia thought back to her recent experience, feeling astonished. Such a short time, yet it gave me a glimpse of the path ahead. So precious, and they let me come into contact with it directly? The martial god inheritance completely exceeded her understanding. Alicia, that's insane. Absolutely insane. A childish voice resonated in her mind, quite agitated. Those are divine marks, containing the cultivation insights of a divine soul. To think it has appeared in the world like this. With so many divine marks, I now really doubt that someone named Dongfang Ji hasn't stumbled upon a burial ground of numerous divine souls. Otherwise, how could he, a mere demigod, even an unbeatable one, get hold of so many divine marks? I don't believe it, the childish voice said excitedly. You must strive to enter again, and naturally, your gains will be even greater next time, urged the childish voice, quite eager. Don't rush. I only have a third-class martial god inheritance opportunity, once every 5 years, Alicia responded. For now, I'll head back, fully digest the insights from these divine marks, and strive to improve my strength as soon as possible, aiming to upgrade to a second-class inheritors of the martial divine hall. Okay. Feixing, hundreds of kilometers from the entry and exit point of the martial divine star realm. A mysterious location. In the vast expanse of dark space, a vague figure sat cross-legged, motionless, as if eternal. Suddenly, Master, a deep voice spoke up. An unexpected situation arose at the martial divine hall. Tell me, the vague figure's eyes slowly opened, revealing depths profound and vast. I've detected a divine soul's thoughts attaching to a member of the martial divine hall. Just now, it attempted to infiltrate all parts of the temple, seeking to uncover the secrets of the divine hall, the deep voice reported. In a mysterious place. A god-level remnant soul's thought. The blurred figure whispered, what's the name of that member of the martial divine hall? Alicia, the deep voice answered, from Blue Star. Can you sense what race the god-level remnant soul belongs to? The blurred figure slowly said, is it from beyond this domain, or from within? In what form has it survived? It should be from beyond this domain. It lacks the aura of its original essence, the deep voice said. I can't sense anything else clearly, as it's extremely careful, always lurking deep within Alicia's spiritual world, only revealing a hint of secret technique in response to Alicia's spiritual fluctuations. If the martial divine hall were just an ordinary divine artifact, it would definitely not detect it. Then let's not worry about it for now. Add Alicia to the observation list, and if that remnant soul shows any inclination to possess her, eliminate her immediately, the blurred figure ordered. Additionally, secretly initiate a mental communication with Alicia to observe her reactions, to see if the remnant soul's intention is reincarnation, possession, or restoration of its physical body. Yes, Master. How is the secret observation of Li Yuan going? The blurred figure queried, its voice ethereal. His past deeds are confirmed. The deep voice said, since he moved into the villa, I have been subtly sensing through the defensive origin power array. I've confirmed he hasn't been possessed, and the aura of his soul's plane of origin is correct. His spiritual will is strong. There are no signs of alien race control for now. However, the visualization method he cultivates seems quite special. It could well be a second-class visualization method, the deep voice said. I speculate that there are still secrets hidden in the fierce Feather Star realm, but he seems unwilling to disclose them. There's no need to delve deeper. Everyone has their own selfish desires and secrets. Just confirm that his allegiance is to our 7-star civilization, the blurred figure said. As for his training, follow my previous instructions. Yes. Also, Master, the North Moon deity from the Myriad Demon Star realm wants to complete the transaction we abandoned last time and has asked me about it, the deep voice said. What should we do? Tell him, the transaction is possible, but the price compared to last time is increased by 30%, and if they don't agree this time, it will be increased by 50% next time, the blurred figure said indifferently. You may leave now. Whoosh! Strands of golden light bloomed, faintly warping the space, making the figure even more elusive and vague, as if existing in another spatial plane. Alicia's gains were unclear to Li Yuan. He continued his cultivation methodically. Upon arriving in the martial divine star realm, Unlike Dan Taifeng and Yin Man, who might have been excited for a while, Li Yuan was used to the days of cultivation. It was simply practicing with his spear in a different place.
Just like in his younger years, even when his family was celebrating the new year, Li Yuan could still be found practicing alone in his room, finding joy in it.
Martial arts cultivation is destined to be lonely. Many strong individuals may cultivate diligently to achieve a certain goal in their hearts, for revenge, for wealth, and so on, and they believe in their bones that cultivation is incredibly arduous. But Li Yuan was different. At the beginning of wielding the spear, he longed to change the fate of his family, to ensure his uncle and aunt's efforts were not in vain. However, by today, many of the goals he had were already achieved. The lives of his family and their destiny had already been completely changed. Yet Li Yuan could still immerse himself in cultivation wholeheartedly because he enjoyed this solitude. Is practicing with the spear arduous? Is cultivation arduous? Li Yuan thought these ideas were fallacies. He felt nothing but absolute comfort. Xiao Yu, has the combat robot been delivered? Li Yuan suddenly spoke. It was delivered 2 hours ago. I've already arranged for it to stay in the charging room, the auxiliary intelligence's voice responded. Do you wish to activate it, Master? Activate it. In the vast martial arts room, 2 figures were engaged in intense combat. Fierce. Stellar burst. This move should be extremely rapid. Li Yuan wielded the Black Chen spear, infusing it with origin power, endowing the semi-divine artifact with terrifying might.
With every thrust, it burst with the force of exploding stars.
The power of each thrust was stronger than the last, violently challenging the other figure clad in black armor, wielding dual shields. The figure in black armor maneuvered the shields fluidly, with incredible resilience, continuously warding off Li Yuan's spear technique. Still not fast enough. If only considering the might of the spear technique, my second true intent killing move, Stellar Burst, is immensely powerful, almost the pinnacle of the 5th stage, Li Yuan thought to himself, but no matter how strong the attack's might is, if the speed is not fast enough, it cannot be fully effective. The first true intent killing move, Galaxy Flow Spin, is a defensive technique, emphasizing an unending continuity. The second true intent killing move, Stellar Burst, is a pure offensive technique, like a tiger pouncing down the mountain, overwhelming the opponent with absolute force. But shortly after perfecting this killing move, through continuous insight and deduction, Li Yuan realized the issue at hand. The spear technique was indeed fierce but not fast enough. So as long as the enemy could block it head-on, it would be hard to overcome them. Speed. I need to make my spear technique faster and more unpredictable, not only with enough frightful power, but it must leave the enemy unable to trace it at all, Li Yuan thought as he fought the figure in black armor, sensing the mysterious fluctuations of the universe through the long spear. He strived to make his spear technique faster and more intricate. The strongest, the fastest, that's what could be called unbeatable spear technique. It was also what Li Yuan had always pursued with his third true intent killing move, but he had not yet perfected it. Boom. Boom. The black armored figure fighting Li Yuan was like an indestructible cockroach. Even if it occasionally couldn't withstand the long spear's fierce strikes and was forced to retreat, it would come back unharmed after unloading force, ready to fight again. Number 4, that's enough for today, Li Yuan suddenly spoke up. Following that, Li Yuan's figure abruptly retreated. The figure in black armor appeared startled for a moment, then bowed slightly and quickly disappeared into the corridor. These combat robots are really impressive, Li Yuan watched as the other party left, and reflected to himself, they can perfectly unleash the strength of a top-grade origin martial artist, and in terms of vitality alone, I'm afraid even top-grade origin martial artists might not keep up. And they can execute many profound techniques on command. While the efficiency of combat is not as high as with real top-grade origin martial artists in actual combat training, the advantage is that they are available anytime and anywhere. After all, not even the members of the Martial Divine Hall could afford the luxury of being individually paired with a top-grade origin martial artist for sparring in actual combat. Compared to it, the 3 golden armored figures in the Hall of Inheritance are even more powerful and agile, Li Yuan thought to himself. I wonder how such high-grade robots are made, and why aren't they more widespread? If robots with strength comparable to level 28 origin martial artists could be mass-produced, then the 7-star civilization would likely be able to quickly turn the tide in the many battlefields of the Star Realms. Unfortunately, except for in the martial divine Star Realm, Li Yuan had never seen such powerful robots anywhere else. Master, this is the free cultivation resources provided by the Martial Divine Hall for the following month. A support robot named Number 5 by Li Yuan came down the corridor to the martial arts room, delivering a huge box to Li Yuan. At a glance, the box seemed to be half a cubic meter in size. All these support robots were humanoid, and their level of intelligence was extremely high, but they did not use biometric technology for their exteriors. Free cultivation resources? Li Yuan reached out to take it, swiftly confirming the triple password, and the box opened. Inside were various crystal-clear jade bottles, filled with many kinds of liquids. These are all primarily second-rank treasures, with a few third-rank treasures forming the spiritual liquid. Li Yuan, whose standard had also reached quite a height and had read the introductions in the manual, quickly recognized. They assist in enhancing physical quality and are spirit-nurturing elixirs. These resources were provided to every Martial Divine Hall member on a monthly basis. If the monthly expense were converted into Blue Star coins, it would be about 100 million Blue Star coins, all provided directly. Using these auxiliary cultivation resources, although far from third-rank treasures, let alone fourth rank, they are sufficient to continually escalate the physical quality and spiritual power of any Martial Divine Hall member, Li Yuan thought to himself. The free supply of these resources alone amounted to a staggering number when multiplied by the number of members each year. Number 5, you may go back, Li Yuan said softly. Have the staff of the Martial Divine Hall convert it all into Blue Star coins for me. Yes. To Li Yuan, these auxiliary cultivation resources were of no significance. With normal cultivation, he would reach level 29 in a few months. To progress further and become level 30 was not something that external treasures alone could achieve. Moreover, Li Yuan wasn't planning on trying to become a flying heaven warrior in the short term. He was still determined to awaken the 7-star veins and possibly even the 8-star veins during his time as an origin martial artist. For Li Yuan, the stage of origin martial artist was the most crucial phase for establishing a foundation. I didn't expect that the Pillar of Spirit here would still have some effect in honing me. Li Yuan, in addition to his cultivation, also took time to visit a separate temple not far from the Martial Divine Hall. Inside the temple, a massive Pillar of Spirit was placed. It was similar to the one at Kunlun Martial University. It constantly emitted spiritual pressure to hone the spirits and wills of martial artists. Even someone as mentally strong as Li Yuan could feel the pressure, clearly indicating that the Pillar of Spirit in the Martial Divine Star Realm was much more advanced. Similarly, there were many Martial Divine Hall members practicing here, with dozens present at the moment, many of whom were new members. Li Yuan. Li Yuan is here. Many people noted Li Yuan's presence. Figures like Nevsky and Dantai Feng were also there practicing, and they just thought of getting up to greet him. No need. Li Yuan directly communicated via telepathy, urging them to continue their cultivation in peace. Is that Li Yuan? They say he's only 19, but when I sense his life force, why does it seem so strong? Doesn't seem much weaker than us. With the Battle of 7 Stars 12 days away, how far can he make it? Hard to say. I reckon he'll get through the 4th challenge, at most. After all, he's still so young. Even if his physical quality is impressive, his skills are probably not yet at the 5th stage high rank. Some of the more veteran members also noticed Li Yuan. Judging just by physical quality, most of these veteran members were level 29. Though part of Martial Divine Mountain, most had heard of Li Yuan. Just as Li Yuan was about to leave, suddenly, Li Yuan? A voice with a hint of mirth came from behind Li Yuan. Li Yuan couldn't help but turn around and saw 2 figures standing there, the leader wearing a black battle garment and a smiling face, looking to be in his 30s. Something about him felt familiar to Li Yuan. You are? Li Yuan hesitated slightly, then a spark of recognition flashed in his mind as he recalled a photograph he had seen, saying with some surprise, Senior Yan Jing. Haha, I didn't expect you to recognize me, Li Yuan. The young man in the black battle garment laughed, clearly pleased. He was indeed the senior from Kunlun Martial University who was as famous as Jin Huguo in the past few decades. Before coming, Li Yuan had been told by Dean Hai that in his 5th year at the university, Yan Jing had been specially selected for the Martial Divine Hall, and had been practicing in the Martial Divine Star realm for the past 10 years. He just hadn't expected to meet him so soon. Haha, your reputation, senior, is quite legendary at our Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Your name is on all the major lists at the school. All that's history, Yan Jing said with a headshake and a chuckle. Besides, I've had an exchange with Brother Jin. He told me you've even made it through the complete Kunlun 9 mountains. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Before him, the many records of the Kunlun 9 mountains had always been held by Yan Jing. Senior brother, how have the past few years in the Martial Divine Hall been for you? Li Yuan asked curiously. Your senior brother Yan Jing is a member of the 7-Star Mountain, the gentle woman beside him teased. Impressive, Li Yuan smiled and said. Senior brother's strength is almost on par with that of a Flying Heaven warrior. According to the handbook, to become a member of the 7-Star Mountain, one's strength must at least reach the threshold of the Flying Heaven level. I barely became a member of the 7-Star Mountain last year, leveraging on the strength of my star techniques to just meet the attack power standards, Yan Jing said with a shake of his head. In terms of skills alone, I haven't even reached the 6th stage. Compared to a true Flying Heaven warrior, there's still a huge gap. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. For a prime warrior, without truly grasping the true intent, it's difficult to compare with a Flying Heaven warrior. Because Flying Heaven warriors can fly. Flying through the skies is the hallmark of a Flying Heaven warrior. No matter how strong a prime warrior's star techniques or weapons might be, if they can't control the true intent to fly, they can't contend with a Flying Heaven warrior. Senior brother Yan Jing, is your skill level at 99% of the 5th stage? Li Yuan thought to himself. As per school records, Yan Jing's talent should be on par with Jin Huguo's. Entering the Martial Divine Hall for 10 years, progressing from the 5th stage high rank to the brink of 5th stage perfection. A very normal cultivation speed. Over the past few days, Li Yuan had essentially grasped that although there were still over 1,000 people in the Martial Divine Hall, there were just over 100 members of the 7-Star Mountain. This means, the majority of members of the Martial Divine Hall, even after more than 10 years of cultivation, still couldn't pass the 7 trials of the Battle of 7 Stars. Even the elite talents selected from various planets who have spent decades cultivating in the Martial Divine Hall, only dare to guarantee their step into the Flying Heaven level. Ultimately, very few at the stage of a prime warrior truly rival a Flying Heaven warrior. Li Yuan, keep it up. Aim to break through the first 5 trials in the Battle of 7 Stars, or even the 6th, Yan Jing whispered with a laugh. Others may not know, but I am well aware of your skill level. With a smile, Li Yuan responded, I'll do my best. Watching Li Yuan depart, Yan Jing, do you think this junior brother can break through the 5 trials? The gentle woman beside him couldn't resist asking. I've heard he's exceptionally gifted, but isn't he a bit too young? This time I'm betting not just on him breaking through the 5 trials, but also on him taking first place among the newcomers, Yan Jing replied with a smile. First among the newcomers? The gentle woman was surprised. Do you think he's stronger than Bertman from this batch of newcomers? Bertman is level 29, has trained for much longer, is a second-class inheritor of the martial god, and has absolutely terrifying strength, the gentle woman questioned doubtfully. Li Yuan will definitely be incredibly strong later, perhaps the next Lud Nef. But right now, how can he compete with Bertman? The gentle woman shook her head, clearly skeptical about Li Yuan's current strength earning him the first place. You don't understand, Yan Jing said with a smile. I was actually planning to pay a visit to this junior brother, just happened to bump into him. Firstly, to build a relationship, and secondly, to assess his physical quality. I sensed it carefully just now, and he's at least level 28, from the intelligence I've gathered, it seems he also has the soul of Flying Heaven level. Let's wait and see, I believe in him. Yan Jing, who once ventured into the 9th mountain among Kunlun 9 mountains, knew very well the skill requirements for passing the Kunlun 9 mountains. He also calculated Li Yuan's skill improvement rate over the past year. He reached an astonishing conclusion. Li Yuan's current skill level might have already reached the brink of the 5th stage. In the end, he decided to take a gamble. With many members in the Martial Divine Hall, many senior members would privately place bets. Be it with Blue Star coins or with 7 stars points. Events like the annual Battle of 7 Stars were the pinnacle, where the most popular bets were on who would take first place and who could pass the 5 trials. This time, how much are you planning to wager? The gentlewoman asked. Not much, just 1,007 stars points, Yan Jing said. That's not much. The gentlewoman was shocked. Are you insane? 1,007 stars points is something not even a flying heaven warrior could ignore. No one has faith in Li Yuan, so those bookmakers have set very high odds. I will be spreading my bets, he said. I have confidence in Li Yuan, Yan Jing said with a smile. Rest assured, this time I might be able to make back everything I've lost before. You're totally mad, a lunatic, the gentlewoman retorted, shaking her head. How many 7 stars points have you saved up in all your years, apart from what you need for your own cultivation?
What I'm betting on is what others don't know about Li Yuan's true strength, Yan Jing said.
Li Yuan, having traversed the Kunlun 9 mountains, had caused an immense stir within Kunlun Martial University, regarded as a legend by many students. But inside the Martial Divine Hall, except for Yan Jing and Jin Huguo, hardly anyone knew about this. This is the difference in information. Li Yuan had no idea that Yan Jing was placing bets on him. After taking a tour around the Martial Divine Hall and gaining a preliminary understanding. Lecture Hall. According to the handbook, every once in a while there will be Flying Heaven Peak warriors who come to teach the mysteries of true intent. Li Yuan glanced over at the several massive halls in the distance. Each of the halls was large enough to accommodate over 1,000 people. Today, only one of the halls was filled with many Martial Divine Hall members attending a class. Flying Heaven Peak warriors, with at least 6th stage skills and a direct understanding of the mysteries of true intent, can easily attract members of the Martial Divine Hall to their lectures. Occasionally, even Star Masters of level 36 would come to teach a class. The schedule would be distributed to every student. But whether or not they choose to attend, and which Flying Heaven Warriors class they wish to listen to, is up to each member to decide. The lecturer today seems to be a Flying Heaven Peak martial artist from the metal vein. Not interested, Li Yuan shook his head to himself. He headed straight for the Martial Divine Hall. Today was July 5th, the very day when, following the ranking, he could receive the Martial God inheritance. The Martial Divine Hall towered majestically, emanating an ancient and vast aura. Its doors were bronze-colored and usually kept closed. Apart from Li Yuan, no one else arrived at the waiting area outside the door. Suddenly, boom, the gate opened, and a figure in purple clothes flew straight out of the palace. Li Yuan did not recognize the unfamiliar face. Their eyes met only briefly. The figure in purple soared into the sky, heading towards 7 Star Mountain in the high sky. A member of 7 Star Mountain. The ability to fly without relying on a flying device suggests a super genius who must control true intent. Li Yuan looked up at the suspended mountain range in the sky, its peaks rising and falling continuously. Living atop 7 Star Mountain, overlooking the entire star realm, must be very uplifting. Li Yuan. Please enter, a cold voice echoed from behind the weighing area. If you do not enter within 1 minute, you will be considered to have forfeited this martial god inheritance. Whoosh! Li Yuan stepped directly into the Martial Divine Hall, and the metallic gate slowly closed behind him. The interior of the Martial Divine Hall was spacious with a metal floor, but towering divine pillars stood throughout. Mysterious patterns were carved on the pillars, too obscure for Li Yuan to decipher. Overall, the entire hall's style was very antiquarian. As his gaze swept across the room, Li Yuan couldn't help but think of the Hall of Inheritance where Ji Yu resided. Both structures were quite similar. Could it be that this Martial Divine Hall, like the Hall of Inheritance, was left behind by powerful beings from the past? Is it an ancient relic? Li Yuan thought to himself. The next moment, an invisible fluctuation swept over Li Yuan, attempting to plunge his consciousness into oblivion. Wake up! Li Yuan's strong mental presence subconsciously resisted this enveloping wave. First-rank martial god inheritor Li Yuan. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Li Yuan's mind. Do not resist, or else the inheritance cannot commence. First rank? Li Yuan paused upon hearing this. Wasn't it supposed to be second class? Even the Duanmu Mountain Master had said he was a second-class martial god inheritor. When had it changed to first rank? But this was not the time for Li Yuan to delve into such questions. After just a moment's hesitation, Li Yuan ceased resisting and willingly surrendered to the invisible pull. Li Yuan's eyes closed. A few seconds later, swoosh. Whether deliberate or not, in the hands of the now closed-eyed Li Yuan, a long spear suddenly appeared. It was the Black Chen spear. Then, boom! Li Yuan's body was instantly covered in countless earthy yellow lights, his long spear drawing dazzling radiance. Terrifying spear techniques were executed one after another. This was an instinct, compelling Li Yuan to deploy his most formidable strength subconsciously. Whoosh! 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 Endless spear light bloomed as Li Yuan, guided by the invisible force, achieved a perfect blend of mind and body. After a long while, strength assessment successful. Skilled in spear technique, exhibits a high level of affinity with the earth vein. Also has a certain level of compatibility with the wind vein. A cold voice began to resonate within Li Yuan's mind. Inheritance initiated. Marking target induction, unknown fifth-order divine being, skilled in spear technique, versed in both earth and wind laws. Inheritance begins. Even though Li Yuan's consciousness was being guided, he remained lucid. This moment, that cold voice set off tempestuous waves in his heart. He had a certain degree of compatibility with the wind vein? Since when was he aware of this? At the same time, Li Yuan also realized that the seven-star civilization's martial divine hall inheritance seemed indeed to be related to divine beings. Before Li Yuan could contemplate further, a point of light emerged within the hall, appearing out of nowhere, and descended directly onto Li Yuan's forehead. Boom! Li Yuan's consciousness sank entirely, but in that instant, he became utterly transfixed. This was a rather vast world. An endless wilderness stretched before him, the land vast and broad, with a figure about 3 meters high standing there. He was clad in black combat armor intricately patterned, as if containing unnamed fluctuations that made the figure's presence even more terrifying. In his palm was a nearly 5-meter-long silver spear, the shaft of which was carved with countless complex and secret runes, particularly at the spearhead. Whoosh! The black figure's long spear suddenly moved, practicing spear technique on the spot. It was in the instant of the spear's dance. Soundlessly, a consciousness completely merged into the figure in the black combat armor. Me? Li Yuan was bewildered, sensing that he seemed to have entered a new body, his perception sharp to the extreme, with the vast world seemingly within his control. His immensely powerful body, every gesture, seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth. However, Li Yuan's conscious will was very vague, as if suppressed by an invisible force, unable to control the body, only sensing instinctively. The mark. Right, this seems to be a spiritual imprint left by a divine being, the thought vaguely flashed through Li Yuan's mind. What I should do is to sense the mystery of this imprint. Spear technique. Li Yuan could sense that the man in the black combat armor was practicing spear techniques, each movement slow, not even harnessing much power within his body, yet the spear was drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. It is the force of the earth vein from heaven and earth. Li Yuan's perception was extremely clear. This was the force of heaven and earth he often harnessed in his training. Utterly familiar. Beyond the force of the earth vein of heaven and earth, Li Yuan also sensed another force, just as refined, but not as powerful. This force of heaven and earth, it somehow also feels familiar. Li Yuan's subconscious had already forgotten what he was supposed to do, only focusing all his effort on sensing it, trying to understand, to remember. Whoosh! Whoosh! The man in the black combat armor continued practicing with the spear, its might rapidly transforming, not containing a trace of origin power, but the force of heaven and earth it summoned was increasingly terrifying and refined. Whoosh! With the movement of the spear, it seemed like stars in tumult, making the man in the black combat armor appear as a celestial body, embodying an unshakable, terrifying dignity capable of crushing everything. Stellar True Intent. His level of spear technique has entered the 6th stage, the force of heaven and earth so refined, it can be called true intent, Li Yuan continued to sense clearly. He had an illusion, as if he himself had also comprehended the stellar true intent. This feeling was very mysterious and strange. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 the originally mighty and majestic spear technique abruptly changed, seeming to incorporate another profound mystery, becoming unpredictable. A burst of spear light, occasionally erupting, was enough to stir the void for over 100 meters, as if to tear the void apart. The speed of the silver spear dance grew faster. The might of the spear technique grew more terrifying. This seems to be the integration of another true intent, the combination of two mighty true intents. Li Yuan's sensing became more arduous. This should be wind. The mystery of the wind vein's true intent. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Regarding the stellar true intent, Li Yuan had cultivated to the 5th stage perfection, and he was only one step away from the initial condensation of true intent. Therefore, he found sensing the divine being's imprint and comprehending the mysteries of stellar true intent extremely comforting. All the many confusions of the past seemed to unravel in an instant. But as for the mystery of the earth vein's true intent, although, in the training over the past few months, Li Yuan had followed his heart in pursuit of maximizing the speed of his spear technique, and had already begun to unwittingly draw on a bit of the power of heaven and earth from the earth vein. He was still far from condensing the earth vein's true intent. So, even though he had a very clear sense of it, Li Yuan still struggled to truly understand. Follow this feeling. Experience these profound fluctuations. Although Li Yuan's conscious mind was suppressed, his subconscious, instinctual nature had given up on directly deciphering and was instead striving to remember this rhythm of the spear technique. To grasp the profoundness. To seize the essence. From this moment, Li Yuan's consciousness seemed to completely merge with the man in black combat armor, indistinguishable from each other, clearly sensing the copious mysterious fluctuations of heaven and earth in his spear technique. Time passed. The spear technique displayed by the man in black combat armor became increasingly powerful. He still had not drawn upon his physical strength, but his spiritual will had completely merged into the spear technique. The spear technique became ever more sharp. The power of heaven and earth it drew upon grew increasingly vast and unfathomable. A radius of several hundred meters around him, following the rhythm of the spear technique, had been thoroughly turned into ruins. Countless fragments of stone and dirt shook and tumbled through the vast sky along with the spear light. Suddenly, it seemed as if the power of heaven and earth being drawn upon had reached a certain limit. Whoosh! With a sudden thrust of his long spear, the man in black combat armor unleashed a strike that was immensely powerful and also incredibly fast. With a single thrust. Boom! Boom! The previously vast and imposing power of heaven and earth was completely compressed into a single point, all condensed at the tip of the spear, instantly making the power of the spear tip reach an inconceivable level. Whoosh! The spear light tore through the vast sky, instantly piercing through 1,000 kilometers of the void, leaving behind a long-lasting trace between heaven and earth. Law. It's the law of earth, the wind law. Li Yuan realized, and vaguely thought of a move he had seen Principal Fang Hai perform before. A single drop of rain, tearing through heaven and earth. How similar it was to the move he was witnessing now, both directly drawing upon the mystery of heaven and earth, and their power reaching terrifying levels. Human strength is limited, but the power of heaven and earth is infinite. This divine being's move seems even stronger, his spear technique containing two great laws, almost perfectly integrating the law of earth with that of wind. Li Yuan felt enlightened. The man in black combat armor continued to practice his spear technique becoming ever more esoteric. Let alone the wind law, even the fluctuations of the law of earth were completely beyond Li Yuan's understanding. After all, he had only just touched the threshold of true intent, to say nothing of condensing the essential mysteries of the laws representing the nature of heaven and earth. But still, even if he did not understand, this resonance and comprehension of the spiritual imprint was indeed a special kind of baptism, laying the firmest foundation for Li Yuan's future cultivation. After a long time had passed and this resonance of consciousness became extremely exhausting, Li Yuan's consciousness gradually became weary. Finally, boom! The man in black combat armor's eyes snapped into focus. He abruptly mobilized the vast and endless origin power within his body and fully activated the 6-star meridians. He burst out with all his might. A spear thrust forward. The terrifying power instantly tore through the land ahead. It was as if the sky had fallen and the earth had split apart. One by one, mountains were crushed and torn apart, eventually leaving behind a ravine hundreds of kilometers long. Such was the terrifying power of a single spear. Whoosh! The man in black combat armor finally retracted his spear and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. His burst speed had reached over 100 kilometers per second in just a few seconds, arriving at the very edge of the void. The thread of consciousness that belonged to Li Yuan, which had descended here, was rapidly disintegrating, and in the final scene before complete disintegration, he vaguely saw a massive warship at the edge of the void. On the warship, there seemed to be many figures wearing the same black combat armor. Inside the martial divine hall. Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat puzzled, feeling a sense of unreality. A very mystical experience to resonate with the spiritual imprint of a divine being. The impact on Li Yuan's spiritual will was too great. Even with a soul as strong as his, he was somewhat dazed for a time. In the countless spear techniques he sensed through the consciousness resonance. Now, combined with Li Yuan's lucid consciousness, his mind was flooded with countless insights. Yet, if he wanted to truly master them, he had to personally practice and experience the spear technique. After a while, Li Yuan finally calmed down completely. Li Yuan, a gentle voice suddenly said, "Remember, only a first-rank martial god inheritor is eligible for consciousness resonance, and can understand the true essence of the inheritance. Second-class martial god inheritors and third-class martial god inheritors, except for very few, mostly just assimilate the marks and learn through intuition. The effects of their inheritance differ much more. Even if they have guesses, they do not understand the specific details. Therefore, remember not to reveal any secrets," the gentle voice said. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. He had a hunch that this gentle voice was probably the true ruler of the martial divine hall. As for the so-called truth, Li Yuan's heart trembled even more. This divine imprint left by the divine being was just too miraculous, and from the screening situation just now, the number of divine being inheritances contained within the martial divine hall was probably astonishing. Indeed, it was very surprising. So many divine inheritances, where did they come from? This was surely one of the greatest secrets of the 7-star civilization. At this moment, Li Yuan also somewhat understood why, in just a short period of time, the 7-star civilization rose swiftly, giving birth to so many demigods and flying heaven warriors. With the martial divine hall's inheritance, the probability of a genius growing into a strong warrior was much higher. What constitutes the foundation of a civilization? This was it. As a first-rank martial god inheritor, you can receive an inheritance of marks once a year, the gentle voice said. You may return next July. But externally, you are still considered a second-rank martial god inheritor, do not expose yourself. Li Yuan nodded slightly, his mind already on the divine spirit liquid, which was also provided privately. The martial god inheritance was probably the same. Furthermore, I must remind you, the inheritance of marks and the consciousness resonance are merely to let you experience the pinnacle of spear technique and the mystery of the law's fluctuation. They are still just auxiliary to your own efforts. Your own spear technique, your perception of the heavens and earth. You must still cultivate step by step, the gentle voice advised. Do not be negligent, as every instance of consciousness resonance comes at a great cost to our 7-star civilization. Yes, Li Yuan said solemnly. Indeed, the consciousness resonance was not real, he had not yet condensed the stellar true intent, and he was still far from understanding the mystery of wind. Yet this experience was enough to give him a more complete recognition of the path ahead. In a sense, it was as if he had received the cultivation experience of a divine being. Any other questions? The gentle voice asked. If there are no questions, you may leave. May I ask, Senior, what are the requirements to advance from a first-rank martial god inheritor to a special-rank martial god inheritor? Li Yuan asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. If there were such benefits to being first rank, what about special rank? The hall fell silent for a few seconds. When you achieve flying heaven, think about it then, the gentle voice answered. Special rank martial god inheritors are unrelated to the martial divine hall. When your strength is sufficiently powerful, you will naturally come to understand. Li Yuan walked out of the hall. Rumbling, the doors of the hall closed. Fifth rank unidentified divine being inheritance imprint, depleted of power, now temporarily sealed for restoration. Reactivate in 20 years. An invisible fluctuation transmitted throughout the martial divine hall. Soon after, Li Yuan returned to his palace residence. Xiao Yu. Activate seclusion mode. For the next 12 days, no one must disturb me for anything other than matters of extreme importance, Li Yuan ordered directly. Right now, having just received the inheritance, all sorts of feelings and insights were at their clearest. He had to seize the time to cultivate. Yes, Master, Xiao Yu responded. Quickly, the entire villa was transformed, isolating all external influences. In the underground martial arts room, spear. The Black Chen spear appeared in Li Yuan's right hand, and he gripped it firmly, his mind filled with the scenes of consciousness resonance with the unknown divine being he had just experienced. He did not rashly begin practicing with the spear but instead strived to quiet his heart and search for that special sensation. For a long time. Law integration. The strongest, the fastest, that is the peak of spear technique, Li Yuan pondered silently. That unknown divine being managed to integrate two laws, increasing the might of the spear technique to an incomprehensible level. I am far behind. One step at a time. Follow the sensation and practice. Time flowed by day. Beyond his daily foundational cultivation, Li Yuan devoted almost all his remaining time to practicing his spear technique. Without sleep or rest. Besides Li Yuan, the newcomers who had just joined the martial divine hall, after their initial excitement, also began to practice relentlessly. With the inheritance of the martial god, teachers who were flying heaven peak warriors, various free third-rank secret manuals, optimal combat training, and numerous auxiliary cultivation treasures. Any martial arts genius would understand that these are undoubtedly the best cultivation conditions offered by the seven-star civilization. If not now, when would they strive hard? Especially those geniuses who had received the martial god inheritance. For instance, Li Yuan had conveyed Yu Jingyi's advice to Dan Taifeng, Tian Dajuang, Jin Huguo, and others. Feeling the preciousness of the martial god inheritance, these geniuses naturally desired even more to ascend from third-class inheritors to second-class, or even first-class. After all, third-class inheritors of the martial god could only receive the inheritance once every 5 years. Compared to the first class and second class, the difference in treatment was far too great. And the Battle of 7 Stars would be their first debut in the martial divine star realm, an event that both the mountain lords and demigods would pay attention to. July 17th. In the vast underground martial arts room, bright lights illuminated the area like daylight. Whoosh, whoosh, Li Yuan was holding a long spear and constantly practicing his spear technique in the martial arts room. Every swing of his long spear drew upon astonishing heavenly and earthly forces, sometimes creating starlight phantoms and sometimes forming spear-light illusions. Boom, however, compared to the past, Li Yuan's spear technique had clearly changed. It was neither the purely continuous and absolute defense of the whirling galaxy, nor the wild, sweeping, overwhelming offense of the stellar burst, which served as offense in place of defense. Instead, it combined the advantages of both true intent killing moves. Spear techniques that are too soft won't do, and long defenses are hard to maintain, Li Yuan reflected with clarity in his mind. But spear techniques that are too rigid and strong also won't do, for excessive rigidity leads to breakage, and unrelenting fierce attacks will eventually exhaust their momentum. The so-called stellar true intent should inherently be complete and flawless, inclusive and comprehensive. The truly superior stellar spear technique should be a harmonious blend of strength and softness, yin-yang conversion, continuous and never-ending. Since accepting the martial god inheritance, for more than 10 days, Li Yuan had been practicing the spear following his own insights. The miraculous experience of consciousness resonance allowed Li Yuan to unconsciously gravitate towards the spear technique of the divine, absorbing the essence of the divine spear technique. While pondering alone, Li Yuan would occasionally observe the map of myriad stars, combining it with his own insights for deduction and summarization. His many advantages led to rapid progress. In just over 10 days, Li Yuan's spear technique became smoother and more fluid, and he felt that many of the perplexities of the past were gradually being resolved. Suddenly, as if a stroke of luck had touched his heart. Swoosh! Suddenly, his previously wildly unremitting spear technique transformed in an instant. Li Yuan's whole body's vigor, in combination with his origin power, burst forth through the Black Chen spear. The numerous spear-light phantoms that had exploded before converged, as if a star were suddenly collapsing, with countless energies and materials all gathering at the center, completely concentrating. The next instant. Boom! The terrifying heavenly and earthly forces, compressed to the extreme, were almost entirely focused on the tip of the spear and burst forth from the long spear, twisting as they erupted skywards, and shockingly shot out a spear light dozens of meters long through the void. Piercing the void. Enduring endlessly, clearly, this spear light had been condensed to the extreme. Haha, I did it, I've finally mastered it. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. The condensation of this spear has increased my attack power by several times over. The might of one spear is nearly at the limit of the 5th stage, Li Yuan mused internally. It can already be considered the embryonic form of true intent. To think that the chasm between the 5th and 6th stages has been crossed by me so unwittingly. What is called the condensation of true intent is to continuously comprehend and lead the forces of heaven and earth until they fuse into one point, much like curling 5 fingers into a fist and punching out fiercely, its power astonishing. Previously, Li Yuan's 2 major true intent killing moves, whether utmost yin or utmost yang, couldn't achieve perfect condensation, thus they could only be considered 5th stage perfection. But now, this move, with yin-yang conversion and perpetual life, is truly close to the spear technique of the 6th stage. It can be said, in the time to come, as long as Li Yuan keeps comprehending and sensing more of the forces of heaven and earth, and strives to integrate these comprehensions into this spear technique killing move, and keeps refining it, he will inevitably truly step into the 6th stage. Just by creating the 3rd true intent killing move, his skill has reached the threshold of the 6th stage. Should this news spread, it would surely shock the many geniuses of the martial divine hall and a great number of flying heaven warriors. It's well known that many flying heaven warriors, relying on years of accumulation, have created 5 or even 6 true intent killing moves, yet still struggle to break through. True intent killing moves value quality, not quantity. Li Yuan thought to himself, these 3 true intent killing moves of mine have already encapsulated the mysteries of the stellar true intent, sufficient for my use.
Many flying heaven warriors, despite creating numerous true intent killing moves, essentially have an insufficiently high comprehension of the mystery of heaven and earth, and the core mysteries of many moves are similar, unable to merge with each other. Being numerous and mixed actually hinders breakthrough. Li Yuan, now of a higher realm and having inherited the divine spear fighting experience, had an elevated perspective as well.
In the current eyes of Li Yuan, many of the skills and moves of the flying heaven warriors had flaws and weaknesses. Such rapid progress was also because Li Yuan had sufficient accumulation, having practiced the supreme star technique for so long, the martial god inheritance, and the map of myriad stars. All added up with Li Yuan's inherently high comprehension. He had made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. This move, I will name based on the final layer's conception in meaning of the stellar, Li Yuan thought casually. Let's call it stellar reversion to ruins. In an instant, all power is withdrawn and then in the next moment, it completely bursts forth towards one point, indeed worthy of the phrase, reversion to ruins. What a pity. Up to now, I still can't integrate the mysteries of the wind into the stellar spear technique. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. Li Yuan's spear technique, while always pursuing the strongest, the fastest. During the resonance of consciousness with the divine spear technique, He personally experienced the integration of the two laws. However, when he truly consciously mimicked the divine spear technique to practice, Li Yuan realized it was too difficult. First of all, to truly comprehend the mystery of the wind was very difficult. I may have some talent in the wind vein, but compared to the talent of the earth vein, it's far too lacking, Li Yuan secretly said. Over these 10+ days, I have only comprehended a bit of the mysteries of the wind. Computed, it's barely at the standard of 10% of the 5th stage. The boost to his strength was negligible. Li Yuan also attempted to combine the two forces of heaven and earth. But the core of the two forces was entirely different, like two armies abruptly mixed together. Battle power may not increase, but might even decrease. At least, Li Yuan still didn't have much of a clue now. Spear technique moves, invoking the power of heaven and earth, were never about quantity but about suitability. No rush. I'll contemplate it step by step. That divine being was even able to combine two major laws to erupt with power, Li Yuan thought to himself. I just want to make a preliminary integration of the earth and wind mysteries, and I refuse to believe I can't do it. He calmed his mind. Li Yuan continued to ponder over the spear technique, not stopping until deep into the night. Then he began to practice the visualization method. July 18th, a little past 4 in the morning. Once dawn arrives, it will be the time for the Battle of 7 Stars. Li Yuan's eyes carried a hint of anticipation. I also don't know how far I can go. His gaze involuntarily swept over the Divine Palace panel. Life level 28.4, second rank, fist strength 704,000 kilograms. Speed 353 meters per second. Spiritual power level 34. Willpower level 34. Spiritual awakening level 45%, current limit 45%. Star meridian 5 star meridians, 10 layers plus 5 layers plus 4 layers plus 3 layers plus 2 layers. Skill realm. Spear technique, 5th stage 99%, movement technique, 5th stage 99%. 9 layers star technique, true solution of the earth star vein, 1st rank level 9, level 9. 5 layers star technique, stellar mysterious body, 2nd rank level 5, level 10. Whether it's physical quality, spear technique skills, or star technique, all have been cultivated to the current limit, Li Yuan murmured to himself. I'll do my best. He gently closed his eyes, silently regulating his breath. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he drank some 3rd-rank spiritual liquid again and ate some food. Feeling quite comfortable throughout his body, Li Yuan finally received a message alert. Li Yuan, come out quickly. In the martial divine star realm, with a maximum diameter of over 1,000 kilometers, only lived a little over 1,000 martial divine hall members, and a handful of logistical support staff. Therefore, aside from the most central area which served as the daily living and cultivation space for geniuses like Li Yuan and Dan Taifeng, in the outer areas, many ultra-large buildings with special uses were constructed. For example, the 7 Stars Battlefield. This actually is a large-scale combat space built specially for the yearly Battle of 7 Stars. Inside a small flying vehicle that was carrying Li Yuan, Dan Taifeng, Alicia, Tian Dazhuang, Jin Huguo, Yin Man, and Yin He, they flew towards the vast expanse of the 7 Stars Battlefield. The 12 talents from Blue Star seemed to be from the same hometown, but most were not acquainted with one another. They formed small cliques. Or to say, the several hundred geniuses of the entire martial divine hall were all divided into many cliques. And this group, naturally centered around Li Yuan, with people like Yin Man, Yin He, was purely because they were all from Sha country and wished to socialize a bit, thus they had taken the initiative to gather. You all didn't come yesterday, Dan Taifeng said with a smile. Yesterday's 7 Stars advancement battle for the older generation was actually quite amazing. Over a dozen made a successful assault on the 7 Star Mountain, even revealing mysteries of true intent, Dan Taifeng said with a sigh. So impressive, those two, I heard, are veterans who have been practicing for over 10 years, still prime warriors but definitely a match for a real flying heaven warrior. The Battle of 7 Stars held in the martial divine star realm, aside from the yearly battle for newcomers, also holds advancement battles. Any old members who feel they have sufficient strength can apply to fight. It's generally held 2 days before the newcomers battle, with the option for others to go watch. You missed out big time by not seeing it, Dan Tai Fung said with a look of regret. As if everyone's like you, not capable enough to participate in the battle, yet not focusing on cultivation. Tian Dajuang shook his head. Wandering around all day. This is called familiarizing oneself with the environment and broadening one's knowledge, Dan Tai Fung retorted, glaring at him. Besides, didn't you also go to watch the fight yesterday? Haha. A burst of laughter came from the group. Everyone was used to the banter between Dan Tai Fung and Tian Dajuang. In fact, if Li Yuan was not participating in the battle himself, he probably would have gone to watch. The flying vehicle arrived at the outer area of the Seven Stars battlefield, a gigantic metallic structure over 100 meters tall. As they got closer, it was still quite shocking to behold. Li Yuan, Alicia, and the others got off the flying vehicle. Such a huge building, and it's only used a couple of times a year, that's pretty extravagant, Tian Dajuang remarked. Not just that, Alicia said with a smile. I've heard that occasionally, when Martial Divine Hall members challenge each other, they will also hold it here. Oh. Is that so? Tian Dajuang realized. There are quite a few people who've come. Li Yuan looked around. Many people were also getting off flying vehicles, heading into the interior of the battlefield through the gate. How many people were in the entire Martial Divine Hall? Li Yuan was quite surprised to see so many people coming to watch. Normally, each year only about 100 or 200 old members come to watch, with most people still focusing on their cultivation, Dan Tai Fung said with a smile. But this time it's different. Anyone who stayed in the Martial Divine Star realm will probably come to watch. Oh. Why? Not just Alicia, but even Yin Man and Yin He were curious. Dan Tai Fung revealed a mysterious smile. Because this year there are 2 people who are receiving a lot of attention. One is Bertman. He is quite old but has received a second-class martial god inheritance spot. Many say he has the potential to win 6 battles. The other is you, Li Yuan, Dan Tai Fung said, looking at Li Yuan with a spark in his eyes. I've heard that. In the last few months, Lu Nef, Yu Jing, Wu Menong, when they meet at Martial Divine Hall gatherings, they mention that they consider Li Yuan to be the #1 talent of the alliance, destined to surpass Lu Nef. Your fame has already spread wide. How could your first battle of 7 stars not attract attention? Dan Tai Fung expressed with feeling. What a pity, when will I receive such remarks like Lu Nef and the others? Lu Nef? Wu Menong? They actually commented on Li Yuan like that? No wonder Li Yuan's fame is so great. These past few days, while training at the Pillar of Spirit, I often heard many of the older members mention Li Yuan, and some were perplexed by the high level of attention Li Yuan has garnered. It turns out that's the case. Jin Huguo, Tian Dajuang, and Yin Man listened with considerable emotion. The members of Martial Divine Hall have a 7 stars ranking, which only includes the top 20 brilliant talents from the 7-star mountain, with Lu Nef ranked first. Wu Menong, Yu Jing, and the others are also listed among them, so people like Jin Huguo were well aware of the formidable strength of the few mentioned by Dan Tai Fung. Those are the most top-notch talents in the contemporary 7-star civilization. Li Yuan, do you know them? Yin He, who rarely spoke, couldn't help but ask. Both from Sha country and in terms of training years, Yin He is the oldest among them, and among the senior students at Blue Star Starfire Martial University, his strength is also the strongest. However, compared to Boars, he is much more low-key. We met in the fierce Feather Star realm, Alicia said with a smile. The captain's strength has earned him considerable respect from Wu Menong and Lu Nef. Everyone suddenly understood. Bertman has arrived, Alicia suddenly said in a low voice, prompting everyone to look over. Li Yuan also looked over. Several figures disembarked from another flying vehicle not far away. The man leading them wore a blue robe and had short purple hair. He looked to be just over 20 years old, with a stern expression. A group of people were crowding around him, heading inside. Bertman glanced at Li Yuan and the others, especially taking a longer look at Li Yuan, but his face showed no sign of emotion. Level 29.6? It seems to have increased by 0.1 since last time, Li Yuan muttered to himself. He had activated the Divine Palace inquiry to confirm the other's life level. In fact, on the very first day Li Yuan arrived at Martial Divine Star Realm, he had encountered Bertman, who had the highest life level among the newcomers. But at the time, Li Yuan did not know that person was Bertman. Pretty arrogant, Dan Taifeng grumbled, and he's got so many people following him like underlings. If you were as strong as him, you'd probably be even more arrogant, Tian Dajuang said with a chuckle. I've looked up Bertman's information. He comes from Tianhai Star, and those around him are most likely newcomers who came from Tianhai Star this year. Everyone nodded in agreement. The 7-star civilization consists of the 7 great planets. Just in terms of population, Feixing comes first with 50 billion, followed by Tianhai Star with over 30 billion, and then comes the Blue Star with over 10 billion people. The larger the population, the greater the number of martial arts talents that will be selected. Population is the foundation of birthing top-notch talents. Almost all the older students say he is hopeful to win first place in the newcomer battle. I know that in the betting pools organized by the older students, they all bet on him to be number 1 in the newcomer battle and to get the highest performance evaluation, Tian Dajuang said with a laugh. It was clear that, like Tian Dajuang and Dan Taifeng who didn't have the pressure of participating in the Battle of 7 Stars, they had the most interactions with other older members over half a month and knew the most about various sorts of information. First place. Him? If he were really that powerful, he would have been chosen for the martial arts hall long ago. Alicia frowned, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. Deep down, she was very much looking forward to Li Yuan winning first place in the newcomer battle. Alicia, don't underestimate anyone, Li Yuan said with a smile. Being a top-grade origin martial artist, his greater age actually gives him an advantage in the newcomers' battle of 7 stars. Besides, being so aged yet directly confirmed as a second-class martial god inheritor also indirectly proves his exceptional qualities, Li Yuan said smilingly. Alicia nodded, not objecting. Just as everyone was about to enter. Li Yuan, Alicia, you guys got here before me. A voice of surprise suddenly came from behind them. Following closely, a figure with a full head of blonde hair strode forward, revealing a self-perceived handsome smile. Alicia frowned. The smiles also faded from everyone else's faces. Boars, Li Yuan, however, revealed a polite smile. Long time no see. Indeed, it's been a long time, Boars said with a big grin. Shall we go in together? Sure. The entire Battle of 7 Stars arena is quite vast. Everyone proceeded along the corridor, stepped onto the stairs, and quickly came upon quite a spacious battlefield, with a maximum diameter that definitely exceeded 3 kilometers. It's quite large, Li Yuan observed with a sweep of his gaze. The terrain of the entire battlefield was not completely flat, but rather quite complex. It was not fully forged from metal either. At first glance it almost seemed like soil, clearly of a very special material. I've heard that the building materials for the entire 7 Stars surface are very unique, acquired in a trade with an alien civilization by a demigod, Dan Taifeng said excitedly. Similar to memory metal, even if the fighting intensifies and changes the terrain, after a major battle, the entire battlefield will quickly return to its original state. That's pretty special, Li Yuan said with a smile. The group headed towards the spectator platform area. Compared to the vast combat area, the spectator area was built much smaller, limited to one side of the combat space. There were only 3,000 spectator seats. After all, how many members are there in Martial Divine Hall? The number has never exceeded 2,000 in decades. Thus, 3,000 spectator seats were sufficient. Bertman has arrived. Li Yuan is here, too. It seems Lude Neff and the others think highly of Li Yuan, but from what I see in those betting pools, they seem to favor Bertman even more. Isn't that obvious? How long has Bertman been training? How long has Li Yuan been? Lude Neff and the others are optimistic about Li Yuan's future strength. That doesn't mean Li Yuan is strong now, someone retorted. He's too young. In my opinion, it would be good if Li Yuan could win 4 matches this time. Many veteran members in the spectator area were discussing with each other. By now, Li Yuan, Alicia, Tian Dajuang, and the rest of their group had already taken seats in the third row of the spectator seats. Each seat was very spacious. All the newcomers sat in the lowest rows, so they could quickly join the battle. It sounds like all the veteran members are rooting for Bertman, Yin he commented softly. Wait until our captain makes a move, then they'll naturally come to their senses, Alicia whispered. She had her reasons for being optimistic about Li Yuan, beyond just trusting him. Li Yuan, Yu Jing and the others are up there. Should we go to meet them? Jin Huguo said in a low voice. No need, we'll talk after the battle. Li Yuan shook his head. Senior brother, calm your mind and prepare for battle. Li Yuan has arrived. In the highest seats of the spectator platform, more than 10 figures sat, their presence exceptionally strong. People like Yu Jing, Tavares, and Anyangya were among them. The ordinary veteran members below didn't dare to approach them. Because these 10 odd people were the most elite of the veteran students from 7-Star Mountain. Yu Jing, do you think your little fellow townsman can make it through the 6th round? However, from the betting pool that Anyangya opened, it seems Bertman is listed as the favorite, an astonishingly beautiful black-haired woman said curiously. She wore purple attire and radiated a heroic spirit. Pei Jun, just watch, Yu Jing said with a smile. If you don't believe me, do you also not trust a demigod's judgment? Pei Jun was an incredible talent from Feixing, with Sha country bloodlines. After Feixing's first major extinction caused by an invasion from a foreign civilization, many planets resettled a large number of their population on Feixing to replenish various regions. The majority of those who immigrated were from Sha country. Now, the people of Feixing, descended from many planets and nations, were numerous. Those with Sha country lineages ranked among the top 3. Oh, the Mountain Lord has arrived, Tavares commented as he looked toward the sky, where 8 figures descended directly from high above to another side on the podium. All of them were flying heaven warriors responsible for guarding the martial divine star realm, each at least at the peak of flying heaven. The one leading was Duanmu Hong, dressed in a white robe. Time passed. Members of the martial divine hall arrived one by one and took their places on the spectator seats, and they also noticed the arrival of the Duanmu Mountain Lord. No one dared to speak out loudly. Succeeding that, newcomers like Chu Chen and Nevsky arrived one after the other, and the number of people in the spectator seats had exceeded 700. Compared to the total number of martial divine hall members, this number was remarkable. There are so many people. At last year's Battle of 7 Stars, less than 100 veteran members came to watch. The gentle and beautiful woman sitting next to Yan Jing surveyed the area and couldn't help but comment. The situation is different this year, Yan Jing said with a smile. Looking at all the betting pools and discussions, everyone's listing Bertman as the favorite. The gentle and beautiful woman whispered, "Are you confident?" Just wait and see, Yan Jing smiled, although he felt quite nervous inside. 1,007 stars points. If converted to blue star coins, it would easily amount to over 100 billion. For Yan Jing, this was a massive fortune. Little brother, give it your all, Yan Jing muttered to himself. I'm counting on your victory to turn things around. The Mountain Lord has flown out, the gentle and beautiful woman suddenly said. The battle should be starting soon. Duanmu Mountain Lord, dressed in a white robe, stepped off the podium, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. He stood in the void, overlooking the more than 700 people on the spectator seats, and suddenly, an invisible pressure spread out, enveloping the whole 7 Stars battlefield. The previously noisy spectator platform quickly fell silent. I won't reiterate the specific rules in detail, Duanmu Mountain Lord said indifferently, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. I only remind all participants of one thing. Today, there are many demigods watching the battle through the virtual network. Give it your all. If you perform well, you might catch the attention of a demigod and then be taken as a direct disciple, Duanmu Mountain Lord announced. This caused the eyes of the 100 or so newcomers to light up, including those of Chu Chen and Bertman, both second-class inheritors of the martial god. Demigod direct disciple. Having arrived at the martial divine star realm, they were naturally aware of what demigods represented. They were dominating figures of the 7-star civilization, with terrifying strength. Being accepted as a disciple of a demigod would greatly increase their chances of becoming peak flying heaven warriors in the future. And there was even a chance to achieve demigod status. After all, the majority of disciples from the Martial Divine Hall would end their journey as ordinary flying heaven warriors, with only a few reaching the peak of flying heaven. To become a peak flying heaven warrior, one must refine true intent of heaven and earth. Demigod's disciple? Li Yuan thought to himself, not too expectant inside. Even if a demigod wanted to take disciples, it still depended on whether he was willing. For Li Yuan, diligently cultivating and gaining control of the Hall of Inheritance of the Ancient Torch Divine was the brightest path. 3 minutes later, following the pre-arranged order of battle, come onto the field in succession to participate, Duanmu Mountain Lord overseeing everyone with a detached voice. Remember, the Battle of 7 Stars is also a life or death battle, so be very careful. Otherwise, even with numerous safety measures in place, there is still a chance of death. Everyone's heart chilled. The death rate was repeatedly mentioned in the handbook. Even as the gathering place for the top talents of the 7-star civilization, with layers of protection, the rate of death was still alarmingly high. Every year, hundreds of new members are recruited, yet most talents spend over 15 or even 20 years in the Martial Divine Hall before breaking through as flying heaven warriors. But why does the Martial Divine Hall only have 1,000 people all year round? They're all dead. Going out to fight and kill in wars claims lives, carrying out certain tasks claims lives, and even the seemingly safe, the Battle of 7 Stars, can be lethal. In the Battle of the Fierce Featherstar realm like this one, a super genius named Abbott, at par with Wu Menong and others, fell. In the 7-star civilization, the virtual networks between the 7 great planets are not interconnected for ordinary people. Because once fully linked, the number of people accessing it would be too great, the cost too immense. In fact, the virtual network is capable of interconnecting different planets. But one would need flying heaven-level authorization to enter. At this moment, within a spectator space, on the 7 Stars virtual network that demands extremely high authorization levels. There are powerful existences, one by one, descending their consciousness. They are all here to observe the battle. The giant screen in the distance is displaying the scene from the 7 Stars battlefield of the Martial Divine Star Realm. Whoosh! A black-clad figure appeared out of thin air. Fang Hai has arrived. Old Fang. Fang Hai, come sit with me. Those powerful existences who were sitting at the front and chatting with one another called out to Fang Hai one after another upon seeing him. Those who qualify to observe here are the highest echelons within the 7-star civilization, either demigods or 36th level star masters. They are the ones who decide the direction of the entire 7-star civilization. Everyone sitting at this particular part of the spectator space is a demigod. From their address, it was obvious that Fang Hai's status was not any less noble than that of a demigod. Flame City Demigod. Qing Demigod. Elder Bai Shan. Fang Hai greeted each demigod in turn, directly addressing some demigods by name, while respectfully calling others as elders. Eventually, he sat down next to a purple-dressed woman wearing a black mask. The seats on either side of the purple-dressed woman were empty. San Yi. Fang Hai rarely showed a trace of a smile. The black-masked woman's voice was gentle, but she did not pay much attention to Fang Hai. San Yi Demigod. Strength-wise, she might not be one of the top amongst the many demigods within the 7-star civilization, perhaps even considered somewhat average, but her identity was extremely special. She was a close follower of Dongfang Ji and the first Vice Hall Master of the Starfire Martial Hall. Most trusted by Dongfang Ji. This also made many demigods in the 7-star civilization very respectful of her, not wanting to offend her. Why are you also here to watch the battle? Fang Hai initiated the conversation. His gaze ostensibly fell on the screen ahead, but in reality, it never left San Yi. Aren't you here as well? San Yi Demigod's voice was soft, carrying a hint of aloofness. I have 2 students participating this time, so naturally, I have to come watch, Fang Hai said with a smile. There are more than 30 members from the Starfire Hall participating. San Yi Demigod spoke indifferently, as the chief responsible officer of the Martial Hall, shouldn't I pay attention to it? But you. The Alliance Hierarch has appointed you as the Hall Master for Blue Star. You should take some responsibility, not leave it all to the Flying Heaven warriors under you. Sanyi Demigod glanced at Fang Hai, then turned her eyes back to the distant screen. All right, I'll listen to you. Fang Hai nodded with a laugh. I heard you obtained the visualization method from a divine being? Sanyi Demigod suddenly spoke again. The Hierarch mentioned it to me yesterday. Yes, I acquired it by chance. Fang Hai nodded and added, if I have the opportunity, I will certainly help you get a visualization method. There's no need. My chances of becoming a divine being in this life are slim. Sanyi Demigod spoke lightly, you should focus more on yourself. The Hierarch has said that in the entire civilization, you are likely the person with the highest hope of becoming divine. Don't let down the Hierarch's expectations. Becoming a divine being? A flash of light passed through Fang Hai's eyes. With his strength, becoming a demigod would be a breeze, he could break through at any moment. But why was he still dragging his feet? Naturally, he had higher aspirations. Fang Hai Star Master. A chubby old man sat down beside Fang Hai. I heard a formidable student has emerged from your sect. Hun, you really have outdated news. Fang Hai shook his head, have you been in seclusion again recently? Yes. I've just come out of seclusion. The chubby old man said with a beaming smile. I heard that a formidable young chap has appeared in our Tianhai Star, so I specially came to see just how good he is. That must be Bertman. Another red-robed demigod sitting not far away said with a smile, Hun demigod, according to the reports, this Bertman should have a chance to ascend directly to 7-Star Mountain. Difficult, don't overestimate him. The chubby old man laughed, but his face could not hide his smile. Old fat man, so you came to show off to me, Fang Hai grumbled internally. He had no doubt about Hun Demigod's true purpose. For Star Master demigods, facing ordinary prime warriors and flying heaven warriors, they generally maintain their dignity and composure.
But they are human too. In front of their peers, they tend to be much more unrestrained, with laughter, anger, and banter all being the norm.
The first fight has begun. Sanyi Demigod suddenly pointed at the screen. Let's pay attention to the Battle of 7 Stars for now. Alright. It's started. It's a young guy who's just 20 years old. Fang Hai and Hun Demigod stopped talking and focused on the screen. Just as Duanmu Mountain Lord had said. These demigods have come to watch the battle. Some are here for favored juniors, while others are indeed looking to choose outstanding disciples. However, even if they are members of the Martial Divine Hall, if they are not outstanding enough, it would be extremely hard to catch a demigod's eye. In the Martial Divine Star Realm, inside the 7 Stars battlefield. According to the battle sequence, the new recruit, Quilia, had already leapt into the battlefield. Whether it was Duanmu Mountain Lord and his group of flying heaven warriors or Li Yuan, Yu Jing, and others, all of them were earnestly watching the battle. Quilia's first opponent was a figure encased in black armor, his face was indistinct, wielding a sword and shield, and the aura he emitted was rough and fearsome. The two figures stood nearly a kilometer apart, face to face, and then erupted into action simultaneously. Boom! Quilia, wielding a great axe, moved swiftly, his whole body emitting waves of blue light as he transformed into a streak of light and shot out. He charged at the black figure. With each step, tens of thousands of pounds of force burst forth, causing the ground to tremble faintly. Boom! Boom! The two figures had already engaged in battle, fighting fiercely. So weak, much weaker than I had anticipated. Bors voiced his confusion. This Quilia, his physical quality should only be around the 23rd level, right? How can he fight evenly matched? Bors, you don't understand. Dan Tai Feng glanced at him. In the Battle of 7 Stars, the difficulty of the first 3 rounds isn't fixed. It's determined according to the contender's physical quality. Those with higher physical quality face stronger gatekeepers, and the converse for those with lower. It's also to give the newcomers some confidence. Therefore, most newcomers, at the very least, can pass the first round. It's the 3rd round that's much harder. From the 4th round onwards, the gatekeeper's strength becomes completely fixed. Only absolute power can break through. From the 4th to the 7th round, the strength of the gatekeepers consistently soars, Dan Tai Fung stated seriously. Boars instantly fell silent. Alicia shook her head slightly, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. Quillia is going to win, Li Yuan suddenly spoke out, and everyone watched intently. Boom! Quillia suddenly struck with his axe, and the black figure, caught off guard, was violently knocked back and sent flying. Quillia, win! A deep voice echoed over the battlefield. Won, Quillia said excitedly, swinging his arm forcefully. Quickly, the second round erupted, and this time the opponent was not humanoid, but a huge lizard-like, black earth dragon. It, too, was not a living thing, but its power was much stronger than the black combat armor figure of the first round. The first battle, Quillia had won, but with great difficulty. In the second round, he lost decisively. Time passed. One by one, the newcomers entered the battle, with most only winning the first round before losing the second. Even Jin Huguo and Nevsky fell in the second round. Only about 1/3 could win the second round, such as Yin Man and Cross. However, what truly surprised everyone was Alicia. She was the 29th contender, and initially, the people of Blue Star didn't rate her highly. After all, she hadn't made it into the top 3 of Blue Star's virtual battle a few months before, and in terms of age, she was about the same as Yin Man and Nevsky. With Nevsky losing the second round, how could she fare any better? Yet in reality, Alicia won, and she won the second round relatively easily. In the end, she lost to the third round's gatekeeper. 5th stage intermediate rank. Alicia's swordsmanship is definitely of the 5th stage intermediate rank level. She has improved so quickly. Jin Huguo, Yin Man, and Nevsky were all shocked. They felt the terror of Alicia's swordsmanship. In the virtual battles, Alicia had barely made it into the top 5 and eventually ranked 5th. But now, if there was another round, with the level of swordsmanship Alicia has now shown, probably even Harmon and Nevsky couldn't beat her, and she would definitely be able to challenge the top 3. Captain, how did I do? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Alicia said with a smile as she returned to the spectator space. Impressive, Li Yuan responded with a smile, having already noticed her extraordinary talent. This young lady, not bad. Only 21 years old, I've looked at her profile, she's improved rapidly in the last year, many demigods and star masters discussed in the spectator space. With their strength, they could easily remember the profiles of hundreds of Martial Divine Hall newcomers. From the perspective of a demigod, when they evaluate someone, it's never just about current strength, but an overall assessment. This Alicia, not bad, San Yi Semi-Divine suddenly said. Her swordsmanship has likely stepped onto the path of Ice True Intent, which fits well with my method. Oh, interested in her, are you? Fang Hai teased with a chuckle. Let's observe a bit longer, replied San Yi Semi-Divine in a gentle voice. But Fang Hai clearly understood the disposition of San Yi Semi-Divine, saying so meant that he liked her very much. Without hesitation, Fang Hai immediately sent a message to Duanmu Hong. Duanmu, San Yi Semi-Divine is thinking of taking Alicia as a disciple. After the Battle of 7 Stars is over, you should talk to Alicia. Within the 7-star battlefield, watching one competitor after another stop at the second round, like buckets of cold water being poured over them, many newcomers calmed down. The Battle of 7 Stars was not as easy to win as they had imagined. The 33rd round. Finally, the first newcomer who broke through the third round appeared, Chu Chen. He was one of the 3 second-class martial god inheritors this year. This second-class martial god inheritor, with only level 21 physical quality, displayed an exceptional side of himself. He won 3 consecutive battles, but eventually stopped at the 4th round. His sword technique, however, was impressive, and many could see, if it weren't for the 2 great disadvantage in physical quality, he definitely had the chance to win the 4th round. This Chu Chen just graduated as a sophomore, but his skills are much stronger than mine, Dan Tai Fung said, with a glint in his eyes. His skills are probably at the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, Tian Dajuang assessed, not at the high rank of the 5th stage. This Chu Chen might not be worthy of being a second-class martial god inheritor, Yin Man said rarely, her voice indifferent. It's just that he comes from the same home country as the preceding senior, Lant. The crowd suddenly realized. Within the seven-star civilization, there are two exceptionally special powerhouses, one is Dongfang Ji, and the other is Lant. The home countries of both individuals have the privilege of having a second-class martial god inheritor every year. He's quite formidable, Li Yuan said with a smile. Starting from the 50th round, occasionally newcomers began to win the 4th round, even the 5th. Not because their potential talent was higher than Chu Chen's, but because they were older. In the Martial Divine Hall's battle pairing system, it is intentionally arranged for older newcomers to be placed in the later part of the competition. For example, Yin He, as the number 1 Big Year 5 of the Blue Star Starry Sky University, his strength was terrifying. From the first round, he showed his formidable power, and in the end, he struggled to release 2-star techniques, winning the 5th round with great difficulty. The 6th round, he lost. That's enough, Yin He said, highly satisfied, even somewhat excited. Winning the 5th round means I'm an elite member. The variety of cultivation resources I'll receive next will be much more. Yin He was the second to win 5 rounds. The 58th round, it was finally Bors's turn to enter the stage. Bors, he is the oldest of the newcomers in this batch. I wonder if he can win the 7th round. Win the 7th round? Difficult. The 7th round requires the combat power of the Flying Heaven threshold. He should have a chance to win 6 rounds. The many veteran members in the spectator stands watched Bors with great interest. Many placed their bets on him. To many veteran members, as the oldest newcomer, Bors's potential talent was definitely not the highest. But his current strength was probably within the top 3 of all newcomers. Yin He has won the 5th round. With my strength, I must win the 6th. Bors stood in the center of the battlefield, brimming with confidence. Then, if I train hard for a few more years, I might have the chance to challenge 7-Star Mountain. Once becoming a member of 7-Star Mountain, just the extra 207 stars points each year is a great benefit, he thought. The battle erupted swiftly. In the end, Bors lived up to the high hopes of many bettors, unleashing surprising strength and winning 6 consecutive rounds. However, when facing the gatekeeper of the 7th round, he was decisively defeated, losing just after 2 moves. There was no suspense. Indeed, it's the skills of the perfection level of the 5th stage, Li Yuan commented with a smile. Bors is indeed quite formidable. 5th stage perfection? Nothing remarkable, Alicia shrugged. It's just a matter of practicing for more years. Strength is what matters most, Li Yuan said smilingly. Alicia, I know you don't like him, but you have to acknowledge his strength. If he can cultivate to such a level and be selected into the Martial Divine Hall, he's obviously no ordinary person. Alicia nodded. Bors became the first newcomer to win 6 rounds. Stable. Even Bertman might not be able to win 7 rounds, maybe he will win only 6 like me, and we will be tied for first place, Bors said excitedly as he returned to the spectator seats. He couldn't help but look towards the golden-haired Alicia. But, even though he had just shined brilliantly, Alicia was still talking to Li Yuan at the moment, not even glancing at him. This made Bors feel uncomfortable. Am I really that bad? Bors began to doubt his life for a moment. But, as time passed, Bors quickly regained his confidence. Because, after him, over 40 newcomers went into battle, except for 2 who won 5 rounds. Astonishingly, no one else could win 6 rounds. Now, this year's newcomer battle of the 7 stars had almost come to an end. 100 new students, except for a few like Dan Taifeng and Tian Dajuang who were not yet prime warriors and thus ineligible to compete. The rest of the newcomers, only the last 2 had yet to enter the battle, Li Yuan, Bertman. Which made Bors more confident. Older in age. What about being older in age? My strength is the strongest, Bors thought secretly. Others were chosen at a younger age, but when they reach my age, their strength might not be as strong as mine. His thought process was not wrong. Most members of the Martial Divine Hall would stop at the perfection of the 5th stage skill in their lifetime. Li Yuan definitely isn't as strong as me, Bors thought secretly. Bertman? Maybe he's stronger than me, but there's no way he can master true intent. Maybe I can be tied for first place. At worst, my evaluation score will be a bit lower, Bors thought, his eyes shining. From the 5th stage to the 6th stage is a chasm. Once one masters the true intent of nature, if cultivated to a very high level, there is theoretically a slim chance to achieve the rank of demigod. The entire human civilization, very few are able to grasp the true intent of heaven and earth before the age of 30. Geniuses like Wu Menong and Yu Jing from Martial Path only broke through and controlled the true intent of heaven and earth after the age of 30. Only 2 people left. Bertman and Li Yuan, the 2 with the biggest reputations, were deliberately arranged to be the last ones standing. It's probably orchestrated by the Duanmu Mountain Master. To keep the suspense until the end, but it would have been enough to schedule Bertman as the last, why also arrange Li Yuan to be at the end? Many veteran members were discussing with each other. The abundance of new recruits' fights had left them somewhat weary. Only the battles of a few newcomers like Yin He and Bors managed to capture their interest. Bertman is taking the stage, someone suddenly said. Whoosh! The short-haired young man in blue had already leapt into the battlefield. At that moment, both the demigod star masters watching the virtual battle and geniuses like Li Yuan, Alicia, and Yu Jing started paying close attention to the fight. Because Bertman was truly excellent, and he garnered a lot of attention as the top favorite. The battle erupted. The first match, 1/, second match, 1/, fourth match, 1/, 4 consecutive matches, and the 4 gatekeepers each fell to his sword in a single strike. Bertman hadn't even used his star technique yet. The terrifying strength he exhibited shocked most of the spectators, truly ferocious. That sword technique, impressive. Dan Tai Fung was extremely shocked while intently watching. Much more formidable than mine. Tian Dajuang also murmured to himself. Both of them practiced sword techniques, and in all the days they had watched, they hadn't seen such impressive sword technique. This year, none of the members from Martial Divine Hall who had successfully challenged the 7-star mountain used sword techniques. Captain, what do you think of his sword technique? Alicia whispered, looking to Li Yuan. Not bad. Li Yuan revealed a smile. It should have reached the zenith of the 5th stage. This Bertman is indeed strong. With such sword techniques, he must be close to condensing the true intent. Yu Jing, Tavares, and others also recognized this. So ferocious, this could be troublesome. Yan Jing's expression changed slightly. With that kind of strength, Bertman indeed might have a chance to breach the 7th level. Originally, he had been full of confidence in Li Yuan. Especially since, apart from Bors, no one else had won 6 matches, his confidence grew even stronger. Unexpectedly, Bertman, who was much younger than Bors, turned out to be so terrifyingly strong. Looks like it's another loss. The gentle-looking woman beside him frowned and scolded with impatience. Gamble junkie. Stop betting if you lose this time. There's still a chance. Yan Jing was still stubborn. A chance, my foot. The gentle-looking woman snorted. I know Li Yuan is very talented, but no matter how strong his skills are, can he be stronger than Bertman? Can he condense the true intent? His physical quality is much lower. The gentle-looking woman shook her head. With Bertman's strength, there's a very good chance he could directly enter the 7-star mountain. No matter how strong Li Yuan is, he can't possibly be stronger than Bertman, the gentle-looking woman said. She was also an elite disciple of Martial Divine Hall with many years in the Martial Divine Star realm, so her vision and knowledge were extremely high. Yan Jing opened his mouth to speak but then said nothing. An excellent prospect. This sword technique has truly captured a hint of the myriad river's true intent, and this true intent killing move surely exhausts the ultimate reaches of the 5th stage. Give him another 2 years, and he will surely have a hope of condensing the true intent. In the spectator space, having seen Bertman's outburst, the group of demigods didn't skimp on their praise. Such martial path talents are also quite rare for the 7-star civilization. Bertman's 5th match had already begun, and this time he directly used his star technique. His body instantly became gigantic. Divine body technique. It's actually a body refining star technique. A series of exclamations rose, and the complexions of many old members who were watching the fight changed, including Yu Jing, Tavares, and others, who all looked gravely serious. Body refining star technique is one of the most terrifying among many star techniques and demands extremely high standards for physical quality and skill realm. Even these top-tier geniuses might not necessarily practice divine body star technique. It can't be helped. First of all, prime warriors can practice at most 2-star techniques. Secondly, the whole 7-star civilization has very few divine body star techniques that could be practiced completely up to the flying heaven level or even the demigod level. Moreover, many divine body star techniques have highly demanding requirements. For instance, the immensely famous Myriad Gold Divine Body is a 7th-layer star technique, but only those from the metal vein can cultivate it. Furthermore, for prime warriors, awakening a star meridian into the 7th-layer star vein is incredibly hard. Even someone as powerful as Lud Neff has not yet been able to cultivate a 7th-layer star technique. In short, numerous reasons make divine body star techniques quite rare among prime warriors. But once mastered, they confer astonishing strength. Inside the 7-star battlefield, whoosh! Having deployed the body refining star technique, Bertman's power surged greatly, still managing to defeat the 5th gatekeeper with a single slash. He won the 5th match. In the 6th match, Bertman and the gatekeeper fought toe-to-toe for more than a dozen moves before he capitalized on a weakness and defeated his opponent. The 7th match now. Can he win? All the spectators, including Duanmu Mountain Master and many demigods, watched with utmost seriousness, a hint of expectation slowly rising in their hearts. The 7th match. If Bertman could win, it would be an ascent with a single battle, directly making him a member of the 7-star mountain. This occurrence, even in the history of Martial Divine Hall, is extremely rare and requires the fulfillment of various conditions. The first is that one must be of sufficient age, because usually only with a more mature age does one's physical quality become strong enough to cultivate powerful star techniques. The second requirement is high skill level, at least 5th stage perfection. However, these two often present a paradox, because, under normal circumstances, if one achieves 5th stage perfection before age 30, they would have been selected for Martial Divine Hall long ago. Because of this, it's extremely rare for newcomers of Martial Divine Hall to make it to 7-star mountain in a single battle. On average, it happens only once every 7 or 8 years. Captain, do you think he can win the 7th match? Alicia couldn't help but ask. Maybe. Li Yuan smiled and said, if he wins, it's a good thing, it means our civilization is even stronger. Many people were looking forward to it. He must win the 7th match, to take the first place indisputably. Many of the old members who bet on Bertman were quite excited. Please don't win. Just don't win, give me a way out. As long as I don't lose this time, in the future, I will definitely not gamble anymore. Yan Jing silently hoped in his heart. Having witnessed Bertman's terrifying strength, Yan Jing didn't dare to hope Li Yuan could be stronger. Even if Li Yuan's skill could compare, what about his physical quality? His star technique? These often need time to accumulate. On the 7 stars battlefield, the gatekeeper for the 7th match didn't appear as swiftly as the previous 6 matches but instead waited for half a day, seemingly giving Bertman time to recover. Finally, the 7th gatekeeper appeared. He was a human clad in a silver battle garment, emitting a strong aura. The gatekeeper for the 7th match was a true flying heaven warrior. A flying heaven warrior. Bertman also looked very solemn. He had known beforehand that his opponent was a true flying heaven warrior. Bertman. Like boars. The man in the silver battle garment said with a smile, I cannot fly. Nor can I use origin power. My body is only at level 30. And my skill is merely at 5th stage perfection. As long as you can defeat me, you will be a member of 7-star mountain. Understood. Bertman nodded. Such a flying heaven warrior could be considered the weakest, renouncing the greatest advantage of being a flying heaven warrior, the ability to fly. In this situation, if he still couldn't win, it meant he hadn't even met the threshold for the flying heaven level. Naturally, he didn't qualify to enter 7-star mountain. Boom. The two finally clashed, and Bertman burst out with his full strength right from the start, unleashing not just his body refining star technique but another star technique as well, making his power incredibly terrifying. But as a flying heaven warrior, the silver-clad man's power was also incredibly terrifying. With his long sword flashing, light danced. Origin power wove into threads, and thunders moved in and out wildly. The two fought for over 1,000 moves. In the end, Bertman had the last laugh. With one final mighty slash, the silver-clad man couldn't withstand it and was thrown flying, his body faintly oozing blood. "You've won." The silver-clad man got up, the corner of his mouth tinged with a bit of blood, but his face held a smile. "Congratulations, you've ascended 7-Star Mountain." "Thank you, Senior." Bertman bowed, reined in his star technique, and returned to normal. He won, haha, Bertman won. He won. One battle to the mountaintop. The entire spectator space erupted, with many old and new members greatly excited. One battle to the mountaintop, this kind of feat, had not been seen for many years. Being able to witness it was quite rare. He actually won. One battle to the mountaintop, this Bertman is indeed powerful. When I was as old as Bertman, I probably wasn't as good as him. Tavares and Anyanya sighed with emotion. These super geniuses only recognized those with great strength. Clearly, Bertman's strength had earned their approval. "Haha, Yu Jing. It seems you were wrong." Peijun revealed a smile. "Bertman ascended the mountain in one battle. Do you still think Li Yuan is stronger?" "I was wrong." Yu Jing was also forthright and reflected. It's not that Li Yuan isn't strong enough. If he had one more year of cultivation, he might surpass Bertman, but unfortunately. Even Yu Jing, confident in Li Yuan, had to admit defeat in the face of Bertman's one battle to the mountaintop. At least, for today, Bertman was the most dazzling star. "It's over." Yan Jing's face turned ashen. Now there's really no hope. Yan Jing was fond of Li Yuan but didn't think he could ascend the mountain in one battle. "That's what you get for gambling. Lost another 1,007 stars points." A lovely woman beside him bitterly said, "Don't gamble next time." Yan Jing went completely silent. One battle to the mountaintop. Indeed not bad. No wonder he was taken as a direct disciple by Shui Biyu. His final burst of strength was stronger than I expected. In the virtual spectator space, a group of demigods also expressed their impressions. Bertman's burst of strength wasn't too shocking for them. After all, he was already quite old. These demigods were dazzling in their youth, many no less than Lud Nef. And they all knew that Bertman was a Shui Biyu demigod, direct disciple. The undefeated Bertman left the 7 Stars battlefield, and immediately all eyes turned to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was the last one on the match list to make his appearance. Once he completed his battle, this year's rookie contest would be over. Also, as the most famous in this rookie battle, he naturally garnered a lot of attention. "Captain," Alicia's eyes flickered with worry as she whispered, "Don't feel pressured." Li Yuan. "Just do your best," Jin Huguo couldn't help but say. "Surviving 5 matches is a victory, don't be affected." Other friends also looked at Li Yuan, appearing somewhat concerned. "What, you all think I'm intimidated by Bertman?" Li Yuan chuckled, fully aware of his friends' worries. "It can't be helped." Bertman's final explosion of 2 major star techniques, and his direct confrontation with the Flying Heaven Warrior, indeed shook the hearts of all. "Don't worry," Li Yuan said with a smile as he stood up, and with a move of his figure, he had already entered the battle of 7 stars. "Little star." Alicia couldn't help but ask in her heart, "How many matches do you think Li Yuan can win?" 6, I guess. I have a feeling that his life essence isn't up to a top-grade origin martial artist." The childish voice began. "There's a chance he can hold out for a while in the 7th, but basically no hope of winning. This civilization's setting for the 7th match is indeed challenging." A group of friends from Blue Star, who were very optimistic about Li Yuan, also only expected him to win 6 matches at most. "Li Yuan? I estimate he can only win 4. Even the hope of winning 5 is not great." In reality, most of the older members and the other new members were even less optimistic about him. In the virtual spectator space, "Fang Hai, how many matches do you think your student can win?" Sanyi demigod spoke softly. The other demigods also looked over. "What do you all think?" Fang Hai asked with a smile, unconcerned about Bertman's outburst. 6. Difficult. If he wins 5, that would already be a stronger performance than Bertman. Yes, he's too young, we shouldn't set our expectations too high. I guess he'll win 5. Looking at Fang Hai's expression, it's just a matter of time before we're mocked for poor judgment. I bet Li Yuan can win 6. The many demigods casually discussed amongst themselves. Their perspectives were extremely high, and their opinions were quite consistent. There was a high probability he would win 5, and a low probability for 6. Oh, it seems that not many are confident about Li Yuan, Fang Hai said with a smile, as he had a good understanding of Li Yuan's strength. The fight has started, San Yi demigod suddenly said. Instantly, all demigods and star masters turned their attention to the screen. Li Yuan's battle of 7 stars had begun. The first match just erupted. Facing the figure in black combat armor, Li Yuan wielded his long spear and exchanged several moves before finally blasting his opponent away with a thrust. He won the first match. In the second match, they fought fiercely for several moves before Li Yuan managed to defeat the opponent. In the third match, Li Yuan fought the gatekeeper even longer, exchanging dozens of moves before finally defeating him. Li Yuan's spear technique is indeed not bad. It should have entered the 5th stage high rank, a demigod commented. He should be able to win the 4th match, but winning the 5th would likely be difficult. At this age, with such skill, it's already quite monstrous, another demigod said. The other demigods didn't disagree, but soon, all the demigods became quiet. In the 4th match, Li Yuan still, lazily, battled the gatekeeper, who was much stronger than the defender of the 3rd stage, yet still unable to suppress Li Yuan. After fighting dozens of moves, Li Yuan was victorious. The 5th match. Li Yuan's spear technique suddenly changed and improved dramatically, just enough to match the gatekeeper as they fought over 100 moves. Ultimately defeated. 5th stage perfection spear technique. He's really only 19 years old. The group of demigods were all somewhat astonished. Moving from 5th stage high rank to 5th stage perfection was an absolute transformation. How many top-grade origin martial artists had been stuck their whole lives? And just like that, Li Yuan made the breakthrough? If he can control a powerful enough star technique, he could win the 6th match. The heaven-mixing demigod once again made an assessment. In the 6th match, the strength of the gatekeeper had surged compared to the 5th stage, almost reaching the very limits of a martial artist's level. Li Yuan's physical quality was definitely at a disadvantage. Whether it was strength or speed, he was a great deal slower than the gatekeeper. But Li Yuan still hadn't used any star technique. His spear technique, compared to the 5th match, had once again undergone a transformation and erupted. After fighting over 200 moves, he finally used his newly comprehended true intent killing move, Starry Return to Void, and as that dazzling spear light streaked across the world, he effortlessly defeated the 6th stage gatekeeper. 1. Just as expected. With the true solution of the Earthstar Vein as support, my spear techniques might is a lot stronger than the usual 5th stage limit. Li Yuan was very satisfied with the power of his spear technique. Only the last match left, in the virtual spectator network. When they saw Li Yuan suddenly erupt with a thrust, defeating the 6th stage gatekeeper, that group of demigods and star masters were completely stunned. Without using star techniques? Directly beating the 6th stage gatekeeper? Li Yuan's standard of spear technique exceeded their imagination? Has he already mastered true intent? How can his spear techniques might be so strong? A demigod asked himself the crucial question. In fact, more than one demigod harbored such suspicions, and the others were also confused. It shouldn't be. It doesn't resemble a true congealment of true intent. If it were 6th stage true intent, he could fly directly into 7-star mountain without even fighting. But the might of this spear technique, even without the outbreak of star technique, even if it's just an embryo of true intent, shouldn't be this powerful, many demigods discussed among themselves. Members of the Martial Divine Hall entering 7-star mountain normally do so by winning the Battle of 7 Stars. Another way is by congealing the true intent of heaven and earth. Once a technique reaches the 6th stage, one can directly enter 7-star mountain. The insight of these demigods was exceptionally profound. Even though they were only watching the battle through a virtual network, Unable to sense the fluctuations of the force of heaven and earth, they could see that Li Yuan's strength, his speed, were not on par with the gatekeepers. Yet, he had managed to defeat his opponent by relying on the suddenly surged might of his spear technique. It was simply inconceivable. You have to understand, the gatekeeper of the sixth barrier was set with a physical quality of level 29.9, and a technique skill level of 5th stage perfection. Normally, a top-grade origin martial artist with 5th stage high-rank technique, employing a star technique, would have a fair chance of winning. Take Bertman, for example, slightly at a physical disadvantage, then overwhelming his opponent by fully unleashing his technique and star technique. What about Li Yuan? He clearly didn't employ any star technique. 3 possibilities, San Yi Demigod suddenly said with a smile. First, Li Yuan might have employed an extremely inconspicuous star technique, erupting from within, not evident on the surface. Yes, that's possible. Many star techniques are indeed very covert when they erupt. Numerous demigods nodded in agreement. Secondly, his weapon might be very strong, San Yi Demigod said with a smile. A weapon can indeed greatly increase the might of his attack. A weapon? It looks very ordinary. Prime warriors can at most use third-rank weapons. Could it possibly be a semi-divine artifact? The many present demigods shook their heads. In their understanding, at least a flying heaven warrior is required to use a semi-divine artifact.
The last possibility. Li Yuan has indeed condensed true intent. San Yi Demigod said with a smile. It's just that he hasn't fully erupted yet, just like from the very first match. He's been holding back, and then suddenly unleashed spear technique of 5th stage perfection or even the pinnacle of the 5th stage.
I'm more inclined towards this possibility, San Yi Demigod said. His spear technique has at least begun to form the embryo of true intent. True intent? Has Li Yuan really condensed the true intent of heaven and earth? He's only 19 years old, right? No, to be precise, he's still a month shy of 19. I don't believe he could condense true intent so quickly. These demigods found it hard to believe San Yi Demigod's deduction. It was truly unbelievable. Condensing true intent of heaven and earth at 50 or 60 didn't make much difference in the eyes of these demigods. As one's cultivation progressed further, the difference age makes become smaller. But between 19 and 29, that difference is massive. At 19, it indicates insufficient experience, signifies that various aspects have not yet reached their peak, yet condensing true intent of heaven and earth. How terrifying could the future be? It was simply unimaginable. My fellow demigods need not ponder any longer, San Yi Demigod said with a laugh, as none of us can take him as an apprentice anyway. Let's just wait for the final battle, and see if Li Yuan can also ascend the mountain after one battle. That's true. If he truly has condensed true intent of heaven and earth, it is a great boon for our 7-star civilization. It's a pity we cannot take apprentices. Many demigod star masters spoke, some demigods expressing considerable regret. Take an apprentice. His path follows the earth vein. What apprentice can you take? With such an extraordinary talent, taking him as an apprentice would only do him harm. A little guidance is sufficient. The path of the divine ultimately relies on oneself. In the midst of the demigods' discussions and exchanges, they awaited the explosion of excitement for the 7th match with considerable anticipation. Can Li Yuan win? It wasn't just the demigod star masters who were shocked. In the Battle of 7 Stars Arena, Duanmu Mountain Master and a group of Flying Heaven warriors were equally astonished to see Li Yuan's explosive moment. How did he do it? Duanmu Mountain Master asked, somewhat unable to understand. That group of Star Master demigods, because they were watching through the virtual network, could not sense the outburst of the forces of heaven and earth. But Duanmu Mountain Master, being there in person, naturally sensed it very clearly. When Li Yuan executed, stars returned to ruin, that thrust bursting forth, indeed the might increased significantly, but it didn't seem like the eruption of the true intent of heaven and earth. Moreover, in his heart, Duanmu Mountain Master also did not believe that Li Yuan could have condensed the true intent of heaven and earth so quickly. Is it the weapon? Or an extremely inconspicuous star technique? Duanmu Mountain Master secretly speculated, however, based on the refinement of this single thrust, it is at least the embryo of true intent. To reach the embryo of true intent before even 19 years old? Just the thought alone made Duanmu Mountain Master's heart tremble, for this was an unprecedented event in the entire history of the Seven-Star Civilization. Even Fang Hai reached the top-grade origin martial artist status and the limit of the 5th stage of technique only at the age of 20. That was the previous historical first. Li Yuan, at least in terms of the speed of technique advancement, has thoroughly surpassed Fang Hai of the past. The 7th match. I wonder, does Li Yuan still have hidden strength? Duanmu Mountain Master felt a bit of anticipation. If he really can win a battle and ascend, that would truly be a miracle. Watching Li Yuan's sudden burst of victory in the 6th match, the entire spectator stands were absolutely boiling over. He won. He won the 6th match without using a star technique? That's unbelievable. How did he do it? Those hundreds of veteran members were shaken to their core, gazing at Li Yuan, who stood waiting alone in the arena of the Battle of 7 Stars. He won so easily? Has he condensed true intent? Tavares, and Yanya, and a group of top geniuses were equally dumbfounded. Haha, I told you. Li Yuan could definitely win the 6th match. Yu Jing laughed heartily. Pei Jun, isn't what I said correct? Someone just said that Li Yuan had a chance to win the 6th match, Pei Jun teased with a smile, but now it seems that Li Yuan can win the 7th match. Just say if he won or not, Yu Jing said with a smile on his face. He had always paid close attention to Li Yuan, his fellow villager. Haha, won. Yan Jing, who had been quite frustrated before, suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "What did I tell you? Li Yuan was sure to win. He won the 6th match so easily, and he hasn't even unleashed his star technique. Once he unleashes his star technique, he's definitely going to win the 7th match." Yan Jing's mood lifted from the previous frustration, and his gaze became firm again. HMPH. The 7th match hasn't even started, don't pop the champagne at halftime. The gentle and beautiful girl scoffed. Even if he ultimately wins, is it because your judgment is good? It's just your luck. Even if he wins, you're absolutely not allowed to bet again next time, the beautiful girl said sternly.
Okay. Yan Jing promptly agreed. Li Yuan, Bertman, who had already returned to the spectator's stand, murmured to himself, never taking his eyes off of Li Yuan.
Just now, he had been the center of attention. Now, although Li Yuan had just won the 6th match, the shock he brought to all the spectators was even greater than Bertman winning the 7th match. After all, Li Yuan was much younger than him. Li Yuan's spear technique, really impressive. Dan Taifeng, Alicia, and Tian Dajuang were both excited and astonished. Even Alicia had not expected Li Yuan to burst forth to such an extent. Freak. Huge freak. He must have cultivated a very subdued star technique. I even suspect he has cultivated a supreme auxiliary star technique. Xiao Xing's voice echoed in Alicia's mind. In just a few months' time, he went from 5th stage intermediate rank skills directly to the 5th stage limit. Really, I have no idea how he cultivated. Soon, the whispers in the spectators' stand quieted down. The entire Star Realm battlefield fell silent, hushed, as all eyes of the spectators fixated on Li Yuan in the center of the battlefield. Because from the other end of the battlefield, a figure in black was emerging, exuding a robust aura, a flying heaven warrior. The 7th match was about to erupt. At this moment, from the loftiest demigods to the newest members of the martial divine hall, everyone wanted to know. Could Li Yuan win the 7th match? If accomplished, it would mean that Li Yuan, not yet 19 years old, would complete the feat of conquering the mountain in one battle, an unprecedented feat in the history of the 7-star civilization. He's coming. Li Yuan watched the man in black slowly approaching from a distance, feeling quite expectant in his heart. Flying Heaven Warrior. The ordinary boy who had once practiced spearmanship diligently in the martial path classroom. Could one day truly cross spears with a Flying Heaven Warrior? Finally, the man in black stopped walking. He held a combat saber and stared gravely at Li Yuan. Li Yuan. You should know the rules, the man in black said in a deep voice. Have you condensed the true intent of heaven and earth? If you have, there's no need to fight this battle. I'll concede. The man in black had watched from a great distance as Li Yuan won the sixth match. Whether or not one has condensed true intent signifies a fundamental transformation. I have not. Li Yuan shook his head. If it were just a matter of skill level, his spear technique, Stellar Oblivion, from just before, as opposed to Bertman's final sword technique outburst, wasn't much stronger in reality. But the Black Chen spear in his hand was a semi-divine artifact. Once in motion, the true solution of the Earth Star Bane, as a supportive supreme star technique, it's enough to cause the power of the Heaven and Earth Eye channel to surge, creating that terrifying thrust just before. Good, then I won't hold back, and you be careful, the man in black said softly. Aside from not unleashing the star technique and not flying, the man in black had decided to go all out. Because Li Yuan had indeed made him feel a great threat. Boom. The man in black acted immediately. His speed surpassed the sound barrier in an instant as he lunged towards Li Yuan. The distance between them was about 1 kilometer. So fast, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed. In no more than 2 seconds, he will be upon me. If I had only the strength from before, I would be undoubtedly defeated. Purely in terms of physical quality, Li Yuan was still far from the Prime Warrior's limit, not to mention compared with a Flying Heaven Warrior. If he could refine the true intent of heaven and earth, he could compensate for this gap, but with only the rudimentary form of true intent. It wasn't enough. Many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind as he directly activated the 5th layer star veins within his body. Rushing origin power flooded in. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless life stars suddenly lit up layer by layer, triggering a marvelous transformation in Li Yuan's muscles and flesh. Boom. Li Yuan's figure swelled in an instant, growing from over 1.80 meters to around 3 meters tall, his skin faintly radiating a layer of earthy yellow divine light that dazzled onlookers. A terrifying aura of life spread in all directions. This, before getting close, the man in black, flying midair, narrowed his eyes. Body refining star technique? Such a strong aura? He sensed that Li Yuan's aura had suddenly exploded, as if he had become a gigantic beast. Could he have cultivated this star technique to the second order limit? Level 6? Level 8 star technique? Many thoughts flickered through the man in black's mind. Isn't he just 19 years old? How could he have had the time to cultivate such a powerful star technique? The more powerful the star technique, the higher the demands on the star meridians. Awakening star meridians takes a lot of time. Therefore, subconsciously, the man in black believed that Li Yuan's star technique was probably only at 3rd layer or 4th layer star vein. What robust power! The second order limit of the stellar mysterious body is level 10 star technique. The boost to my strength is too significant. Even though it wasn't the first time Li Yuan had tested this, he was still somewhat excited when he erupted with full strength. The powerful body refining divine technique granted him a frightening amount of strength and speed. While it seems slow to describe, both the man in black's attack and Li Yuan's explosive unleashing of his star technique happened in the blink of an eye. Wash! Though shocked, the man in black didn't retreat an inch. Origin power converged on the blade's edge, and a dazzling saber light had already torn through the vast sky, slashing at Li Yuan. Kill! Li Yuan's muscular hand gripped the long spear tightly. The Black Chen spear had already reached 5 meters in length, moved by intent, and the combined force of vigor and origin power erupted with terrifying power. Level 10 star technique, a body-refining divine technique, provided a monstrous increase to physical strength, catapulting Li Yuan's power beyond the level of a prime warrior and up to the threshold of a flying heaven warrior. He thrust out with his spear. The tip of the spear harnessed the vast power of heaven and earth. Executing the move, stars returned to ruin. This was Li Yuan's most potent outburst. Boom! It was as if a fallen star had collided massively, a visible shockwave of energy rushing outwards. The ground trembled fiercely where Li Yuan stood. Within a radius of more than 10 meters, it collapsed layer upon layer. Li Yuan himself fell half a meter deep, yet from beginning to end, he hadn't retreated a single step. Pop! The man in black was sent flying backward, tumbling over 100 meters before landing and taking a dozen more steps to finally come to a halt. Ah, poof! The Flying Heaven warrior could no longer withstand it, and a mouthful of fresh blood was violently spewed out. In that moment, from demigod to the many members of the Martial Divine Hall, all were shocked at this scene. A direct confrontation, with just one exchange, and the gatekeeper was injured? This indicated a staggering difference in strength in their head-on fight. I concede. The Flying Heaven warrior smiled wryly. If I don't use a star technique, even with my ability to fly, I likely can't prevail over you. Thank you, Senior. Li Yuan bowed in respect, his body quickly shrinking back to normal, deactivating the star technique. The consumption of origin power was exceptional when executing a second-order limit body refining star technique. The seventh battle, Li Yuan wins. A resounding voice echoed throughout the seven-star battlefield. Congratulations to Li Yuan for ascending in a single battle, becoming a member of the Seven-Star Mountain. At the same time breaking the record of Seven-Star Mountain, becoming its youngest ever member. The youngest record? Li Yuan mused to himself, having not paid much attention to this particular record before. Within the vast Seven Stars battlefield. This year's The Battle of Seven Stars newcomers' performances were outstanding, the sonorous voice continued, especially Bertman and Li Yuan, who both accomplished the feat of climbing in one step, a first in the history of the newcomers' battles. Li Yuan has even broken the record. I hope that all members of the Martial Divine Hall will learn from them. Alright, this year's Battle of Seven Stars is now over. I hope everyone will cultivate diligently in the coming year and live up to expectations. Rumble, not far from the spectator seats, a grand door slowly opened. Many members of the Martial Divine Hall, quite excitedly discussing among themselves, began making their way out of the Seven Stars battlefield. However, Li Yuan was the main subject of their discussions, with hardly anyone talking about Bertman. After all, although Bertman's one-step climb was also dazzling, compared to his age of 26, there were many in the history of the Seven-Star civilization who could match him. To say nothing of the fact that Lud Neff was even younger when he became a member of the Seven-Star Mountain. And for unparalleled geniuses like Yu Jing and Tavares, while amazed, they didn't think themselves any less capable than Bertman. Li Yuan was really different, the first in the true history of the entire civilization. 19 years old. And everyone could see that Li Yuan's victory in the seventh battle was overwhelmingly dominant. His strength was far above Bertman's. How could the two even compare? Whoosh! Li Yuan waved his hand, drawing the Black Chen spear into his storage treasure, ready to return to the spectator seats. Li Yuan, don't go back just yet, stay outside the Seven Stars battlefield for a while, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in Li Yuan's mind. Li Yuan couldn't help but look towards the chairman's stand, recognizing the voice of Duanmu Mountain Master. Duanmu Hong, dressed in white, slightly nodded to signal him. Li Yuan contemplated, it must be about joining the members of Seven Star Mountain. Immediately, Li Yuan leapt out hundreds of meters, clearing the 10-meter-high spectator wall, and returned to the spectator seats. Dan Tai Feng, Alicia, and the others were all waiting there. Li Yuan, that last spear throw was so cool, Dan Tai Feng's eyes shone, winning 7 battles in a row. At first, we were worried you couldn't win 6, but you hid your strength so deeply. And in the end, you even deployed a star technique, blowing away a Flying Heaven warrior with one spear thrust. Dan Tai Feng's expression was quite exaggerated, eliciting laughter from everyone around. Li Yuan, I'm afraid you'll soon truly rival a Flying Heaven warrior. Bors, with his head of golden hair, shook his head with a wry smile. It was reckless of me. Suddenly, he looked towards Alicia. Alicia, I apologize for disturbing you before. I shouldn't have sent you so many messages. No worries, I blocked messages a long time ago, Alicia said indifferently. At this, the bystanders could no longer hold back their laughter, and Li Yuan also shook his head with a chuckle. But Bors didn't mind, as he's always been one to take things in stride. He knew that Li Yuan, so young and already scaling Seven Star Mountain, had a great chance of becoming a demigod. Competing with him for Alicia? There was no hope at all. Moreover, Bors wasn't single-mindedly fond of Alicia, he simply felt she was suitable for him. In the half-month since entering the Martial Divine Star realm, he had already set his sights on many female members of the Martial Divine Hall. He wasn't necessarily fixated on winning over Alicia. Li Yuan, congratulations. Li Yuan, welcome to join us. Several voices rang out in succession. A group of people was walking down from their high seats in the spectator stands, approaching Li Yuan, each wearing a smile. Big brother Yu, Tavares, and Yangya, Li Yuan greeted with a smile as he recognized the three. Though he only recognized these three, but the others who were able to stand alongside them must surely be the top-tier geniuses of Seven Star Mountain. Li Yuan, let me introduce you to everyone, this is. Yu Jing began to introduce his companions. The top-tier geniuses greeted Li Yuan with a smile, all very polite. Li Yuan responded in kind, carefully noting each person's appearance and name. This scene made Jin Huguo, Yin Man, Nevsky, and the others sigh inwardly. Back on Blue Star, they were the proud children of heaven, the center of attention. After entering the martial divine hall, every person here was a genius. Even Dan Tai Feng, with his high talent, was hardly remarkable. Perhaps they would become strong in the future, but Li Yuan was already the center of attention. All were geniuses, indeed, but what if the top geniuses of an entire civilization were to gather? This scene made many of the older Martial Divine Hall members feel deeply moved. They're the top super geniuses of Seven Star Mountain, all ranking within the top 30, each one having comprehended true intent. They're usually very proud, yet they are so polite to Li Yuan. It's different. Most members of Seven Star Mountain, even if they have condensed true intent, find it hard to catch up with them in strength. Li Yuan's strength is weaker than theirs for now, but how old is he? To catch up and even surpass them in the future is practically a certainty. Look at Bertman, although he also climbed in one battle, Yu Jing and the others wouldn't go and greet him actively. Many seasoned members of the Martial Divine Hall were well aware that even among the members of Seven Star Mountain, there were different levels. Those who haven't comprehended true intent and those who have truly condensed true intent are worlds apart. Only with condensed true intent does one earn the credentials to enter the topmost circle of Seven Star Mountain. And now, the top-tier geniuses of this circle were already extending an early invitation to Li Yuan. Li Yuan? Standing some distance away, Bertman frowned slightly as he watched the scene unfold. Minutes later, outside the Seven Stars battlefield. All right. Li Yuan, it's a deal. The day after tomorrow, once all your matters concerning joining Seven Star Mountain are settled, come to my palace residence, Yu Jing said to Li Yuan with a smile. I'll host the feast and invite everyone to participate, as a celebration for you joining Seven Star Mountain. Then I thank you, big brother Yu, Li Yuan replied with a nod and a smile. Perhaps in the future, I might become a demigod or even a divine. However, a stout man needs 3 helpers. At the very least, for the current stage, making these good friends is beneficial. Whoosh! 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 Yu Jing, Tavares, and Yangya, and more than 10 others no longer lingered, transforming into streaks of light as they flew away into the sky. They had come to watch the battle at Yu Jing's invitation, specifically to observe Li Yuan. Li Yuan's astonishing performance did not disappoint them. In fact, it could even be said to have amazed them. Flying. Free as the wind and fleeting as the earth, truly exhilarating. It's just a pity that we have to become flying heaven warriors to fly. This scene evoked envious glances from many members of the Martial Divine Hall who had not yet boarded the flying machine. Only the very top-tier genius prime warriors were marked by their ability to move through the sky and earth. Turning around, Li Yuan made arrangements to send Dan Tai Feng, Alicia, and the others off on the flying machine and arranged to meet the next day. At this time, outside the massive metal construction, all had quieted down. The hundreds of Martial Divine Hall members who had come to watch the battle had all departed. With the observation ended, they needed to resume their own cultivation. Especially Li Yuan's performance, which greatly inspired many of them. Li Yuan. A somewhat stiff voice spoke up as Bertman, dressed in a blue robe, approached. Bertman, congratulations, Li Yuan said, revealing a slight smile. It was clear that Bertman had also been left behind via a voice transmission. Don't congratulate me. A strained smile appeared on Bertman's face. I barely managed to defeat that flying heaven warrior. Compared to you, I'm far behind, and I'm already 26. I watched your battle. Your sword technique must be close to gathering true intent, Li Yuan said with a smile. Being able to gather true intent before turning 30 is already very impressive. You might even gather the true intent of heaven and earth before me. Purely in terms of skill, the two were quite similar at the moment. I should just need another 1 or 2 years of concealed cultivation, Bertman said with a hint of a smile. Bertman was quite confident in his sword technique. The two chatted. Gradually, Li Yuan realized that, while Bertman seemed aloof, he was actually not very articulate and seemed a bit introverted. However, since it was their first meeting, Li Yuan did not dare to determine whether the other party was pretending. You can know a person's face but not their heart. To truly understand a person's heart, it wasn't words that counted, but repeated direct cooperation. A few minutes later, whoosh! A white streak of light flew out from the Seven Stars battlefield and landed directly in front of the two men. Mountain Lord, Li Yuan and Bertman greeted with respect as Duan Muhong arrived. You both performed very well, Duan Muhong said with a smile. Once you've climbed the mountain, the logistics department will immediately prepare your palace halls on 7-Star Mountain. Within half a day at most, you'll receive authorization. And then you'll be able to move in. Yes, Li Yuan and Bertman nodded in agreement. Having been in the martial Divine Star Realm for half a month, they both understood very well that, apart from members of 7-Star Mountain, other members of the Martial Divine Hall were not allowed to climb the mountain except under special circumstances. Some unauthorized flying machines, if they approached, risked being directly destroyed by some of the terrifying weapons hidden within 7-Star Mountain. Members of 7-Star Mountain, compared to elite and regular members, actually have 4 other benefits, said Duanmu Mountain Master, looking at the two. First is the annual increase in 7 stars points. Second is the increase in privileges. You'll have the qualifications to browse and learn for free from most of the star techniques and secret manuals of the entire civilization. Third, you're eligible to take on Flying Heaven level missions, said Duanmu Mountain Master. Flying Heaven level missions? Li Yuan and Bertman both pondered this. Whether it's for the resources required to cultivate powerful star techniques or for the exchange of formidable weapons and treasures, you'll need a large amount of 7 stars points, said Duanmu Mountain Master. But the 7 stars points distributed for free are limited. The Alliance has vast interests in various second-level star realms and third-level star realms and often needs powerful prime warriors to join in battle. Flying Heaven level missions offer extremely high rewards, but also come with a high risk, and only 7-Star Mountain members can accept them, continued the Mountain Lord. The two immediately understood. If they were not members of 7-Star Mountain, it meant they didn't have the required strength. Thus, they would be ineligible to accept some of the Alliance's highly rewarding missions. The last benefit is guidance from a demigod, said Duanmu Mountain Master. The Alliance will dispatch a demigod or some extremely powerful Flying Heaven Star Lord to provide guidance on your cultivation for 2 years. Both Li Yuan and Bertman's eyes brightened. So, members of 7-Star Mountain still had such a privilege. This does not constitute an apprenticeship but is mere guidance. Do either of you have any requests? If not, the Alliance will arrange a demigod based on your weapon and true intent law tendencies, said the Mountain Lord. The two fell into thought, and Duanmu Mountain Master did not urge them. After a long while, Mountain Lord, I have no objections, Bertman shook his head. I just need a water system demigod to guide me. And you, Li Yuan? The Mountain Lord turned to Li Yuan. Shall the Alliance randomly arrange an Earth system demigod for you? No, Li Yuan hesitated slightly, saying, I hope the Alliance can arrange for a wind system demigod to guide my cultivation. A wind system demigod? Duanmu Mountain Master frowned. Having a demigod personally guide someone was an incredibly rare opportunity, yet, rather than focusing on a single path, he actually wanted a wind system demigod for guidance? Even Bertman looked towards Li Yuan in surprise. He had just witnessed Li Yuan's battle. The man was clearly of the earth vein. Do you not realize? Duanmu Mountain Master was just about to rebuke when he suddenly recalled Fang Hai's parting words and forcefully stopped himself. Are you certain? Duanmu Mountain Master's tone shifted abruptly. He looked at Li Yuan. Although your talent is high, You have yet to truly condense your true intent. Are you considering diverting your attention to the wind vein at this point? And you haven't truly entered the threshold of the wind vein yet, have you? Not yet. But the junior wants to try. Li Yuan responded earnestly. Of course, he could deduce the intention behind Duanmu Mountain Master's words. The law of the Great Tao is extremely challenging. Even for flying heaven warriors, condensing true intent is difficult, let alone truly stepping into the threshold of the law. Focusing solely on one path might still not guarantee becoming a demigod. The hope of becoming a demigod becomes even more distant once distracted. However, Li Yuan had his own considerations. He had once resonated with divine consciousness and was very clear about how terrifyingly powerful the combination of different laws' mysteries could be. And these past few days, he had also been practicing with his spear, attempting to trigger the wind fluctuations. The wind fluctuations of heaven and earth, although Li Yuan's comprehension was slow, it still brought him considerable joy. Li Yuan liked this path very much. The most important point, in Li Yuan's view, was that with the true solution of the Earth star vein, and the map of myriad stars, as a guide, even if another Earth system semi-divine were to provide guidance, his cultivation efficiency might not improve by much. However, if a wind system semi-divine were to provide targeted guidance for his cultivation of the wind vein, the significance would be completely different. Although Duanmu Mountain Master was displeased inwardly, seeing Li Yuan's firm stance, he refrained from further persuasion. Fine, I will submit your request. But there are not many wind system semi-divines in the Alliance, and there may not be anyone willing to mentor you. You should prepare yourself mentally. After all, the Alliance can't force a semi-divine to provide guidance. The semi-divines themselves also choose whom they want to guide among the 7-star mountain members, Duanmu Mountain Master added. The junior understands. Li Yuan nodded. Good teachers prefer intelligent students, and since he had yet to reveal his talent in the wind vein, those wind system semi-divines might not be willing to waste time on him. All right, you can go back now and wait for the notification, Duanmu Mountain Master instructed. He watched as Li Yuan and Bertman left on their respective flying machines. The wind vein? Duanmu Mountain Master frowned. This Li Yuan is truly acting recklessly. No matter how exceptional he may be, he should not waste his talent like this. Let those above worry about it. Duanmu Mountain Master immediately began to send a transmission. In the special spectator space of the virtual network, many of the watching semi-divines were gradually leaving. Li Yuan's performance had indeed caused them to marvel, but nothing more than that. As the pinnacle existences within their civilization, semi-divines are also extremely proud beings. From prime warrior to flying heaven warrior, to semi-divine, Li Yuan has a long way to go to reach their level. Yet Fang Hai, the Sanyi semi-divine, was still waiting here, seemingly awaiting news. Suddenly, there's news, the Sanyi semi-divine spoke up, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Li Yuan is seeking guidance from a wind system semi-divine. A wind system semi-divine? Fang Hai was equally astonished. This young fellow is somewhat capricious. Sanyi semi-divine shook her head. Although some flying heaven warriors and semi-divines venture to explore a second path, most only choose to do so when they cannot progress any further on their primary path due to reaching a bottleneck. He's already started to condense the embryo of his stellar true intent on the Earth vein, so how high is his talent there? And yet he wishes to be distracted by comprehending the wind vein? As his principal, shouldn't you persuade him? Sanyi semi-divine looked towards Fang Hai. Fang Hai also furrowed his brows. He didn't understand Li Yuan's decision either. However, Fang Hai and Sanyi semi-divine, as well as Duanmu Hong, had different understandings. He was well aware of how terrifying Li Yuan's star meridian talent was. Knowing different pieces of information naturally led to seeing things differently. No need. Fang Hai shook his head, but don't rush to invite those wind system semi-divines. Those few will certainly not be willing to guide him. Fang Hai knew very well. Semi-divines are proud. They might recognize Li Yuan's talent in the Earth vein, but that doesn't mean they acknowledge his talent in the wind vein. First, report to the master, Fang Hai said gravely, and see what the master thinks. Report such a trivial matter to the Alliance Hierarch? San Yi Semi-Divine was surprised. As long as it concerns Li Yuan, you report it. Fang Hai shook his head. The master will definitely not blame you. All right. San Yi Semi-Divine frowned, suddenly recalling the command issued by Dongfang Ji last time. Combining that with what Fang Hai just said, San Yi Semi-Divine realized there might be significant secrets about Li Yuan that she was unaware of. I'll be going now. San Yi Semi-Divine stood up, and her figure thunderously vanished. The immense battle observation hall. Only Fang Hai remained seated alone. San Yi teacher, Fang Hai sighed inwardly. Once upon a time, he too had climbed the 7-star mountain and received guidance from a semi-divine. And the semi-divine who guided him was none other than San Yi Semi-Divine. Just wait, San Yi teacher. Fang Hai showed a hint of a smile. You reject me now, feeling that we differ in generations and there is still a gap in strength. But once I become a demigod, surely no one will question it anymore. A demigod boasts a lifespan of 1,000 years, with everlasting youth. As Fang Hai knew, among the many foreign civilizations, semi-divines not only pair up despite an age gap of less than 100 years but even couples with 200, 300 years difference, are not uncommon. Within the highest headquarters of Starfire Marshal Hall, in a conference room, a woman in white, wearing a black mask, stepped out of the highest level virtual pod. Through the mask, only her eyes could be seen, cold as ice. San Yi Semi-Divine suddenly looked down at her smart ring, a flash of shock passing through her eyes, which displayed a single message. I'll take care of it. Alliance Hierarch, have you already responded to me so quickly, and you agreed? San Yi Semi-Divine's heart stirred with towering waves. Just now, she reported to Dongfang Ji at the first opportunity, her heart still quite uneasy.
According to San Yi Semi-Divine's understanding, this kind of thing, Dongfang Ji would almost certainly not agree, but she could have never imagined.
Li Yuan, does he really hold such weight in the heart of the Alliance Hierarch? San Yi Semi-Divine secretly marveled. What exactly makes him so special? Is it simply because of his high martial arts talent? It doesn't seem like it. Martial arts talent alone, if high now, doesn't ensure one can smoothly become a semi-divine or reach even higher levels. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties, and countless peerless talents are trapped at bottlenecks. But the Alliance Hierarch actually supports Li Yuan's decision? San Yi Semi-Divine mused to herself. She was very clear about the Alliance Hierarch's terrifying strength, which was absolutely beyond all semi-divines. Even the second strongest of the 7-star civilization, Lant Semi-Divine, was far behind the Alliance Hierarch, and the gap was growing larger and larger. San Yi Semi-Divine could not forget. Decades ago, that large group of semi-divines from Myriad Demons civilization trying to invade Faxing. After that battle, Myriad Demons civilization fell completely silent, never stirring up a large-scale war again. It was not that Myriad Demons civilization had given up. It was that they were cowed by the killing, creating more and more semi-divines, as if they weren't enough for Dongfang Ji's slaughter. Thus was forged the name of an invincible semi-divine. It seems, from now on, I must be more cautious in dealing with Li Yuan. San Yi Semi-Divine sighed silently. On the afternoon of the day that the Battle of 7 Stars ended, Li Yuan had already received a notice to move into 7-Star Mountain. He relocated directly. The villas on 7-Star Mountain, while not fundamentally different from those on the ground, were more immense. And they came with more advanced sparring robots, as well as a richer array of free resources. The next day, Li Yuan hosted a banquet for Dan Taifeng, Alicia, and a number of other friends, as a celebration of his ascent to 7-Star Mountain. There were dedicated dining venues within the martial divine star realm, offering exquisite dishes, all of the highest quality. However, the prices were also staggeringly high, a single meal costing tens of millions of blue star coins being quite normal, but it was not much for members of the Martial Divine Hall. On the third day, Li Yuan attended a larger banquet hosted by Yu Jing. It also let Li Yuan meet many more top talents of 7-Star Mountain, truly integrating him into this circle. Time passed, and after 2 banquets, Li Yuan truly began his cultivation journey on Seven Star Mountain. In reality, it was no different from his concealed cultivation on the ground. No matter how good the external environment, the process of cultivation is the same. One must strive step by step. And the advancement of skills, that required endless self-reflection and effort. However, Duanmu Mountain Master had not yet notified him of the semi-divine master, and Li Yuan was not in a rush. Without instruction from a wind system semi-divine for his wind vein, it made little difference if only an earth system semi-divine came. July 25th. Faxing, Prajna Sea. This was an extremely mysterious region of Faxing, vast and expansive, but with perpetual gale force winds of up to Category 12, the natural environment was tremendously harsh, thus almost no one set foot there. In the deep sea, where the gales howled, there lay an island just a few kilometers in circumference, craggy with rocks, bereft of virtually any vegetation. At the peak of this small island, a figure dressed in simple hemp clothes sat cross-legged on a giant stone, facing the howling wind and crashing waves, eyes shut. His facial features were cut sharp and clear, as if he were a special kind of sculpture, perfectly merging with the natural world. Suddenly, Lai Feng, a deep voice seemed to come from the void, imbued with a powerful will. The middle-aged man in hemp clothes slowly opened his eyes, first in confusion. Dongfang? Have you already condensed the will of the law? The man in hemp clothes showed a flash of shock in his eyes. Law will? Is achieving this step very difficult? A deep voice echoed amid the howling winds and raging waves. The burlap-clad middle-aged man was at a loss for words. But when he thought of the other party's terrifying battle record, he came to terms with it. For other demigods, reaching this step is indeed difficult, almost impossible in some sense. But the other party is Dongfang Ji, then anything is possible. Given your personality, to reveal a bit and hide 3, if you dare to openly converge law will in front of me, I can no longer gauge your true strength. The burlap-clad middle-aged man said with a slight shake of his head, if one day you suddenly appear in front of me, already having formed a divine shadow, I wouldn't be surprised. To become a divine being has no meaning for me, the deep voice said indifferently. Indeed, the burlap-clad middle-aged man nodded lightly, with your peerless talent, your ultimate goal must be to break through the 9th mountain world. Among the many demigods I know of in various civilizations, if anyone has hope, it's probably only you. Speak, Dongfang. You haven't sought me out in decades, what brings you here? The burlap-clad middle-aged man said slowly. Help me guide a junior, the deep voice said, a prime warrior. Prime warrior. The burlap-clad middle-aged man was startled for a moment, then nodded, no problem. How far has he comprehended the wind vein? Has he formed any semblance of true intent? No. He hasn't truly started yet, the deep voice said indifferently. The burlap-clad middle-aged man was taken aback. Soon, the deep voice had outlined the general situation of Li Yuan to the burlap-clad middle-aged man. 19 years old, and already has a semblance of true intent. The burlap-clad middle-aged man's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This young lad's talent in the earth vein is absolutely extremely high. With your help, perhaps in a few decades, the 7-star civilization will once again give birth to a powerful demigod. Why would you think of letting him comprehend the wind vein? He has the talent for it, the deep voice said slowly, and with enough time, naturally, he should be allowed to attempt it. The burlap-clad middle-aged man shook his head, he couldn't comprehend the other's reasoning. Suddenly, earth, wind. An idea flashed across the burlap-clad middle-aged man's mind as if realizing something. He couldn't help but say, you want him to take that path? What path? The deep voice was very calm. Dongfang, there's no need to play dumb with me. I've also entered that domain. The burlap-clad middle-aged man said, shaking his head, your ambition is too great. Even now you wish for this junior. If he takes a wrong step, his future could be completely destroyed. Success comes with failure. Hope comes with destruction, the deep voice said indifferently. Without sacrifice, how can there be great achievement? The burlap-clad middle-aged man said no more. I owe you my life, which I cling to this day, so teaching him is not a problem. The burlap-clad middle-aged man said softly, but I only promise to teach for half a year. If his talent in the wind vein is too poor, it's not worth my time to waste. If his talent is decent, I will do my best to teach him, the burlap-clad middle-aged man said. Good. I still trust the character of Lai Feng, the deep voice said. Will you go to see him, or shall I have him come to you? I shall go see him, the burlap-clad middle-aged man said. Fine. The terrifying wool that had enveloped the sea area had suddenly dissipated, leaving only the burlap-clad middle-aged man sitting alone. Law will? To become a demigod in just over 100 years and to have reached this step? The burlap-clad middle-aged man sighed internally, recalling when they first met.
At that time, the strength of both parties was not much different, or it could be said that the burlap-clad middle-aged man was slightly stronger.
But to this day, their realms are worlds apart. Li Yuan? I hope his talent isn't too weak. Teaching him for a while would be enough to fulfill a promise to Dongfang. If his talent is too weak, just make do for half a year. The burlap-clad middle-aged man didn't really care about Li Yuan. People's talents tend to be limited. In his view, Li Yuan's talent in the earth vein is already extremely high. The talent for the wind vein? Inevitably, it won't be as high. If it were any other wind system semi-divine, out of friendliness and investment in the future, perhaps someone would be willing to teach. But the burlap-clad middle-aged man did not care about these things because he was close to death. What would a dying man, with no younger generations to care for, bother about these things for? Martial Divine Star Realm. The clouds and mist around Seven Star Mountain were swirling. On the mountainside of one of the peaks, in the open square in front of a villa mansion, a flying machine hovered. Dressed in black, Li Yuan was sitting quietly at the very front of the square, with thousands of meters of void not far from him. Li Yuan, facing the breeze, overlooked the vast expanse beneath him. The earth vein seems to be lively. Li Yuan's powerful spiritual power could vaguely sense that in every palace on the peaks, there were inhabitants. The entire Seven-Star Mountain is divided into 7 peaks. Not by the ownership of the 7 great planets, but rather by attribute. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Distributed according to the cultivation of the 7 veins. These are the 7 main types of origin power most commonly seen in the world. This arrangement is mainly to facilitate the exchange among members of the Seven-Star Mountain who cultivate the same vein and also makes teaching easier. But since entering Seven-Star Mountain, Li Yuan quickly found that the members of the Seven-Star Mountain on the 7 peaks who contemplate the wind and thunder veins are very few. Single digits. The rumors from before are indeed true. Most of the strong in my 7-star civilization contemplate the 5 elements, he thought. So far, the 7-star civilization has created 7 high-rank cultivation methods, 2 for cultivating earth origin power, 2 for water origin power, and 1 each for fire, metal, and wood origin power. Li Yuan mused. There aren't specific cultivation techniques for the wind and thunder veins. Which is to say, in the 7-star civilization, those warriors belonging to these 2 veins, almost all rely on their own law creation to become flying heaven warriors, demigods. Hence their number is naturally much fewer. Li Yuan believed that many people's talents within the civilization were buried. Of course, there's a very small number of powerful warriors who, although initially cultivated origin power of the 5 elements, gradually feel during long-term cultivation that they are more suited to contemplate the mysteries of wind and thunder, and would then shift their direction of cultivation. But such strong men are rare. Most warriors would still try to comprehend the true intent mysteries corresponding to the attribute of the origin power they've cultivated. After all, if the origin power cultivated falls within a certain vein, the compatibility with that vein tends to also be higher. According to Duanmu Mountain Master's implication, in the entire civilization, there seem to be only 2 or 3 wind system demigods. Li Yuan thought. They might not necessarily be willing to guide me. I'll leave it to fate. I made a connection through consciousness resonance with the divine, and by following the divine spear technique's guidance, I was able to cultivate the wind vein as well. Try it out for a while first. If there's still not much of a clue, then put it aside for the time being. Li Yuan was not in a hurry. Since inheriting from the ancient torch divine in the Hall of Inheritance, his cultivation pursued the path of following his heart's desires. The vast and profound weight of the earth, its inclusiveness of all things, brought him joy. The unpredictable agility of the wind brought him joy as well. What brings joy to my heart and strengthens the prowess of my spear technique is the path I should follow. Li Yuan adhered to this principle in his heart. Just like these past days, he was not keen on spending much time in the martial arts room but preferred the outdoors instead. Sitting at the edge of the square, he faced the roaring wind. Often, he would sit there for most of the day. No wonder Dean Hai enjoys fishing. A smile appeared on Li Yuan's face as he recalled his conversation with Dean Hai. Dean Hai had said that fishing was a form of cultivation and that one would naturally understand and realize its essence once they reached that level. Back then, Li Yuan did not understand, but now, Li Yuan understood. All the mysteries of heaven and earth are hidden in life, hidden between heaven and earth, Li Yuan thought silently. Comprehending the mysteries of nature from its operations far surpasses pondering in seclusion. Ordinary martial artists, they immerse themselves in arduous practice, because their realm is still at the level of technique. But once they stepped into the fifth stage, body and mind, from the inside out, are close to the way of path. The embryonic form of true intent is the threshold to entering the path. Suddenly, group message. Li Yuan felt his smart wristband vibrate and couldn't help but look down. It was a V-group message from the members of the 7-Star Mountain. Flying Heaven level task. Mingshu Star Realms recruitment, the specifics are. Li Yuan quickly glanced at it. It was a war task from the Mingshu Star Realm, where the 7-Star civilization was at war with the Tinliang civilization, needing Flying Heaven level warriors to provide support, divided into defense tasks and attack tasks. Requirements. Members of the 7-Star Mountain can accept defense tasks, but only the top 30 members of the 7-Star Mountain may accept attack tasks. Top 30. Does this mean that only those who have comprehended the true intent are qualified to take up the task? Li Yuan thought to himself. On the entire 7-Star Mountain, there were about 30 top geniuses who had condensed true intent. Subconsciously, Li Yuan glanced at his own ranking on the 7-Star Mountain, 118th. Second to last, only one spot higher than Bertman. The 7-Star Mountain ranking was sorted based on true strength and points earned from completed tasks. Li Yuan's eyes flickered slightly as he saw a private message sent to him by Yu Jing. He thought to himself, Big Brother Yu has taken up this attack task and is preparing to return to Sha country? Stay safe, Li Yuan replied. Li Yuan had his own conjectures. The war between the Mingshu Star Realm and the Tinliang clan was mainly driven by Blue Star, or to be more precise, by Sha country. Now, the posting of this war task on the 7-Star Mountain hopes to bring participation from the top geniuses of the entire civilization for assistance. Most likely, they were encountering significant difficulties. Many war tasks, unless like in the case of the fierce Featherstar Realm's world within worlds that involves a divine being inheritance. The Alliance's highest echelons would not mandate top geniuses under their command to participate in war. These life and death tasks are mostly left to the geniuses to choose for themselves. But the fact that Yu Jing decided so quickly to go must mean that Sha country had made a request. Just like in the many great battles of the Rob Sea, Yu Jing's figure was present. My Sha country has many geniuses in the martial divine star realm, Li Yuan thought to himself. But there are only two who have comprehended true intent. One was Yu Jing. The other was named Luo Chan, whom Li Yuan had never met. As for top geniuses like Pei Jun who had Sha country bloodlines, there were also some on the 7-Star Mountain, but they were born on Feixing and had very little sense of belonging to Sha country. Once I comprehend true intent and elevate my physical quality to the limit of a prime warrior, if there is a suitable opportunity, I can also take part in the battle, Li Yuan thought to himself. Straight away, Li Yuan stopped dwelling on it. With his current strength, he wasn't yet qualified to take part in such large-scale wars. To rush into it carelessly would make it easy to die in battle. Time passed. As night slowly set in, Li Yuan was still sitting in the square, letting the wind blow over him, silently sensing the fluctuations of the wind between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a figure in white approached silently, and when it was within 100 meters, Li Yuan immediately sensed the presence and opened his eyes. An invisible pressure enveloped heaven and earth. Mountain Lord. Li Yuan bowed respectfully as the visitor was none other than the Duanmu Mountain Master. Whoosh! Duanmu Mountain Master approached, smiling. You have such a keen perception. Your spiritual power must be approaching the peak of flying heaven level. There is still much lacking. I'm nowhere near the Mountain Lord, Li Yuan replied with great respect. These past days, Li Yuan had come to understand Duanmu Mountain Master's strength. Perhaps he was not like Dean Fanghai, but within the whole seven-star civilization, he was also amongst the most elite right below the demigods.
Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to guard the martial divine star realm. Don't be modest, Duanmu Mountain Master said with a smile. I have come to notify you that your wind system semi-divine teacher has arrived. He is currently waiting for you outside the martial divine star realm. Oh, Li Yuan's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help asking, Mountain Lord, which semi-divine is it? The Snow Dragon semi-divine? Or the Wind Fox semi-divine? These were the two wind system semi-divines Li Yuan knew of. Neither. It is an alien race semi-divine, Duanmu Mountain Master shook his head. To be precise, he's one of the honorary semi-divines of our seven-star civilization. He is also one of the oldest semi-divines living within our seven-star civilization, not far from his end. A guest demigod. An alien race demigod. Li Yuan was stunned. There's such a thing within the seven-star civilization. Mountain Lord, why didn't I find any information about this in the database? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. There's not a single piece of news. Don't be surprised. When it involves demigods, much of the information is secret. Once you become a star master, you'll naturally come to know the many secrets of our entire civilization, Duanmu Mountain Master said with a smile. There's more than one alien race guest demigod in our seven-star civilization, but this Lifeng semi-divine is the oldest. In fact, I had only heard about him from other demigods before and have never seen him. It's all very mysterious. More than one guest demigod. Do they all live on Faxing? Li Yuan was shocked in his heart. Yes, Duanmu Mountain Master nodded. Aren't you afraid something will go wrong? Li Yuan was confused, for in his understanding, demigods were already at the pinnacle of force in the entire civilization. Keeping these aliens within the clan, how dangerous is that? Don't worry, with the Alliance hierarch around, they can't turn the heavens upside down, Duanmu Mountain Master said with a laugh. Moreover, these guest demigods, either are demigods born in the star realm or those who fled here after their entire civilization was destroyed. They generally don't have conflicts of interest with our civilization. Li Yuan pondered. Without the entanglement of a race or civilization, potential conflicts would indeed be much smaller. Let's talk while we walk. Duanmu Mountain Master waved his hand, and an invisible force enveloped Li Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh. The two soared into the sky, flying rapidly towards the higher atmosphere of the martial divine star realm. ... Mountain Lord, there won't be any danger, will there? Li Yuan was still quite wary of the alien race demigods. Rest assured. Duanmu Mountain Master glanced at Li Yuan, noticing his concern. Normally, this Lifeng semi-divine wouldn't come to instruct you. His strength is terrifying. It was the Alliance hierarch who invited him. The Alliance hierarch. Li Yuan was secretly alarmed, the senior Dongfang Ji. His worries dissipated somewhat, as he still had quite a bit of trust in Dongfang Ji. Even though the two had not yet met. After flying for a long time, Duanmu Mountain Master carried Li Yuan across more than 200 kilometers in the high sky, having passed many peripheral structures like the Battle of Seven Stars. Finally, they arrived at a high mountain that rose from the wilderness, reaching over a kilometer in height. The mountainside was lush and verdant with trees undulating in waves. At the peak of the mountain was a giant plateau, as if cleaved by a combat saber, unobstructed, with many aircraft parked on it. Large buildings were constructed on either side of the plateau. And at the center, there was even a lake. But what really captured Li Yuan's attention was the enormous star portal at the top of the mountain, hundreds of meters long, as if leading to another world, its surface subtly rippling. One could faintly glimpse the scene on the other side. Such a large star realm entrance. No wonder the principal directly flew the aircraft into the Martial Divine Star Realm last time. This is the entrance and exit to the Martial Divine Star Realm. You will be following Lai Feng Semi-Divine for training, and it's estimated you'll often go out for training, Duanmu Mountain Master instructed. I've given you access, you can use the flying vehicles for daily travel. Li Yuan listened carefully. But remember, when traveling on Feixing, try not to reveal your identity, Duanmu Mountain Master instructed. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. In the Martial Divine Hall Members Manual, it is clearly stated that unless one condenses true intent, it is not allowed to go out during the first year. Even for older members, at least they have to get through the fourth match of the Battle of 7 Stars before they can go out. Those who can win the fourth match often have strength that is considered powerful even among the top-grade origin martial artists. With such strength, one is deemed to have the ability to protect oneself. Otherwise, once one's whereabouts are news leaked, any member of the Martial Divine Hall would be a worthy target for assassination by a foreign civilization. Woo. Duanmu Mountain Master flew into the giant star portal with Li Yuan. Hiss. Accompanied by a slight feeling of discomfort, it felt like water sliding over the body. They traveled in a stream of light for quite a while. This feeling was very strange. In the past, when Li Yuan traversed the star realms, he mostly sat on trains, and when traversing star portals between planets, the pressure was much less. Whoosh! The two finally arrived at the other end. This was an immensely large warbase. They were now at a broad internal airfield with numerous flying vehicles hovering, with a huge ring-shaped passage overhead that could be sealed at any time. Let's go. Lai Feng Semi-Divine is waiting outside the base, Duanmu Mountain Master took Li Yuan. Under the watchful eyes of many officers and martial artists, they soared into the sky and passed through the passageway to the outside of the vast warbase. Looking out, the vast land stretched to the horizon. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a small hill about 10 kilometers from the base. There was a cool pavilion on the hilltop, and the two slowly descended. Li Yuan, go ahead, Lai Feng Semi-Divine is over there, Duanmu Mountain Master pointed to the distance and said. Li Yuan couldn't help but look towards the pavilion 100 meters away where a middle-aged man in hemp clothing was sitting. Subconsciously, Li Yuan deployed the Divine Palace Inquiry. Target creature. Life level exceeds the limit of inquiry, killing may obtain spiritual nature nourishment. Li Yuan looked at the inquiry result and felt a jolt in his heart. Indeed, an alien race demigod. But Li Yuan also understood in his heart. The fact that Dongfang Ji, the senior, specially invited this person over instead of seeking one of the other wind system semi-divines within the alliance, clearly demonstrated the individual's strength. Most likely, in the eyes of Dongfang Ji, this person was the most suitable to be his wind system teacher. Just like that, under the watchful eye of Duanmu Mountain Master, Li Yuan walked to the outside of the pavilion, bowed, and said, Junior Li Yuan, greets the teacher. Who? The middle-aged man in hemp clothes, who had been staring into the distance, seemed to have only just noticed and turned his head to look at Li Yuan. His eyes were full of vicissitudes and seemed to tell a story. An invisible oppression spread in all directions, enveloping Li Yuan entirely. Demigod. This was the terrifying aura belonging to a demigod, unabashedly displayed, yet the middle-aged man in hemp did not utter a word. Gradually, Li Yuan began to sweat profusely from his forehead. But he was still enduring, resisting this pressure. Had the other party deployed a spiritual shock, Li Yuan might not have been able to withstand the assault of a demigod at the peak of his power, but merely the oppressive atmosphere was still bearable. After a long moment, not bad, at such a young age, your spiritual will is indeed extraordinary, the middle-aged man in hemp finally spoke. The terrible oppression that had disseminated just now vanished in an instant, and Li Yuan immediately felt at ease. The middle-aged man in hemp said in a cool voice, under 19 years of age, with such accomplishments, no wonder your alliance hierarch speaks so highly of you. Teacher, Li Yuan said with even more respect, realizing that what had just occurred was a small test for him. No need to call me teacher. I didn't say I would take you as a disciple. I have only agreed to teach you for 6 months at the request of your alliance hierarch, said Lai Feng semi-divine in an indifferent voice. You can call me Lai Feng semi-divine, or Senior Lai Feng. Whatever the reason the teacher has for instructing me, since you are teaching me, I naturally should address you as teacher, Li Yuan insisted. As you wish, Lai Feng semi-divine was indifferent, step forward. Li Yuan approached respectfully. I am aware of many of your deeds. Your talent in the earth vein is extremely high. If you focused on this, you could probably step into the threshold of law and become a demigod in no more than 20 years, Lai Feng semi-divine said with a smile. So why do you want to learn the wind vein? To my knowledge, you don't seem to have achieved much in the wind vein. Li Yuan hesitated. He wasn't foolish. If Lai Feng semi-divine asked such a question, there must be a reason. One reason is the pursuit of the ultimate in spear technique, Li Yuan spoke softly. I practice spear techniques, and I feel that the mere stellar true intent is not enough for the mightiness of spear techniques. Secondly, I personally like the wind vein, Li Yuan spoke frankly. Of course, the most important point is that I do have a certain talent in the wind vein. He was mostly speaking the plain truth. Lai Feng semi-divine shook his head with a smile. Regardless of which path you take, the ultimate goal is to step through the door of law, to become a demigod or even a divine being. Do you know what the difference is between comprehending one law alone and comprehending multiple laws? Li Yuan shook his head involuntarily. Whether it's the earth vein or the wind vein, each is a part of the world's mystery, Lai Feng semi-divine said softly. The world is vast, the law of the great Tao is like an ocean, and condensing true intent is merely grasping a drop of water from the ocean. The so-called metal, wood, water, fire, and so on are just our artificial divisions, Lai Feng semi-divine said with a smile. But in fact, the operation of laws in the world is an entirety. Similar to a civilization, which is a whole, but for better social division of labor, we artificially categorize it into various professions. Li Yuan fell into contemplation. Comprehending one law allows for faster and more stable progress, but this path has its limits and bottlenecks, Lai Feng semi-divine spoke slowly. The further you go, the harder it becomes to proceed. Of course, it's enough to support you in becoming a divine being, Lai Feng semi-divine said. Even divine beings have only comprehended a very small part of the mysteries of law. Li Yuan listened closely. When you comprehend multiple laws, their induced various fluctuations in the world are interrelated, Lai Feng semi-divine said. Although they influence each other, occasionally they may trigger each other, making it easier to break through certain bottlenecks at times. Therefore, many demigods, even divine beings, after practicing for hundreds or thousands of years and getting stuck in a bottleneck on one path of the great Tao, will often try to comprehend other laws. Li Yuan nodded silently. Duanmu Mountain Master had mentioned this to him before. One more point. Comprehending multiple laws and combining their mysteries can compensate for the weaknesses of different laws, and the resulting strength is indeed extremely terrifying, Lai Feng semi-divine said with a smile. Aren't all these good things? Li Yuan couldn't help interjecting. With good comes bad. Every matter in the world has a dual nature, Lai Feng semi-divine shook his head and said. First and foremost, to exert the power of law's mystery, you must cultivate powerful star techniques. For example, for the wind vein, you typically need to cultivate various star techniques like clone and escaping techniques, and use them in combination to maximize your strength, becoming as elusive as the wind when escaping and as swift as lightning when killing. Whereas the earth vein typically involves cultivating direct combat star techniques, such as body refining star techniques, domain star techniques, and so on, said Lai Feng semi-divine. However, everyone's awakening of star meridians is limited, and the star techniques one can cultivate are also limited. To multi-cultivate actually makes it very difficult to bring a particular aspect to the utmost. Star meridians limited. The number of star techniques one can cultivate is limited. Li Yuan's heart stirred slightly. He had actually considered this point before. But he was not as pessimistic as Lai Feng semi-divine. Ordinary flying heaven warriors and demigods worry because most of them have 5-star meridians. Even those with 6-star pulse are in the minority, and the truly powerful star meridians are usually just 2 or 3. Therefore, the really powerful star techniques of flying heaven warriors and demigods are often only 2 or 3 kinds. What about Li Yuan? His minimum goal is the 7-star veins, and with the spiritual guidance of the Mind Spirit Divine Palace, he even has hopes of awakening the 8-star veins or even the 9-star pulse in the future. As for star techniques, with spiritual guidance, it is entirely hopeful to bring multiple star meridians to the level of perfect star vein. Cultivating several supreme star techniques, all have hope. 2 veins concurrently. Li Yuan has confidence in bringing out the might of both. Of course, the premise is that he can achieve high enough success in the wind vein. The second is lifespan. Lai Feng Semi-Divine didn't know Li Yuan's thoughts, and he continued, demigods live for 1,000 years, 5th-order divine beings only live for 5,000 years. The deeper one delves into the law of the great Tao, the more difficult it becomes. Divines, alone in their contemplation of a single law of the great Tao, find even that time insufficient, let alone contemplating multiple laws. You are making quick progress now, because you haven't even reached the threshold of the law. But can you ensure that once you become a demigod, you will still have enough time to spare to contemplate other laws? Lai Feng Semi-Divine looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan fell into deep thought. Star techniques, he had some confidence, but time. Lifespan, that is an issue no one can avoid. With the Mind Spirit Divine Palace, he had hopes of obtaining the inheritance from the Hall of Inheritance of the Ancient Torch Divine and achieving demigod or even divine status, all very hopeful prospects. But that's all in the future, and right now he's still just a prime warrior. Who can be certain about the future? Third, comprehending different laws of the great Tao might sometimes help you break through faster, but more often it leads to interference with each other, causing you to stray off course. As a result, when you hit a bottleneck, you might end up being unable to break through any of them, said Lai Feng Semi-Divine. Mutual interference. Li Yuan could understand this, much like many people writing novels. Theoretically, writing multiple novels at the same time increases the chances of making more money. But often multitasking affects each project, preventing any single one from achieving significant success. I've told you both the advantages and disadvantages, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said, smiling at Li Yuan. Do you still insist on cultivating the wind vein? Without much hesitation, disciple Li Yuan greets the teacher. Li Yuan bowed respectfully again, having made his decision. Difficult. Cultivating 2 veins concurrently is indeed tough. Li Yuan wasn't sure he would achieve great success, but he had desire and ambition. He had to try. If he didn't even try, Li Yuan would not be satisfied. Good. Lai Feng Semi-Divine was not surprised. A transcendent genius like Li Yuan would hardly give up so easily. The more talented ones are, the more they believe in their own judgment. The downside is that when they fall, they often fall hard. Follow me. Lai Feng Semi-Divine waved his hand, and suddenly an invisible force enveloped Li Yuan, whisking both away from the pavilion and shooting into the sky. Heading straight for the distance. Lai Feng Sr., please wait. Duanmu Mountain Master, witnessing the scene from afar, was shocked and instantly transformed into a streak of light rushing forward. Li Yuan did not trust alien race demigods very much. In fact, neither did Duanmu Mountain Master. An invisible ripple swept past, and immediately an immense pressure from all directions pressed down crazily, causing Duanmu Mountain Master to feel unprecedented pressure. It was as if layers upon layers of the heavens and earth were crushing down, and even someone as powerful as Duanmu Mountain Master felt his blood boiling, his speed drastically slowing. Duanmu lad, stop chasing, a detached voice rang in Duanmu Mountain Master's mind. I've promised your alliance hierarch to instruct Li Yuan for half a year. After half a year, I will naturally let Li Yuan return. Whoosh. Duanmu Mountain Master could only watch helplessly as at the edge of the sky, just a few seconds later, Lai Feng Semi-Divine and Li Yuan had vanished without a trace. Such incredible speed. Not even a hint of air turbulence can be felt. Is this the legendary demigod peak powerhouse of the wind vein? Duanmu Mountain Master sighed inwardly. His own strength was also nearly at the demigod threshold. But compared to demigod peak powerhouses, the gap was indeed large. I'll report to Sanyi Semi-Divine. Duanmu Mountain Master shook his head. Just 3 minutes later, San Yi Semi-Divine had already responded. The message was simple. Don't worry, the Alliance Hierarch has arrangements. ... High in the sky at 10,000 meters. Whoosh. A hazy stream of light crossed the sky at unimaginable speed. This flying speed is absolutely beyond 30 times the speed of sound. Li Yuan was shocked in his heart, quickly deducing, am I still being carried by the power of heaven and earth? Considering how Lai Feng Semi-Divine appears, it seems he hasn't even used his full strength. Li Yuan's perspective was incredibly high at this point. As far as he knew, top-grade origin martial artists, when exploding with their full power, could often break the sound barrier. Flying heaven peak powers usually fly at speeds around 5 times the speed of sound under normal conditions. Some immensely strong flying heaven warriors, when using certain powerful star techniques, might approach 10 times the speed of sound, but it is very hard to reach. What about Lai Feng Semi-Divine? Almost as soon as he moved, his flying speed reached 30 times the speed of sound. If he were to explode with full power, what level might he reach? At such a terrifying speed, Li Yuan believed that if a demigod did not conceal his presence, not melding with heaven and earth, once deliberately releasing his power, simply flying across the land would bring destruction to everything in its path. Demigods, capable of devastation and destruction, was no exaggeration. But, teacher, what is this? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. I said I would guide you for half a year. For the next half year you will follow me. Lai Feng Semi-Divine was quite relaxed. Obviously, flying at this speed posed no burden to him. Li Yuan was stunned. This differed greatly from what he knew. You see, the so-called guidance from a demigod every member of 7-Star Mountain receives for 2 years isn't about following by their side, it's often just once or twice per month. Personal cultivation. That's the treatment of a direct disciple. After all, there are a dozen members of the 7-Star Mountain each year, and how many demigods are there in the whole alliance? For ordinary members of 7-Star Mountain, receiving guidance a few times is already quite rare. Lucky. As for daily cultivation essentials, I tend to keep them in 3 storage treasures. I also brought the 6 bottles of divine spirit liquid that were delivered last time, Li Yuan thought to himself. Following the other in cultivation for half a year. That also seemed fine. Teacher, where are we going? Li Yuan asked in confusion. To a place with wind. ... After just 10 minutes. Li Yuan saw an endless expanse of land, and then a vast sea appeared. New sea. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. According to the map, they had flown over 5,000 kilometers, crossing a small continent. New Sea is a famous ocean on Faxing. The widest part exceeds 30,000 kilometers. It's the largest ocean in the entire Faxing. Whoosh. Lai Feng Semi-Divine took Li Yuan and swiftly entered the sea, going hundreds of kilometers deep, and finally slowed down and landed on a small island. This was an uninhabited island. Under the bright sunshine, with sea breezes blowing. Standing on the island made one's heart feel very comfortable, with the sky and sea both a shade of azure, creating a pleasant scenery. For the next month, you will cultivate here, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said softly. Here. Li Yuan was taken aback. Looking around, although the scenery was beautiful, there was nothing particularly special. Come, take out your long spear, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said to Li Yuan, attack me, let me see the extent of your spear technique. Remember, don't use origin power, this island can't withstand such destruction. Whoosh. Lai Feng Semi-Divine flipped his palm and there appeared a black stick in his hand, carved with intricate patterns, and made of an unknown material. Yes, Li Yuan nodded, and with a flip of his palm took out a second-rank superior long spear. This was the weapon he used previously in the world within worlds. As for the Black Chen spear, after all, it was a semi-divine artifact. Li Yuan hesitated and did not take it out. To spar with a demigod. Lai Feng Semi-Divine must want to instruct me. Li Yuan gripped the long spear with both hands, and prompted by a thought, he activated the vigor throughout his body. Without invoking origin power, he charged at Lai Feng Semi-Divine with a roaring sound. The island was rugged, but to a high-level expert like Li Yuan, it was almost no different from flat ground. Swish, swish. Swish. A sky full of spear shadows roared forth, layers of spear light bloomed, engulfing Lai Feng semi-divine. Whoosh. Lai Feng semi-divine stepped forward, and his long stick thrust out with a bang. At first glance, the thrust didn't seem fast, but it instantly swept away countless spear shadows and struck precisely at the tip of the spear. He blocked that thrust. Li Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. He hadn't even felt the other party harness the power of the heavens and the earth. Continue. Don't stop, Lai Feng semi-divine frowned. Yes, teacher, Li Yuan set aside all his concerns and attacked with all his might, freely displaying each move of his spear technique. No matter how Li Yuan changed his moves, Lai Feng semi-divine always had the upper hand, each stick strike smashing through all of Li Yuan's moves and counters. He's clearly not harnessing the power of the heavens and the earth. He's clearly using much less strength than me, Li Yuan fought with great difficulty. It was as if every move he made was seen through by the opponent. After dozens of exchanges, Li Yuan's momentum was astonishing, with sand and stones whirling around him, but Lai Feng semi-divine just stood there, not even moving half a step. Intercept. Every time I thrust with my spear, it would be seen through by Lai Feng semi-divine. At the weakest point of my spear technique's burst, I'd be struck and my offensive would be dissolved. Li Yuan composed himself, no longer seeking to compete with Lai Feng semi-divine but instead focused on identifying the flaws in his own spear technique. Though the strength of their bursts was comparable, he was completely suppressed, indicating the gap in their realms was too great. My spear technique is too predictable. I need to be more subtle, he thought. Stellar true intent should be seamless and flawless. It can be beaten head-on, but it shouldn't be defeated before it's even fully unleashed. This means there are many flaws in my spear technique. There's much room for improvement. Li Yuan noticed many deficiencies in his spear technique. He attempted to make amends. More crucially, it's about speed. Lai Feng semi-divine stick technique doesn't draw upon the powers of heaven and earth, but it can suddenly burst with speed much faster than me. Only then can it achieve striking after launching later. Li Yuan also felt the changes in the opponent's stick technique, better integration with the heavens and the earth. Although my spear technique is close to merging with the heavens and the earth, there is still air resistance. His stick technique burst doesn't encounter air resistance along the way. In fact, it aids him. Is this the mystery of wind? Li Yuan was filled with vague ideas. This scene reminded Li Yuan of when he resonated with the consciousness of the divine, the mystery of wind invoked by that divine's spear technique. They were very similar. After over 1,000 exchanges, Lai Feng semi-divine finally allowed Li Yuan to stop. Do you feel it? Lai Feng semi-divine asked softly. I have some sense of it. Li Yuan nodded first, then shook his head, but there's still much I don't understand. It's right not to understand. Lai Feng semi-divine said, all right, my guidance is now over. Go to the cliff there, facing the sea, and figure it out. Li Yuan was startled. Is that the end of the guidance? Not a single word. Starting from today, I will fight with you once every day, letting you sense the mystery of wind. Lai Feng semi-divine spoke softly, but how exactly to perceive it, how to incorporate it into your spear technique, that's your own affair, I won't say more. At the same time, we will change locations every month. Skills are rooted in the law. What's called the mystery of the law, the natural mystery of the heavens and the earth, is precisely the Tao. Lai Feng semi-divine spoke slowly. I won't teach you spear technique, nor pass on a secret manual, nor give specific guidance. Because you have no foundation, guiding you now will only bind your mind, cloud your spirit, and prevent you from finding the path most suitable for yourself. Your spiritual power is strong enough to resonate with the heavens and the earth. Since the Tao originates from the heavens and the earth, then seek it from the heavens and the earth. Lai Feng semi-divine looked at Li Yuan. When you've found your own path, at least congealed true intent, I will then give you specific guidance. Go on. Immediately, Lai Feng semi-divine sat down on the spot, closed his eyes to rest, and paid no more attention to Li Yuan. Thank you, teacher. And so, Li Yuan began a completely different journey of martial arts cultivation. Seeking the Tao from within the heavens and earth. Li Yuan sat alone on the sea-facing cliff, silently feeling the mystery of the wind's fluctuations between heaven and earth. At the same time, he began to combine the pointers from Lifeng Semi-Divine, trying to express it through his spear technique. Half a month later, one day. Suddenly. Boom! Li Yuan, who had been sitting in meditation on the sea cliff, suddenly had bursts of aura erupting from him, and the mighty power of heaven and earth lashed out in all directions. Lifeng Semi-Divine, who was in quiet cultivation, sensed something, opened his eyes, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. True intent. Without realizing it, he's actually congealed stellar true intent. What a freak. In recent days, Lifeng Semi-Divine has sparred with Li Yuan daily, guiding and instructing him through the art of weaponry. The rest of the time, he mostly engaged in quiet meditation alone. Although Lifeng Semi-Divine was nearing the end of his lifespan and had been stuck in a bottleneck for many years, with slim hopes of breakthrough. Perhaps a breakthrough was still possible. Until the last moment, Lifeng Semi-Divine refused to give up. Beyond his quiet meditation, Lifeng Semi-Divine would occasionally observe Li Yuan. He had long noticed that besides his daily set cultivation of origin power and the visualization method, Li Yuan spent almost all his remaining time pondering over spear technique, tirelessly and without rest. And he was truly fully committed, without a hint of laziness. Furthermore, from the mysteries of the spear technique that Lifeng Semi-Divine perceived in Li Yuan's practice, Li Yuan spent most of his time pondering the mystery of wind, making quick progress. Added to that, Li Yuan's respectful calling of teacher, every day, had naturally led to a growing affection over time. After half a month, Lifeng Semi-Divine had indeed grown fonder of Li Yuan from the bottom of his heart. It was normal for anyone to favor sensible juniors with high talent who practiced diligently. But Lifeng Semi-Divine could have never imagined that although Li Yuan spent most of his time pondering the mysteries of the wind, in just half a month, Li Yuan had unconsciously achieved a qualitative transformation in the mystery of earth. For a moment, Lifeng Semi-Divine didn't know what to say. Whoosh! A kilometer away on a cliff, Li Yuan had already stood up, eyes still closed, but with a long spear materializing in his hand, which he gripped lightly. He slowly began to practice with the spear. As the long spear danced, streaks of earthy yellow currents quickly surfaced around Li Yuan and the spear. The power of heaven and earth had fully materialized. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With each movement, the spear light streaked across the vast sky, and the earthy yellow streams, formed by the condensed power of heaven and earth, completely enveloped Li Yuan, as if he were encased in a spherical shell. These earthy yellow streams also made Li Yuan's aura increasingly formidable. Even under their wrap, Li Yuan was unknowingly levitating above the ground. Flying. Hovering in midair. A sixth-stage master, truly stepping into the realm of the Tao. Lifeng Semi-Divine heaved a sigh as he watched, thinking to himself, this lad truly has an incredible talent for the earth vein. Over this half-month of teaching, he had initially thought that Li Yuan had talent in the wind vein. But now, compared to his talent in the earth vein, it was far inferior. The universe is vast, and the earth is boundless. Li Yuan's entire being was completely immersed in the fluctuations of the earth, his soul merging entirely with heaven and earth. Indeed, over these half-months, he truly dedicated himself to practicing the spear and pondering the mysteries of heaven and earth pertaining to wind. But the mystery of all things in heaven and earth are one, and his talent for the earth vein was just too high. With many external aids as well. As he sensed the mysterious and unpredictable wind fluctuations between heaven and earth, he unconsciously also began to sense the mystery of Earth's fluctuations, without him intentionally cultivating or comprehending them. Just now, as he sat cross-legged on the cliff, a sudden thought crossed Li Yuan's mind, and he vaguely sensed a series of marvelous vibrations coming from the earth beneath, touching a core deep within his soul. The earth, heaven and earth. In the past, Li Yuan could sense the various fluctuations of origin power in the vast universe, the forces of heaven and earth, but he felt the earth's fluctuations most clearly. But in that instant, Li Yuan's consciousness and spirit became one with the endless earth, sensing nothing but the vast and profound vibrations of the earth. All else fell away from his perceptions. The earth, vast and expansive. All the previous insights and accumulations suddenly flooded Li Yuan's mind like a tide. Is this the full picture of the earth's fluctuations? Li Yuan's perfect star vein throbbed within him, the true solution of the earth's star vein, transforming into a brilliant streak of starlight, faintly radiating an earthy yellow glow. Li Yuan's understanding of the true meaning of earth was deep, surpassing many flying heaven warriors. From the rudimentary form of true intent to the condensation of true intent. That step was as vast as a chasm. For the seven-star civilization, or the many other civilizations, flying heaven warriors, this barrier was nearly insurmountable. In the past, although I contemplated the true meaning of earth, I never felt such a connection with the earth in my soul. Li Yuan was completely engrossed, slowly executing his spear technique, with all his past insights converging into a unified whole, each movement as majestic as the rolling stars, unshakable and imposing, imbued with a power capable of crushing all that lay before him. True intent. Li Yuan realized then that what was referred to as stellar true intent of longevity, and so on, were merely aspects of the law of the great Tao that later generations forcibly associated. Strictly speaking, only the true intent of earth, water, fire, wind. Though different experts perceive them differently, they all converge to the same endpoint. The true intent that I've condensed is markedly different from the so-called stellar true intent that many flying heaven warriors perceive, Li Yuan thoughtfully stated. There's no need to deliberately call it stellar true intent. Just the true meaning of earth will do. In the skies above. Whoosh. With each burst of spear light, not even a trace of origin power fluctuation was involved, yet time and again, the spear pierced through dozens of meters of empty space, leaving behind lasting spear light marks. On the offensive, it was forthright, as if to overwhelm with sheer strength. On defense, the currents flowed like a long river, unending. The mysteries of true intent he has grasped seem to differ from simple stellar true intent, Li Feng semi-divine observed from below, secretly musing. Normal stellar true intent excels in defense, but Li Yuan's spear technique is well-rounded in both offense and defense, flowing continuously. After quite some time, Li Yuan finally stopped completely, controlling the invisible forces of heaven and earth, and descended to the ground. Controlling the path and proceeding. Li Yuan silently recited in his heart, only when one's skill reaches the sixth stage can they borrow the true intent to fly through the heavens and burrow through the earth. Li Yuan. Congratulations, you've finally reached the sixth stage of true intent. Li Feng semi-divine appeared beside Li Yuan at some point, his face wearing an inscrutable smile. You've perfectly achieved unity with heaven and earth, truly entering the path. Li Yuan could not help but nod. At the fifth stage of unity of heaven and man, the initial step is unity of the spirit with heaven and earth, where the soul merges with heaven and earth to be nourished, followed by gradually drawing upon the powers of heaven and earth. Gradually merging one's body with heaven and earth. Why can an extreme expert at the pinnacle of the fifth stage run so terrifyingly fast? It is because their body nearly merges with heaven and earth, with air almost not forming any resistance. Only when one's comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth is profound enough and the realm high enough to undergo a complete transformation to reach the state of true intent. That is entering the path. In a single thought, one's body can fully merge with heaven and earth, becoming a part of the forces of heaven and earth, which allows one to borrow the power of heaven and earth for high-speed flight without any impediment. Once one reaches this realm, walking in the sky, on the land, or in the ocean almost feels like being on flat ground, hardly any different. This is an essential transformation. With your current strength, many just broken through flying heaven warriors probably aren't as powerful as you, said Li Feng semi-divine. Li Yuan nodded again. Flying heaven warriors, within their sea of source energy, condense an origin pill, which grants them an explosive increase in the might of the origin power that transforms from the origin pill, simultaneously endowing the martial artist with the ability to fly. Flying is the greatest advantage that flying heaven warriors have over prime warriors. But those who have condensed true intent can also fly through the heavens and burrow through the earth, and in some ways are even better at flying than many flying heaven warriors who have not condensed true intent. For condensing true intent is essentially about being recognized by heaven and earth and blessed by them. Like Lud Nef, Yu Jing, they were able to defeat or even kill flying members of the alien race with the bodies of prime warriors. Their biggest reliance was true intent comprehension. Condensing true intent is but the first step on the path, it is only heaven and earth's true intent, and you have yet to clearly comprehend the essence of heaven and earth. Next, what you need to do is to continue sensing the vibrations of the earth vein on this path and keep contemplating and deducing. Lai Feng Semi-Divine said, until one day, a quantitative change causes a qualitative transformation, allowing you to integrate your many comprehensions. That will be the mystery of law. The mystery of law, just by understanding a trace of it, you won't need any external force, and just with a thought, you could kill an ordinary flying heaven warrior. Lai Feng Semi-Divine looked at Li Yuan, but stepping into the threshold of law is extremely difficult, many demigods cannot achieve it. Disciple understands, said Li Yuan. He had seen this mentioned in many records in the database. Typically, when one's skill reaches the perfection level of true intent and they have refined their body and origin pill to the utmost, they can hope to step into the demigod level. And if one's skill reaches the 7th stage of law, becoming a demigod is as easy as lifting your hand. Like Li Yuan now, he felt that with his exceedingly high skill level, just by thinking about it, even if his physical quality had yet to reach the pinnacle of a prime warrior, he could still draw upon the power of heaven and earth, and with 5-star meridians converging to form an origin pill, directly become a flying heaven warrior. Such is the power of high expertise. Of course, what Li Yuan was pursuing was to awaken the 7-star veins or even the 8-star veins as a prime warrior, striving to condense the most potent origin pill swiftly upon breakthrough, to lay the best foundation. In the short term, Li Yuan would not choose to break through. Your natural talent in the earth vein is unbelievably high, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said, but it is much inferior in the wind vein. Are you sure you want to continue cultivating it? Yes, Li Yuan nodded emphatically. Having come this far, how could he give up? Good, Lai Feng Semi-Divine wasn't really trying to dissuade him. It was just that he simply felt that Li Yuan's attention to the wind vein seemed somewhat a waste of time. Having successfully condensed the true meaning of earth, his strength once again surged, and Li Yuan felt exceptionally at ease. Once again sitting cross-legged on the cliff, listening to the tide rise and fall, letting the strong wind blow, the weather on the island was unpredictable. As the weather changing again, Li Yuan pondered in his heart. Over the past half-month, Li Yuan had become accustomed to the sudden weather changes on the island in the deep sea. Sensing heaven and earth, Li Yuan gently closed his eyes. Now that he had successfully condensed true intent, he felt an even clearer sense of the vast heaven and earth. Those strands of vibrations of heaven and earth also appeared ever more beautiful in his eyes. Only when one has reached that level can they appreciate the wonderful beauty of nature. To pursue the path in the morning and be ready to die in the evening. The prerequisite is to enter the path. Spiritual power grows even faster. The more effortlessly I draw upon the source power between heaven and earth, the faster my physical quality grows, and my origin power recovery speed will also increase accordingly, Li Yuan realized. The transformation of skill represents a higher degree of harmony with heaven and earth. The vibrations of the earth, boundless and expansive. Wind, on the other hand, roams freely within the vast heaven and earth. Li Yuan vaguely felt some commonalities between the mysteries of earth and the mysteries of wind. At the level of cultivation that Li Yuan had reached, he increasingly understood that the mysteries of earth were not simply about defense, they also have an unrestrained side. But its core is about encompassing everything, about supporting everything, about extending to the stable vastness of the endless earth. It is the cornerstone of the endless operation of heaven and earth, and in some sense, it is indeed very rigid, even in attack it is forthright, seeking to crush with absolute power. But the mystery of wind, it too has many aspects, it can be used for attack or defense, but its core is fluid and elegant. Earth, wind, these two great laws seem to be completely opposite. But in Li Yuan's perception, they appeared to have thousands of intertwining connections. In the divine spear technique, the mysteries of the two great laws are perfectly combined. Li Yuan silently recalled his initial impressions. Time to practice the spear. Focusing solely on the mystery of wind indeed wasn't fast enough, Li Yuan thought to himself. Now that I have condensed the true meaning of earth and entered the path, I shall try learning the divine spear technique again and see if I can integrate the mystery of wind into it. Meanwhile, Li Yuan's peripheral vision swept over a column in the Divine Palace panel. Skill Realm. True meaning of earth, 6th stage initial rank, mystery of wind, 5th stage 19%. After entering the 6th stage, there's no longer a distinction between spear technique and movement technique. Li Yuan mused, and it's no longer giving me feedback in terms of percentages. To this, Li Yuan could understand. Grasping the mysteries of heaven and earth is inherently immeasurable, and the fact that the Divine Palace panel could still vaguely classify them into initial rank, intermediate rank, and high rank was already extraordinary. Like many martial artists who had reached the realm of true intent, even they often couldn't clearly define their own level of achievement. The Tao is elusive. The progress in the mystery of wind isn't slow either. Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. At first glance, the rapid approach to intermediate rank in the 5th stage of the mystery of wind seemed much faster than before when contemplating the mysteries of earth. But that was because Li Yuan had already completed the foundational body and spirit from the 1st to the 4th level. And now, Li Yuan's spiritual power had grown tremendously. Even if he were to try contemplating the mysteries of water or the mysteries of fire now, he would also start directly from the 5th stage. Drip drop, drip drop. Huff, huff. The sky had started to drizzle, and Li Yuan, facing the wind and rain, began to practice his spear technique once again. Several hundred kilometers away from the entrance and exit of the martial divine star realm. In that mysterious dark space, a vague figure sat upon the void. Surrounding him were subtle ripples intertwined with streaks of golden light, adding to his enigma. Master. A deep voice suddenly sounded. Lai Feng Semi-Divine has sent a message about Li Yuan. Speak, the vague figure commanded without opening his eyes. Lai Feng Semi-Divine says that Li Yuan has made quick progress on the wind vein, but it seems his progress on the earth vein is far more terrifying, the deep voice reported. Could it be that he's not focusing on the wind vein while practicing with Lai Feng? The vague figure frowned slightly. That's not it. According to Lai Feng Semi-Divine, Li Yuan's consciousness is extremely strong, and he is very diligent in his practice, always focusing on the wind vein, the deep voice explained, but somehow, he has also condensed the true meaning of earth unknowingly. He's condensed the true intent so quickly. There was a hint of surprise in the vague figure's voice. Yes, the deep voice replied, there's still half a month before he turns 19, already much faster than Fang Hai was back then. He's now the number 1 of our 7-star civilization, and Fang Hai had obtained. Quote. Each person has their own destiny. Fang Hai obtained an opportunity that even I envied, and perhaps Li Yuan also had his fortune in secret, the vague figure said calmly, but what peerless genius doesn't have a great opportunity? Sometimes, if the opportunity is too strong and one's own strength can't bear it, it can be harmful instead. Tell Lai Feng, just instruct him as usual. Yes. About 10 days after condensing the true meaning of earth, on a certain island, 2 figures were sparring. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Yuan's long spear thrust forward or slashed down aggressively in his hands, overwhelming in attack, but within the direct and honest assault hid countless variable moves, all very agile. Boom, boom. Each collision of their weapons, even though Lai Feng Semi-Divine still held an absolute advantage, had become increasingly difficult for him to intercept Li Yuan's weapon. He even had to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to withstand Li Yuan's attacks. After a long while, they ceased their sparring. How has your spear technique improved so rapidly? Lai Feng Semi-Divine's eyes flashed with surprise. Judging just by the mystery of wind, you could already be considered at the intermediate rank of the 5th stage. In 1 month's time, going from just starting to contemplate the mystery of wind to stepping into the intermediate rank of the 5th stage. What kind of cultivation speed was that? Lai Feng Semi-Divine clearly felt that since condensing the true meaning of earth, Li Yuan's pace of cultivation in the mystery of wind had sped up considerably. Firstly, it's thanks to the teacher's excellent guidance. Li Yuan said with a smile. Secondly, after condensing the true meaning of earth, during cultivation, I gradually attempted to integrate the mysteries of earth and wind into one, which promoted each other, making my cultivation much faster. Mysteries of earth and wind promoting each other. Lai Feng Semi-Divine looked at Li Yuan without revealing his inner shock. Lai Feng Semi-Divine couldn't help but ask, how did you manage that? Combining two mysteries is extraordinarily difficult. If not done correctly, it's easy to negatively affect each other and slow down both cultivations. It just happened naturally, Li Yuan, honestly, replied. Lai Feng Semi-Divine was silent for a moment. All right. If the path you're on is the right one, then follow your own path, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said softly, contemplating the law of the great Tao, following your own heart's desire is the most correct. I will surely work hard and live up to teacher's expectations, Li Yuan said softly. Yet, inside, he was inwardly sighing. Naturally. No. It was because of the martial god inheritance and the guidance of the spear technique with divine consciousness resonance, that allowed him to be on a relatively correct path from the start to end. Li Yuan was indeed talented in the wind vein. But the external environment was indispensable. Let's go. Change location for cultivation, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said, taking to the skies. Whoosh. With a thought, Li Yuan manipulated the power of heaven and earth and also soared up. Experiencing true intent for so long, this was the first time Li Yuan had fully unleashed his flying ability. Boom. While controlling the Tao for flight, my fastest velocity is roughly thrice the speed of sound, Li Yuan quickly deduced. Fortunately, Lai Feng Semi-Divine did not fly fast, Li Yuan quickly caught up. Teacher, where are we going? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Wherever the wind blows, that's where we go. Not long after, the two arrived at a tall mountain on Feixing, where ice and snow were perennial, and fierce winds howled. For the next month, you will cultivate here, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said. Yes, Li Yuan replied. Li Yuan had vaguely understood Lai Feng Semi-Divine's intention, to feel the heaven and earth, to observe all the scenes in the world. It was an excellent method for cultivation towards enlightenment. Time was immaterial in cultivation. Just like that. Every month, Li Yuan would follow Lai Feng Semi-Divine to a different place to cultivate. Island, snowy mountain, deep valley, desert, Gobi. They appeared in all kinds of dangerous places on Feixing. From beginning to end, Lai Feng Semi-Divine never told Li Yuan how to comprehend, only using the daily battles to guide him. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles is not as good as having a knowledgeable teacher guide you. Now, Li Yuan was traveling thousands of miles while being guided by a knowledgeable teacher, and the continuous help from divine spirit liquid made his cultivation speed even faster. In such daily cultivation, Li Yuan's physical quality and his understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth were constantly improving. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In a mysterious dark space not far from the entrance and exit of the martial divine star realm. Master. A deep voice suddenly rang out in the dark space. Li Yuan has completed his half-year tenure with Lai Feng Semi-Divine. Just now, Lai Feng Semi-Divine has sent a message. What did he say? The blurred figure still did not open its eyes. Is he planning to send Li Yuan back? Lai Feng Semi-Divine says, give him another half year, the deep voice said. And, he hopes to take Li Yuan as his direct disciple. The dark space became quiet once again. After a while. It seems, Li Yuan has satisfied him greatly, the blurred figure slowly said. Agree. But whether he wishes to become a disciple, we must also consult Li Yuan's opinion. Yes. Time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, it's June 2045. Fierce Feather Star Realm, world within worlds. Hall of Inheritance of the Fire System Divine Being. Boom, streams of flame light appeared out of nowhere, followed by the appearance of a figure in a fiery red robe in the hall. On her forehead, a flame emblem was faintly visible, and her eyes also showed a hint of joy. She had finally succeeded. Lanyu, I didn't expect that with the help of the myriad flame divine diagram, in just over a year, you would grow this much, the voice of the boundary spirit said. In the mysteries of fire, You have reached the intermediate rank of the 5th stage, and your physical quality has also transformed to level 22, qualifying you to go out. Thank you, Boundary Spirit, Lin Lanyu said respectfully. There's no need to thank me, this is all your own doing, the voice of the Boundary Spirit said. Your willpower was already not bad, and after acquiring the visualization method, it transformed even more. To endure 6 rounds of fire refining nirvana, you have truly brought out your bloodline potential. Lin Lanyu nodded slightly, a trace of solemnity in her eyes. 6 rounds of fire refining nirvana were indeed a nightmare. Soon, when your physical quality reaches level 29, your spiritual power should be able to reach the flying heaven level, and your comprehension of the natural mysteries of heaven and earth will also be much faster, the voice of the Boundary Spirit said again. However, the road ahead is still fraught with hardships. You wish to become the direct disciple of your master, but you are not yet qualified. Go out and experience. Come back when you've reached the pinnacle of a prime warrior, the voice of the Boundary Spirit said. Once the cave heaven world is liberated, you will receive the most important gift left for you by your master. Yes, Lin Lanyu nodded, her eyes brimming with joy. She was finally able to go out. In her heart, several figures emerged: parents, elder brother, second brother. Lastly, the image of another person, whom she hadn't seen in over a year, suddenly appeared in her mind. Are you doing well? Lin Lanyu thought to herself. An invisible fluctuation swept over, and Lin Lanyu disappeared within the hall. Sha Country, Northern Border Province, the entrance and exit of Rob C. Star Realm spanned hundreds of kilometers, with extremely unstable space. On one side of the entrance was a sky full of yellow sand. Several large war fortresses stood erect, beyond counting weapon towers. On the other end, beyond the faintly illusory space ripples, a blood moon illuminated the dark and vast land. Rugged mountain ranges stretched endlessly. This place was the most dangerous in Sha Country's territory and the most likely to upgrade to a 3rd-level star realm, from a 2nd-level star realm. The key point was, this was the front line of the war between the 7-star civilization and the Cloud Beast civilization. Great battles erupted year-round. Inside several large war fortresses, along the corridors, alert systems flashed red lights nearly at the same time. War alert. War alert. Full-scale war alert. The entire stationed army of 1 million in the Rob C. war zone, tens of thousands of martial artists, were simultaneously jolted in their hearts and entered a state of readiness. Everyone knew that since the great battle 2 years ago, the Cloud Beast civilization had once again initiated full-scale war. The Rob C. Star realm is not particularly vast. During the inquiry of the 7-star civilization, the largest explored range exceeded 30,000 kilometers. However, decades of relentless effort and massive resource investment have only led to the establishment of an outpost base within about 3,000 kilometers of the Star Realm's entrance. Further in, the 7-star civilization has only been able to dispatch small squads for exploration, struggling to establish a solid base. The most significant reason for this is the obstruction of the Cloud Beast civilization. This foreign civilization, as one of the earliest to enter the Rob C. Star realm and the first to invest massive resources, built numerous mother nest layers, enabling it to maintain a strong offensive against the 7-star civilization. About 8,000 kilometers away from the 7-star civilization's nearest outpost base, there is a continuous mountain range. Deep beneath the mountains, many large secret chambers are constructed, interconnected like a vast labyrinth. Each chamber is endlessly bright, as if it were daylight, with occasionally massive exotic beasts patrolling. In one of the super-large chambers, 3 massive exotic beasts each occupied one end. A colossal red flying serpent, a furry giant resembling a simian clad in thick armor, and a beast with tiger-like paws and a body covered in black scales. The aura they exuded was exceptionally vigorous. At the moment, in front of them, there was a massive holographic projection, displaying a shadowy figure shrouded in darkness. Its true face was unclear, with even its background nearly non-existent. "You 3, long time no see," the shadowy figure cackled with an eerie laugh. "Black Mist, long time no see," the colossal blood-colored flying serpent spoke. As sky-flying level life, They were highly intelligent, and learning an alien race's language was effortless for them. The three exotic beasts present are the Cloud Beast Civilization's three great leaders in the Rob C-Star realm, each possessing formidable combat strength. As for the shadowy figure before them, its identity is even more special. It is the most highly positioned undercover agent that the Cloud Beast Civilization can secretly contact within the Seven-Star Civilization. All along, it has been relaying intelligence to them. Black Mist, you should have received the items we sent, the blood-colored flying serpent said softly. Based on our previous agreement, you should now provide us with information. Neither side could truly trust the other, making transactions difficult. Each transaction took a long time. Of course, I always keep my promises, the shadowy figure said. This is Shaw Country's current troop deployment distribution map. It's already quite detailed. More details I can't obtain since I'm not a commander. Swiftly, the shadowy figure passed the intelligence quickly to the Cloud Beast Civilization's three great leaders. The second piece of news, Lude Neff has been confirmed to have broken through, the shadowy figure said. He has achieved the sky-flying level, though this news hasn't spread. The third message, Yu Jing has been deeply trapped in Ming Mountain of the Mingshu Star realm and should not be able to get out any time soon. The remaining group of prime warriors at Seven Star Mountain, who have grasped true intent, are not that strong, posing little threat to you. The three great beasts exchanged glances, a hint of relief flashing in their eyes. This war they had instigated, their greatest concern were the powerful prime warriors of the Seven Star Civilization, whose strength was even greater than ordinary Flying Heaven warriors, especially Lude Neff, who was practically a nightmare for the Cloud Beast Civilization. Similarly, in this past year, the Seven Star Civilization and the Tianliang Civilization have been contesting over the Mingshu Star realm. Yu Jing has also emerged spectacularly, displaying increasingly terrifying power. The two of them, both capable of confronting large groups of ordinary Flying Heaven warriors. But now, these two biggest threats, one has achieved a breakthrough and the other is trapped in the Mingshu Star realm. Fine. That's all the intelligence, the shadowy figure said. If you still can't win, don't blame me. Black Mist, the blood-red flying serpent, Wu Sihai, spoke deeply. Our demigod has tasked me with delivering a message to you. If you are willing to take out Yu Jing or Li Yuan, we are prepared to offer treasures worth 30,000 7-stars points. 30,000 7-stars points. The shadowy figure laughed bizarrely. Wu Sihai, are you looking down on me? Or are you underestimating Yu Jing and Li Yuan of my 7-star civilization? Yu Jing is powerful. Killing him would be difficult. As for Li Yuan, he's more mysterious. I can't even find where he is. Moreover, I only trade in intelligence. I never strike. But that's not to say I won't consider it. It's just a matter of price. How much do you want? Wu Sihai with the blood-colored flying serpent's eyes lit up slightly. Treasures worth 1,000,000 7-stars points. The chamber suddenly fell silent. Hee. Don't blame me for not taking action. Blame your poverty, the shadowy figure snickered. I'm off, we'll contact again next time. Boom. The projection with the shadowy figure instantly vanished. Bastard. 1,000,000. How can he even ask for that? The purple-furred simian burst into an angry roar. A decent semi-divine artifact is often valued at about 10,000 7-stars points. 1,000,000 could almost exchange for a divine artifact, the purple simian growled. Zippa. Wu Sihai, the flying serpent, frowned and said, he wasn't willing to take action in the first place, just throwing out absurd prices. These humans are all exceedingly cunning. They will only trade intelligence, they'll never truly risk their lives. Wu Sihai, what's your plan? The black beast who had not spoken yet suddenly said. 3 mother nest lairs, over the past 2 years, have bred a large number of exotic beasts, devouring and slaughtering each other. We have accumulated enough second-rank exotic beasts, said Wu Sihai, the flying serpent, in a deep voice. I have already ordered the 3 great mothers to initiate the first wave of attacks from the front lines. Once we destroy the many outposts of the 7-star civilization and they lose their monitoring capacity over us, it will be time for us to establish our 4th nest beast lair, the flying serpent Wu Sihai said. Yu Jing, Lude Neff is restrained. Even if the 7-star civilization reacts, it will be difficult for them to dispatch stronger forces to kill their way in here in a short time. The other two leaders couldn't help but nod in agreement. The nest beast lair is extremely vulnerable when it is first established. But as time passes, it becomes stronger and stronger. Once the first 3 nest beast lairs became completely stable, the 7-star civilization attacked several times but could not shake them. Once we establish the 4th nest beast lair, our offensive will be even stronger, the purple monkey Zippa said in a deep voice. At that time, we will be able to completely suppress the 7-star civilization. And then wait to establish the 5th nest beast lair. The entire star realm will belong to us. The other two leaders couldn't help but nod in agreement. The ultimate goal of the Cloud Beast civilization is to invade the entire star realm, continuously spawning more exotic beasts, both to strengthen the civilization's foundation and to use it as a springboard to constantly invade the 7-star civilization. The Rob Sea erupted into a great war again. Indeed, it put tremendous pressure on the 7-star civilization, especially on Sha country. After all, in the Mingshu star realm, the Great War with the Tianliang civilization had not yet ended, and a large number of elite forces had already been committed. How could they withdraw? The main forces in these two great wars were from Sha country. However, given Sha country's foundation and strong national power, it could still hold out for a short time. Moreover, as per tradition, in such continuous large-scale wars, the alliance would make adjustments, ordering other nations to dispatch forces to assist. This is a full-scale war with an alien civilization, and no power can refuse the summoning. Faxing, on that island deep within the Prajna Sea. Overcast clouds filled the sky, and gusts of wind blew violently on that rugged, stony island. Teacher, Li Yuan greeted the middle-aged man in hemp clothing with respect. 11 months had passed. The Lai Feng semi-divine seemed to take a step closer to the end of his lifespan, with a hint of white hair emerging on his head and his face showing increased signs of age. Li Yuan, it's been about 5 months since you officially joined my discipleship, said the Lai Feng semi-divine in a gentle voice. Yes, teacher, Li Yuan nodded. Half a year ago, when the Lai Feng semi-divine proposed to formally take him as a disciple, Li Yuan did not hesitate to agree. After such a long time together, Li Yuan could feel that the other party treated him well and taught him with great dedication. Accepting a teacher. On the path of cultivation, there are often many teachers. This matter, Ji Yu once told Li Yuan, if one can strengthen oneself and is willing to do so, as long as it doesn't involve betraying one's original teacher, it's fine to accept other powerful individuals as one's teachers. After accepting his teacher, Li Yuan had returned to the martial divine star realm once to retrieve the divine spirit liquid and many other cultivation resources. To this day, he had been following the Lai Feng semi-divine in cultivation for nearly 5 months, with great progress. Come. Let your teacher see what progress you have made in these 3 days, the Lai Feng semi-divine stood up. 2 months ago, Li Yuan had already stopped fighting daily, switching to fighting every 3 days instead. The Lai Feng semi-divine looked at Li Yuan with a smile. After nearly a year, Li Yuan was consistent in showing respectful disciple etiquette, without a trace of slackness, cultivating industriously, with faster and faster progress in the mystery of wind, all utterly without fault. The Lai Feng semi-divine grew from initially disliking to increasingly liking Li Yuan. And yet, the closer to the end of his lifespan, the more the Lai Feng semi-divine felt the approaching death, the hope of breaking through growing dimmer by the day. A powerful individual when young might not wish to sincerely instruct a disciple, often having more faith in themselves, and even when dealing with their own offspring or disciples, they hold numerous selfish motives. But as they age and face the end of life, they often hope to pass on their knowledge to an outstanding disciple. This was fully demonstrated in the Lai Feng semi-divine. He believed that Li Yuan had the potential to surpass him in the wind vein. Be careful, teacher, Li Yuan said softly, and suddenly a black long spear appeared in his hand. It instantly transformed into a hazy stream of light, rushing towards the Lai Feng semi-divine. SSSH. SSSH. The long spear whistled, and like a phantom, it flicked out countless phantoms to assassinate the Lifeng semi-divine. Fast. Too fast. The speed of Li Yuan's spear strikes, compared to a year before, was much faster, and with a hazy agility, it was nearly impossible to trace when it thrust out. Good. Lifeng semi-divine's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thrust his long staff forward, instantly harnessing the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, weapons collided in the void, and a series of staff shadows blocked the spear light that enveloped the sky. Quick. Faster. Li Yuan's fighting spirit soared as he fully invoked the mysteries of wind, unleashing his spear technique attacks. A year had passed. Li Yuan had achieved astonishing accomplishments in the mysteries of wind. Now, although he had not yet condensed the true meaning of wind, his confidence in ascending Seven-Star Mountain with just the fluctuations of the wind's mystery alone was a testament to his tremendous progress. Still, he could not shake Lifeng semi-divine. Use your ultimate move, or you will be defeated, Lifeng semi-divine said softly. Kill. Li Yuan's eyes changed. Boom. Streams of pale earth and yellow qi appeared out of nowhere, and in an instant, they enveloped an area of several dozen meters, each strand of qi containing astonishing binding force. The true meaning of earth. Heaven-earth domain. Wind. In a flash, Li Yuan's form split in two as the invisible fluctuations of the mysteries of wind dispersed, and he darted through the earth and yellow qi streams. Both Li Yuan figures, clad in combat armor and wielding long spears, were indistinguishable from each other, real or fake. Whoosh. Whoosh. Both Li Yuan figures simultaneously thrust their long spears, with spear light resembling two terrifying beams, which under the enhancement of the earth and yellow qi streams, made his already elusive spear technique even more terrifying. Boom. 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 His long spear collided with Lifeng semi-divines over and over again. However, with one figure being real and the other a phantom, and constantly swapping places, his spear technique became even more unpredictable. For a short time, he even seemed to be overpowering Lifeng semi-divine. Destroy. With a sudden shout from Lifeng semi-divine, a terrifying fluctuation spread out instantly, causing the strands of earth and yellow qi to blast away and leaving only one Li Yuan amidst the streams. Boom. A staff strike thundered out, as swift as lightning, slamming into Li Yuan's spear and sending him flying dozens of meters before he steadied himself again. Teacher. I lost. Li Yuan shook his head and said. What did you lose? Lifeng semi-divine shook his head slightly and said, this fusion of your two mysteries, its power is already unfathomable, forcing me to use high-rank 6th stage skills to hardly break through your defense, and in the end, I had to use even greater strength to directly crush your domain to win. This is just the initial combination. When your mysteries of wind transform into true intent, the combined power of both true intents will be even more terrifying, Lifeng semi-divine said. What do you call this move? Shadow domain, Li Yuan replied. This killing move was precisely the strongest move that Li Yuan had developed over the past year, combining the true meaning of earth with the mysteries of wind. If he used the true meaning of earth alone, the resulting domain would be quite rigid, possessing only simple binding power, which wasn't very effective in actual combat. Other flying heaven warriors could easily break out of it. If he relied purely on the mysteries of wind in battle, with his current abilities, Li Yuan couldn't create a perfectly untraceable phantom. At most, it made him faster and his spear technique more ghostly and unpredictable. But once the two mysteries combined, the true meaning of earth at its core, with the mysteries of wind as an auxiliary, made the domain that Li Yuan created more resilient and capable of generating a phantom that could sow real confusion amidst the false. In battle, it was incredibly unpredictable. The focus of the shadow domain was not on the domain but on the shadow. Li Yuan believed that if other flying heaven warriors engaged in close combat with him, and they made a mistake in discerning his true form, they would likely be struck down by him in an instant. Shadow domain. The name is quite fitting. Lifeng semi-divine nodded slightly. With the true meaning of earth as the foundation, your domain will not be easily destroyed. It's much stronger than a mere domain of wind. Li Yuan listened intently. Among the 7 great laws, each has its strengths, and if we're talking about forming a domain, those created by the mysteries of earth and water are the most powerful. The former exerts greater pressure and the latter has more resilience in its binding. with the mysteries of wind integrated into your domain, making your phantom even more difficult to detect. Indeed, it is a lethal move. If you continue to refine it, it will surely allow you to dominate among flying heaven warriors. Lai Feng Semi-Divine looked at Li Yuan. You are ready to leave your teacher. Leave my teacher. Li Yuan was stunned. What's wrong? Your mysteries of wind have reached the perfection level of 5th stage, do you still need to follow me? Lai Feng Semi-Divine shook his head and said, there's no need anymore. A teacher takes you through the door, but the practice is personal. I have taught you everything I can, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said, the path ahead is yours to walk on your own. Before you go, I have something more to give you. You should know that to you, a teacher is of an alien race, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said indifferently. I do not belong to your civilization, and logically, it would be very difficult to fully trust me. Disciple has never thought this way, Li Yuan replied quickly. If at the beginning, Li Yuan still had some guard up. Then after spending days and nights together for nearly a year, he had come to respect and acknowledge Lai Feng Semi-Divine from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps compared to another nominal teacher, Ancient Torch Divine, Lai Feng Semi-Divine's strength might be much weaker and the help he could offer much less, but their emotional bond was clearly much deeper. Emotions take time to build. Hear me out, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said with a smile, gesturing with his hand for Li Yuan to be quiet. It's normal not to trust. Lai Feng Semi-Divine said with a smile. When I initially came to teach you, it was at the request of Dongfang Ji. I owe him a great debt of gratitude. I am from another plane and met him in the burial immortal ancient domain. Lai Feng Semi-Divine continued. At that time, he had just become a demigod. We adventured together for several years, forming a deep friendship before returning to our respective civilizations. Teacher, what is this burial immortal ancient domain? Li Yuan asked, unable to help his curiosity. He had never heard of such a place. With your talent and strength, once you reach the flying heaven level, you will naturally understand. Dongfang Ji knows more about it than I do, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said with a faint smile. Decades after parting with Dongfang Ji, about 80 years ago, my home civilization was invaded by the Myriad Demons civilization. The Myriad Demons civilization. Li Yuan held his breath. This civilization was also the greatest enemy of the 7-star civilization, having tried many times to invade but were always repelled. Your 7-star civilization is strong enough to have withstood several invasions from the Myriad Demons civilization, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said slowly, a trace of sorrow on his face that he quickly concealed, but our civilization was not strong enough. Our entire civilization was completely destroyed, dozens of demigods were slaughtered, most of the surviving tribespeople were killed, and the rest became servants. Li Yuan's heart trembled. Although he had known some of these facts about his teacher Lai Feng, hearing them from him was a different feeling altogether. Feixing had also suffered a similar catastrophe, with billions perishing. I was certain to die, but it was Dongfang Ji who saved me, Lai Feng Semi-Divine explained. After that, I stayed on Feixing, taking the role of what is called a guest demigod. However, over these decades, in truth, they haven't asked me to do much. Teaching you was the first thing Dongfang Ji asked me to do, and I shall do it diligently, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said, looking at Li Yuan. Of course, you are exceptionally outstanding. Li Yuan completely understood the reasons now. I still have many things to do, so I don't have too many treasures to give you, Lai Feng Semi-Divine said softly, waving his hand. Several green crystal stones emitting a strange light suddenly floated in front of Li Yuan, all the size of a fist and looking very mysterious. What are these? Li Yuan asked, holding his breath. These are inheritance stones, which contain a vast amount of information. I have prepared 9 of them, Lai Feng Semi-Divine explained. One of them contains the insights from my lifetime of cultivation, which you can refer to and learn from, but as always, personal cultivation is unique, and others' experiences and insights can only serve as a reference. Disciple understands, Li Yuan nodded. The other 8 contain 1-star technique each, either cultivated by me or collected by me, Lai Feng Semi-Divine continued. Among them, the 3 most core ones are the 7th layer's star technique, 9 shadows clone, the 5th layer's star technique, shadow division technique, and the 5th layer's star technique, Wind Feather. Li Yuan listened attentively. Ultimately, you are centered on the Earth vein, and you certainly won't cultivate many Wind vein star techniques, Lifeng Semi-Divine said, considering the way you fight. I would advise that for the Wind vein, you should only cultivate up to 2 types of star techniques. One type is the Shadow Clone, which once sufficiently cultivated, will allow your deployed phantom bodies to truly contain combat power, making it easier to execute. The other is an escaping technique, Lifeng Semi-Divine explained. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance, Li Yuan said respectfully. It aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. No matter whether adventuring or engaging in battle and slaughter, preserving one's life is always of the utmost importance. Therefore, learning escaping techniques is essential. The many star techniques left behind by the ancient Torch Divine included the escaping technique, Light Transformation, which is an extremely strong 7th layer star technique. As for the other treasures, I once traded with Dongfang Ji. The remaining 7 stars points left in the 7-star treasury, I have transferred them all to you, smiled Lifeng Semi-Divine. It's not much, just about 20,000 7-stars points. Li Yuan was stunned. This is not much. 20,000 7-stars points. That would drive many Flying Heaven warriors mad with desperation. But upon considering the strength of his teacher, Lifeng, Li Yuan came to terms with it. This is a demigod peak powerhouse after all. Yet, a flicker of unease crossed Li Yuan's mind. All transferred to himself. Does the teacher need nothing at all? What is he about to do? Li Yuan, this is all I can help you with. Go back to 7-Star Mountain, Lifeng Semi-Divine slowly said. The strong are refined through countless battles. According to my observations, you must be very close to awakening the 6-star pulse, and with your talent, you have a solid chance of challenging the 7-star veins. In any case, try to reach the limit of a prime warrior before breaking through. In all your future life and death struggles, you must be careful. Lifeng Semi-Divine couldn't help but add a few more words. Disciple understands. Li Yuan bowed respectfully and said, if I wish to see you in the future, teacher, where should I look for you? If it's fated, we will meet again. ... He watched as Li Yuan turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the thick fog and fierce winds above the sea. Lifeng Semi-Divine sighed softly in his heart. He was very aware that it would probably be difficult for them to meet again in this lifetime. Before long, buzz, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the world as a powerful will descended upon this region of the sea. Lifeng Semi-Divine's eyebrows lifted. He has arrived. He was well aware that it was not his true body that had come, but his consciousness descending from tens of thousands of miles away through the high realm. Dongfang, Lifeng Semi-Divine took the initiative to speak. You're really determined to venture into the burial immortal ancient domain again. The time has not yet come, and if you venture deeply into it, even I am not confident of coming out alive, a robust voice echoed in the void. I am nearing the end of my lifespan, and there has been no sign of any breakthrough. Waiting any longer would spell certain death, Lifeng Semi-Divine spoke calmly. By venturing, there is at least a sliver of a chance for life. Fine, since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you further, the robust voice said. The few tens of thousands of 7 stars points that I have left, just transfer them to Li Yuan, Lifeng Semi-Divine said with a laugh. I was delighted to take him as my disciple, yet I couldn't give him much, nor could I fulfill the responsibilities of a master fully, let it be some compensation then. You've done more than enough, the robust voice said. The grace of leading one onto the path exceeds heaven. The path of the strong is one they must strive for themselves. Giving too much can, in fact, take away their drive and do more harm than good. It was clear that the two held different philosophies on how to nurture their disciples and successors. Let's not argue over such matters, Lifeng Semi-Divine shook his head. Can I come to you in 3 days? You can. As friends, I will see you off one last time, but I can only wish you good luck, the robust voice responded. ... Who? Li Yuan was enveloped in a layer of earthy yellow glow. He transformed into a beam of light traveling through the heavens and the earth. When he was on the island, the sky was incredibly gloomy, with dense clouds, but as he soared above 10,000 meters in altitude, he was instead surrounded by radiant splendor. To fly in the sky and burrow in the earth, indeed it's comfortable, he remarked. He had just parted ways with his teacher, and there was a hint of sorrow in Li Yuan's heart. But he was able to pick up and let go easily, quickly suppressing that thought. Although teacher Lai Feng is nearing the end of his lifespan, after all, he is a semi-divine, and he should still have some years left to live, Li Yuan mused to himself. Once my strength is even greater, I will surely see him again. Not long after, East Pole Continent, said Li Yuan as he crossed the vast ocean and already gazed down at the vast land below, densely packed with numerous towns. Occasionally, he could see flying vehicles shuttling in the high sky. The East Pole Continent was the main continent on Faxing, with a population of nearly 20 billion, incredibly thriving. Li Yuan's smart ring vibrated slightly, signaling that he had received a message. 27,007 stars points have been transferred to my name. Li Yuan thought to himself. The efficiency is indeed high. With his high level of access, Li Yuan's smart ring was also specially made, allowing him to stay in contact anywhere on the 7 great planets, whether high in the sky or deep in mountain valleys. Unimpeded communication was always possible. Guided by the map, after nearly 4 hours, Li Yuan flew tens of thousands of kilometers in one go and finally saw the towering and colossal war fortress at the edge of the land from afar. It was the entrance to the martial divine star realm. Li Yuan descended rapidly, passing through several open-air checkpoints. His identity information had been automatically verified, enabling him to pass through smoothly. He arrived at the base of the war fortress and landed lightly on the plaza outside the Star Realm corridor. Several flying vehicles were docked, but there weren't many people coming and going. However, Li Yuan had already noticed that many were looking at him. Flying, that's a flying heaven warrior. But the feeling he gives me isn't quite right, the pressure of his life force doesn't seem to be that strong. Could it be a top prodigy from the 7-star mountain? Many officers and warriors in the distance were discussing in whispers. They might have been ordinary in terms of strength, but they were accustomed to super powerful warriors passing through the entrance to the martial divine star realm year-round. It was only because Li Yuan was somewhat unfamiliar that he sparked discussions. Suddenly, Li Yuan. A slightly surprised voice came from the entrance of a meeting room in the distance. Li Yuan instantly turned to look, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Dean Hai. That's right. The figure standing at the doorway of the distant meeting room, dressed in a blue robe, was none other than Dean Hai of Kunlun Martial University. At this moment, he was staring at Li Yuan with a face full of surprise. And behind Dean Hai, through the glass of the meeting room, one could see 8 or 9 young figures, all looking at him with curiosity and awe. It really is Li Yuan. I remember him. I saw him in person at last year's virtual battle, someone remarked. Just now, Li Yuan descended from the sky, flying. Has he become a flying heaven warrior? The young people were discussing quietly amongst themselves, excited expressions on their faces. Their exchanges, with Li Yuan's powerful perception ability, were easily overheard by him. Dean Hai moved swiftly and was already in front of Li Yuan, looking him up and down and couldn't help saying, "Did you just fly in from outside?" "Dean, you should be able to sense that I am not yet a flying heaven warrior," Li Yuan said with a smile. "It's just that I had the good fortune to gather the true meaning of Earth, allowing me to use it to fly." He would naturally not divulge at the fact that he had gathered the true intent of his own accord, but since Dean Hai had seen him, there was no need to hide it, because it would be quickly revealed either way. "You've gathered the true intent." Dean Hai's eyes flickered with shock. "You're not yet 20 years old, right?" Li Yuan nodded. He was still 2 months away from being 20. A prime warrior with true intent and under 20 years of age. Dean Hai felt even more shocked inside. He knew what this meant. Li Yuan smiled, aware of what Dean Hai was thinking. If he knew that Li Yuan had gathered the true intent at under 19 years of age, he probably would have been dumbfounded. "Dean, are you here at the Martial Divine Star Realm for business?" Li Yuan asked, puzzled. "Oh, This year's global martial arts competition for colleges has just concluded. Dean Hai pointed to the 9 figures in the distance. They're the young prodigies chosen this year by the Blue Star to enter the Martial Divine Hall. I'm following the principal's arrangement, responsible for escorting them here. The new crop of prodigies for the Martial Divine Hall. Martial Divine Hall newcomers. Li Yuan couldn't help but look toward the 9 figures in the distance. Under the inquiry of the Divine Palace, their physical quality was at most level 25. Li Yuan felt somewhat nostalgic for a moment. Time really does pass quickly. By age, Li Yuan was probably younger than them, but in his eyes, they all seemed like youngsters. Besides that, it's also hosting duties, continued Dean Hai. After the war mission for the Sha country is announced, we'll try to recruit more members from the 7-Star Mountain to return with us. The following was added after the main text was published and is not included in the word count for billing purposes. P.S. Up to now, it's 44,400 monthly tickets. According to the promise at the beginning of the month, for every 2,000 monthly tickets, 1 more chapter is added, totaling 22 extra chapters. Along with the other 40 extra chapters calculated at the beginning of the month, the remaining 15 chapters doubled plus an extra 10 chapters for being first in monthly tickets, that's a total of 62 extra chapters. As always, I'll continue to give my all in updating. We've now rushed to second place. And the gap to first place is quickly closing, thanks for the support from my brothers. Sha country's war mission. Li Yuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise, the Mingshu Star Realm. Studying under teacher Lai Feng for a year, Li Yuan hadn't been oblivious to the outside world. He occasionally paid attention to major events within the 7-Star civilization. He frequently communicated with many friends through VChat, and chatted in various V groups such as 7-Star Mountaintop Layer Exchange Group, Sha Country Palace Friends Group, 2044 Blue Star Group, among about a dozen others. Some groups were large, some small. Li Yuan didn't like to speak up, but he enjoyed lurking. Dan Taifeng, for example, loved to post and often forwarded a message to many groups at once. Thus, Li Yuan was aware of many things. To his knowledge, over the past year, the most intense warfare that the 7-Star civilization had engaged in externally was in the Mingshu Star Realm. The Mingshu Star Realm had several entry and exit points. But so far, the main focus had been on expanding through 2 entry points along Sha country, which were the number 3 outpost base that Li Yuan had once visited, and another, the number 4 outpost base. Top-tier geniuses from 7-Star Mountain like Yu Jing, Wu Menong, Tavares, had already joined the battle. It's important to note that there are only about 30 true intent prime warriors in the entirety of 7-Star Mountain, and over 10 have already joined the war. The activity is even greater than during the fierce Feather Star Realm period.
After all, among the true intent prime warriors, some need to practice in peace, and some are not too fond of life and death battles. Having over 10 participate in the war was the result of Sha country paying a significant price and the push from the alliance's higher-ups. All forces within the 7-Star civilization hope to carve out a new region for expansion. The rich resources of the Mingshu Star Realm are indeed tantalizing. Not the Mingshu Star Realm, it's the Rob C Star Realm. Dean Hai sighed lightly. A large-scale war has erupted again, even more fierce and brutal than the one more than 2 years ago. The Rob C Star Realm? Li Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. This was a realm too familiar to him, having heard about it from childhood. And the war from 2 years ago mentioned by Dean Hai was precisely the one that had injured his uncle. How did I not know? Li Yuan wondered. Alerts were only initiated yesterday, and while the attacks from the Cloud Beast civilization are massive, the decisive battle hasn't yet arrived, so the news has only spread within a small area of Sha country, Dean Hai explained. Li Yuan nodded understandingly. Indeed, information spread much slower between different planets. Is the pressure that high now? Li Yuan asked. Ordinary Star Realm wars can be resolved by the stationed forces, but if a war mission is issued from 7-Star Mountain, it means local forces are insufficient, and full alliance support is necessary. Especially wars in a second-level Star Realm, when true intent prime warriors join the battle, it often signifies the most brutal and bloody phase. Quite high. The main issue is that too many forces were previously pulled from the Rob Sea due to the outbreak of war in the Mingshu Star Realm. Dean Hai lamented. I'm not a military commander, after all, and I don't have the details. Once the war mission is dispatched, there will be a detailed explanation, and you should be informed. I understand, Li Yuan responded with a slight nod. Then, Li Yuan looked again at the figures in the distance heading to the conference room. Dean, why haven't you entered the martial divine star realm yet? We're still waiting for the flying heaven warriors within the martial divine star realm to come and verify identities. Dean Hai shook his head. The martial divine star realm isn't so easy to enter. Li Yuan was taken aback, recalling last year. It seemed like the president had just gone straight in. Semi-divine level authority is indeed different. Having been in the martial divine star realm for so long, Li Yuan had roughly understood that Fang Hai's status was likely half a rank higher than most flying heaven warriors. Essentially equivalent to a demigod. Flying heaven warriors were generally divided into 4 strength levels. Flying heaven at level 30 and 31 were considered ordinary. Most who remain at this stage were only at perfection in 5th stage skill. With 2 weak skills and slow progress in polishing the origin pill, advancing further was difficult. Level 32, 33, and 34 were often deemed mid-stage flying heaven. Those who stayed at this stage for a long time were usually consolidating true intent. Above level 35 was the peak of flying heaven. To refine an origin pill to such a level, skill comprehension was already very profound, reaching at least intermediate rank or high rank 6th stage skill. Level 36, also the peak of flying heaven, but comes with the position of a star master, and one must have at least 6 star pulses awakened to achieve level 36. The difference between level 35 and 36 is more in the foundation than in strength. Without doubt, Fang Hai was among the most elite of all flying heaven star masters, because his skill comprehension was already quite good even among demigods.
Like most true intent prime warriors on 7-Star Mountain, the majority of them would ultimately plateau at the peak of flying heaven stage, with only a few breaking through to the level 40 demigod.
Li Yuan, you really shouldn't take up this Rob Sea war mission, Dean Hai suddenly said. Oh, why is that? Li Yuan asked. Although you've already condensed true intent, I'm afraid it hasn't been long since your breakthrough. Dean Hai looked at Li Yuan, saying, many star techniques are likely not perfected. Your strength has not yet grown to its peak, there's no need to rashly join the battle. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Obviously, in Dean Hai's eyes, his strength was still far from sufficient. And being a thorn in the side to many hostile alien races, he would risk perishing if he joined the battle. Dean, I will carefully consider it when the war mission comes. I'm going back now, contact me if there's anything, Li Yuan said with a smile. All right, go on. Watching as Li Yuan disappeared into the Star Realm portal. For a moment, Dean Hai was lost in thought. Then he sighed softly after a long while. Li Yuan has already condensed true intent. Dean Hai felt it was almost dreamlike. It had only been a year since they last met. Considering his age, Li Yuan had only just entered his junior year. On Blue Star, reaching 5th stage skill at this age would be considered top-tier genius.